No.
Actually, went to jail.
That is the way my mother said that video is tough. I am actually very for the but as I was saying earlier, someone really commented. You really see people who high school about my high lady and then high lady goes to jail. Really? I don't know if you and Elaine, you know, the evil Elaine. That's totally.
Sorry. Can we still cross the street? Yes? Thank you. Sorry. Excuse us, guys. So sorry.
Well, I actually saw it.
No. No. I probably should turn off this.
I'll be like, you got the UK. Ah, yeah, that's my boy.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about the space, but
You're not seriously just here for this, right? You're here for something else. Why are you here?
maybe yesterday you can actually so we decided we have to go over there again.
Yeah. So you came yesterday afternoon?
Made it, huh?
So I'm leaving yesterday.
Yeah. How you doing? Yeah, that's the right one.
We're all hyped up. So.
Yeah.
Are you like 10? 12. Yeah. Same. Have you seen Fantastic Beasts?
Yeah, the new one.
See, I saw the first one, and then the third one, and I'm like, then I saw the second one, which is where he was in the second one, and I'm like, they replaced Johnny Depp with that? Like, no.
They replaced
It's just not at all the same. It was. They didn't even make it.
I'm front row.
They said like this close behind me, flat. Been standing on the whole time. This camera over my head. So I'm a person. Better work than they do brilliant. Oh yeah, so the video. I never thought I would ever use it. Today's the day, right? Today is the day. Thanks for that. Oh, they're all around.
track this position, like some app. Everything on the internet.
Elon Musk.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're like, oh no. I've already used to like shit that because I will end up. No.
Do you think I hold it the whole time and then you get it? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god. I cannot believe it. It won't even be like practice. But not household.
I think him bringing it out to the public, you know, it's like.
Where is he? Miles. When they're, you know, the lunch break, when they have a lunch break.
You got picture? Let me see. Oh.
Got anything? All right.
Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range. Cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain.
Alright, that's it guys. So I think it's all pretty team naughty and not believing all women. We'll see what the court says and I'll see you next time. Cool? I'm gonna ask that girl. I know, I'm gonna ask that girl. You're like, don't put that on TV. Bye ladies. She came in from the other side of the truck.
It's probably the smartest way to do it, coming in the opposite way.
Alright, you ready?
Yeah, we gotta go.
Alright.
You're gonna get a lot of views. No, he said right here. Right here. No, she's right there. I know she's right there. Let's watch it. Yeah, let's watch it. We didn't make it last night. If you're in an airport and you do a disturbance there,
Me too, but it's the mess. Me too, but it's the mess.
And after that, basically,
So actually, in between that, I got more information around from 2008 to 2022 on Amber as well, and saw that there were some bots back in 2013, even celebrity network bots, and that even of course amplifies this Michael Keaton on YouTube and like how it's like social media building company.
Circuit Court of Fairfax County is now in session. The Honorable Penny Astorami presiding.
Good morning, Judy.
Please come roll.
Good morning. All right. Do we have any preliminary matters at this time? Okay, sure. If you want to come forward.
Buenos días a todos y todas los que se encuentran del otro lado del Atlántico. Aquí me encuentro desde Canadá. Les doy la más cordial bienvenida a todos. Miren, ya estoy en mi cafecito. ¿Gustan? Aquí mis galletitas que ya voy a la mitad de la caja. Díganme a quién. Ahorita a la jueza también se le antojaron mis galletas. Hoy no van a pedir muffins. Hoy quieren galletas de mantequilla como las de la maestra Patty. Entonces, ese peinado ya lo repitió, ¿eh? No se vale. Ese peinado ya lo repitió Amber. Por favor, Amber. ¿Se le acabó la imaginación o qué? Yo pensé que si hubiera hecho, ¿sabes qué le falta? Una colita de caballo, porque ella le tiene que hacer honor a los caballos. Entonces le falta la colita de caballo. Porque ese peinado ya lo repitió. Miren mi taza, miren qué bonita mi taza. Es de Cross Mountain, de aquí de Vancouver, ¿ya vieron? Hoy tocó esta. Yo creo que ella debería de peinarse más moderna. Anda peinada como para ir a la boda. Así que bueno, entonces hoy la jueza se está poniendo de acuerdo porque quiere que le traigan una caja de galletas danesas como las de la maestra Patty. Entonces dice, por favor, yo quiero, y ahí como tienen varios, miren, como tienen varias secciones, pues se van a repartir entre todos. A ti te tocan las de mantequilla, a ti te tocan las de azúcar, y así se van a repartir. Hoy se van a traer, hoy no van a pedir café, hoy van a pedir champurrado, porque pues ¿ya vieron cuánta gente había allá afuera? Otra vez la gente gorrona que quería, yo quiero, porque se corrió la voz, pero la jueza ya aprendió la lección y ya no les va a repartir. Ahorita nada más van a quedar champurrados con galletas de mantequilla.
Okay, thank you. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, have your seat.
Buenos días.
All right, your next witness.
Buenos días, Alegría.
We
Buenos
call
días,
Dr.
señor
Richard
Sol.
Gilbert.
Dr. Gilbert.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm
Claro,
to
es
testify
hoy, es hoy.
truthfully in this case under penalty of law?
¿Por qué no se escucha? ¿Qué será que no? ¿Por qué no escucho? A ver, déjenme ver por qué no escucho. ¿Será que no le puse aquí da? ¿Por qué soy tan da? Buenos días, señor.
Would you please state your name for the record?
¿Puede decir su nombre, por favor?
Stephen Gilbert.
Steven Gilbert.
And what is your occupation?
¿Cuál es su ocupación?
I am an orthopedic surgeon and I have a subspecialty training in surgery of the hand and upper extremity.
Es experto en cirugías de mano.
Dr. Gilbert, where do you work?
¿Dónde usted trabaja,
I
doctor?
currently work in New York and Long Island.
Trabajo en Nueva York, en Long Island.
And you mentioned you have a specialty. Can you
Usted
tell us a
mencionó
little
que
bit
tiene una
more
especialidad.
about what your specialty is?
¿Cuál es su especialidad?
So after medical school, I
Después de
trained
la
in
escuela de
orthopedic
medicina,
surgery and I did an orthopedic surgery residency. And for a year thereafter, I did a hand and upper extremity
Hizo muchas, bueno, es muy, ya saben aquí que él es,
and so my practice
su
for the past
práctica,
22 years has been limited to surgery of the hand, wrist, and elbow.
él es alguien especializado en manos.
May have gotten ahead of me there, but how long have you been practicing?
¿Cuánto tiempo usted ha practicado eso? Más de 20
What
años.
percentage of your practice over the past 22 years
22
has
años de
involved
práctica
surgery?
en cirugías de
Approximately
manos.
1/3 of my practice.
Son testigos de Johnny. Recuerden que son testigos de Johnny esta semana. Bueno, hoy le tocan a Johnny 7 horas y
Most of my
media.
practice entails some academic work, but mostly seeing patients in the office, seeing them either pre or post-operatively. A large portion of hand surgeons treat patients non-operatively.
La mayoría de sus cirugías son de mano.
Surgeries that you do, can
Déjenme
you
cambiar esto.
describe for us the types of surgeries that you will perform?
So again, I limit my practice to hand, wrist, and elbow. I would say approximately 75% or so.
Que él, la verdad,
to the hand itself.
su fuerte, vuelvo a lo mismo, solamente está diciendo pues que él es un experto en las manos, en codos, o sea, toda esta parte de aquí. Él está él está especializado pues también en fracturas.
Over the course of your 22 years
A lo largo de sus 22 años de
how many
carrera,
surgeries would you estimate you've performed?
¿cuántas cirugías usted ha más o menos
performed
hecho?
about 300 to 400 surgeries a
De
year.
300
so
a 400
rough estimate
cirugías.
would be approximately
Aproximadamente.
10,000, maybe a little less.
Muchas, miles.
Where are you currently licensed?
¿Dónde usted
In
está
New York.
normalmente usted con
And how long
licencia
have you
para
been
trabajar? En
licensed
Nueva
in
York.
New York?
Me gusta mucho la corbata
I've
que
been
trae Johnny hoy,
licensed in
está
New
bien
York
bonito el
since
color.
1994.
Desde
So that would be,
1994.
28 years.
And do you have any certifications?
¿Usted tiene certificación?
Yes.
Sí,
And can you tell
claro.
us about those?
Díganos por favor
I
de su
am
certificación.
board certified by the American Board of Orthopedic
Para
Surgery, and I
el
have a
border es como la,
certificate of
¿cómo se les dice en
qualifications in
español?
surgery of the hand
Es
from the
como
American
los
Society for
fregones que
Surgery of
están,
the
los
Hand.
cirujanos que están como en el,
When did you receive your board
¿cómo se dice? Como en la asociación.
2002.
And can you describe for us what current positions you hold?
Por favor, díganos cuál es su
I
posición
am
actualmente.
currently an assistant professor
Soy
of orthopedic surgery
asistente
at Northwell Health,
de
and I'm
del
also the
profesor.
president-elect of the New York Society for Surgery of the Hand.
Él está él está en
In
un
what
puesto muy
professional
fregón ahí en la
organizations are
Asociación
you a
de
member?
Cirujanos en Nueva York.
I'm a member of
Soy
multiple
miembro
orthopedic organizations,
de la
including
organización también
American Board of Orthopedic
del
Surgery,
American
the
Border, es que no sé cómo
American
explicarlo en
Association
español,
of Orthopedic Surgery,
como del
and
consejo,
the
hagan
American
de cuenta,
Society
de
for Surgery of the
cirujanos.
Hand, as well as the New York Society for Surgery of the Hand.
Have you published any articles in your
¿Usted ha
field?
publicado algún
Yes, I have.
artículo? Sí, también he publicado artículos.
Have you testified as an
¿Usted ha
expert before?
testificado como experto
Yes,
en
I have.
cortes? También.
Can you ballpark for us how many times?
Certainly less than 10 over the past 22 years.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd like
Su
to
señoría, en
offer
este
Dr.
momento me
Gilbert as an
gustaría
expert in the field of orthopedic surgery, specializing in the hand.
que, bueno, que tomen en cuenta el testimonio de este cirujano que es especialista en las manos, en las
Dr.
manos.
Gilbert, what work
Doctor,
were you asked to do in connection with this case?
¿Qué
So I was asked
se le
to
fue pedido
review,
acerca de hacer en este caso?
medical records, radiographs, pictures, as well as testimonies and depositions related to Mr. Duff's finger injury.
And to your understanding, what is Mr. Duff's explanation?
En su entendimiento, ¿cuál es la explicación que tiene
He
de lo que le
describes
pasó en la
that
manita?
He was in Australia and
En
his
Australia,
right hand was over the side of a bar.
su mano
when
estaba
a
saliendo así
vodka
del
bottle
bar,
was
así,
thrown at his hand,
y
injuring
se
his
le
right
fueron
middle finger.
aventadas unas botellas a su
And
mano.
he describes that the vodka bottle
Y él
exploded.
explica que fueron botellas de vodka que le explotaron en la mano.
Are you aware of other explanations for that injury?
There have been
Ustedes-
multiple other explanations, but I think the one that was brought out was by Ms. Hurd, who believed that Mr. Depp was holding a landline and of anger was punching it against the wall, and this resulted in his right middle finger.
Dice que pues él tenía otros datos
Based on your review of
basado en su
medical records,
revisión y
and
en
other
los
documents
récords que
in
usted
connection
revisó
with Mr. Depp's
médicos.
finger injury,
¿Cómo
How
se
would
hizo?
you describe
¿Cómo usted
the
describe
nature of the injury to Mr. Depp's finger?
que se le hizo, que se lastimó este
Well, the
dedito?
nature of the injury was he had what we describe as a comminuted fracture of
Él
the
tenía una
distal
fractura,
phalanx, meaning there was a fracture
es una
of the tip of the finger,
al
and comminuted
al
meaning that there
principio
were
del
multiple
dedito,
pieces. So this is some type of blunt force with a high mechanism of injury. He
esto es
also
como
sustained
un alto,
loss of the tissue
cuando
along
tú
the
pierdes
ulnar
así
side
como
of
que
the
la
finger
primera
towards the
parte de
little
tu
finger.
dedo,
And this appeared,
esto
based upon my review of the
aparece
pictures,
como
to be some type of sharp laceration because it represented a clean edges of the wound.
Can you take a look at
pues él está
Exhibit
no estoy
60?
segura entonces de quién es, déjenme ver de quién es este testigo, pero él es un cirujano, yo creo que es creo que es de Johnny, estoy segura, ahorita les
And Dr. Gilbert, are
les
you familiar with this
y si usted es familiar,
document?
está familiarizado con
Yes.
esta foto,
And what is it?
¿y qué es?
So these are two radiographs,
Estas
x-rays
son
of
dos
Mr.
radiografías,
Depp's
dos rayos
fingers,
X
finger,
del
his middle
dedo.
finger.
Okay. Sorry, just to stop you.
Dice,
but,
por favor,
Your Honor,
continúe.
we published this to the jury as a demonstrative.
Vámonos a
Any objection?
alguna objeción para que vean esta, no.
All right, we'll identify it as 60 page 3 and publish to the jury.
And Dr. Gilbert, sorry to
A ver,
cut you
vamos a
off there.
continuar, por favor,
Can you-
doctor.
Can you just tell the jury
Dígale, por favor, aquí al
what we're
jurado
looking at here in
So
this
we're looking
X-ray?
at
que
two x-rays of
son unos rayos
Mr.
X
Depp's right middle finger after the injury.
del dedo,
And
del
towards
dedo
the tip
del
of the
medio del
finger,
señor
there's
Depp,
a fracture,
donde se puede
again, what I
apreciar la
described as a
fractura,
comminuted fracture, meaning there are multiple pieces at the tip.
donde tiene
There's also a
múltiples
transverse component to the
piezas, como
fracture
que en
closer to the
el
joint.
inicio, como que se le floreó el dedo.
In your view, what types of mechanisms can cause this sort of injury?
¿Qué pudieran haber ocasionado
So this is
esto?
a
¿Cómo?
mechanism of injury that has high velocity or force, generally a crush type injury. A simple fall would not result in a comminuted fracture such as is seen in these x-rays.
Ay, sí, perdón, pero no le entendí.
Fracture. Can we just
¿Puede,
define
por
that
favor,
quickly for us?
describirnos
So again, comminuted, and it's not particular to a finger,
que no
is
es
a
algo que
medical
particularmente
term for
tiene que
a
ver con el
fracture that
dedo?
has multiple fragments.
Son diferentes fragmentos, como les digo, como que el dedo se le floreó.
In your opinion,
En
could
su
this
opinión,
injury have been sustained in the manner Mr. Depp described?
I do believe so.
que si él,
And
que si él le
how might
cree,
that work?
o sea,
How might a thrown vodka bottle produce an injury like
que
this?
si una botella de
So
vodka pudo haber,
which is a hard object,
dice
would
un
crush the tip
objeto
of the finger,
duro,
resulting
sí,
in the comminuted fracture.
que
And in addition, as the vodka bottle broke,
que cuando una
the,
botella se
glass would
rompe,
have lacerated the finger, resulting in the soft tissue loss that was also seen with this injury.
que sí parece, o sea, sí tiene
What's your assessment of
sí tiene
the description
lógica
of the
el
cause of the
cómo
injury
se
offered
lastimó el dedo
by
por
Ms. Heard?
por cómo el dedo lo tiene,
I think
pues.
that's highly unlikely.
And why is that?
¿Por qué es
Because
eso?
one, in general,
Porque en
when,
general,
an injury is caused by punching
una
against
lesión
a
es ocasionada por un
wall or hard
golpe
object.
o por
It
un
is
objeto.
extremely rare to see an injury to the tips of the fingers, which is seen with Mr. Depp's injury. Generally, you're holding something with
Dice,
a
normalmente
fist,
si tú estás agarrando
and
algo
that in general
así,
leads to injuries most commonly at the knuckles here,
el daño es más aquí
or
en los
fractures
nudos
of
de
the
la
metacarpal
mano,
or these
si
boxing
estás agarrando algo
fractures.
así.
Second most common
Y lo siguiente
after
más
those
común
would be
son los
injuries
nudos
to
de aquí de
these,
la
but
mano, o
as
sea,
you can
estos
see,
y
if you're
estos.
holding something and
Si estás agarrando
hitting
algo
against
así
something,
y lo
it
rompes,
is very unlikely
es
that
muy raro
the
que te
tips of the
lastimes
fingers will
aquí
be injured.
abajo de estos dedos.
In addition,
En adición de eso,
just taking into account the radiographs and the pictures of the injury, I would not believe that solely a blunt force against a wall would result in
dice que
soft
por el
tissue
tipo
loss.
de sangre tampoco concuerda que la cantidad de sangre que perdió
What other injuries, if any, would you
tengan
expect
como,
to see,
no tienen
on Mr.
correlación con
Depp's
haber
hand,
golpeado algo en la
if the
pared.
injury had occurred as
No
Ms.
se
Heard
puede.
described?
So if that were the cause of the injury,
Que
you would
si eso
certainly-
hubiera
that would
causado,
be
por
a
ejemplo,
dorsally
el
directed. So this is
daño,
a dorsal in the back of the hand,
que
as opposed to
sería
the palmar side. So if you're punching
que si
against
estás
something,
golpeando algo en la
you would
puerta,
certainly expect an injury
que
to the
tú
nail,
esperas
and those are always seen in those
una
type of
lesión aquí
injuries.
enfrente,
If there is an injury
pero
to
no
the
hay,
tip
no
of the
hay,
finger, which
no.
again I said is rare.
Él la
she would
tiene
see
acá
either
abajo,
loss of the
recuerden.
nail or blood underneath the nail called a
Y que tendrías
subunguentoma.
sangre abajo de las uñas.
In your review of the medical records, did you see any sign of anything like that?
None whatsoever.
Dice que si que si él había visto algo así antes, pues no.
In your view, is the injury? Can you explain to us exactly
Podría-
why you think the injury is consistent with Mr. Depp's description?
¿Podría decirnos por qué es consistente con la herida?
Again,
¿Cómo? O sea,
his hand, he
su
describes
mano-
his hand being held,
su mano al
over
estar
a marble bar,
de
which
esta
is
parte
a
en el bar,
firm, something firm,
cuando estás
unyielding, and the
recargado en
bottle
algo
hit
firme,
against the finger. So basically the finger was crushed, resulting in, again,
dice
what I described
básicamente
as a
el
pounding
dedo
fracture.
el dedo
And as
se
Mr. Depp
estampa
described, the bottle exploded,
con
so,
la botella cuando explota.
it's certainly reasonable that
Es
the
razonable
glass that exploded as well,
que cuando un vaso te
led to the
explota,
soft tissue loss along the ulnar aspect of his finger.
pues que se te va a lastimar el dedito así, porque, o sea, tiene
Now,
más
did you
lógica
observe
porque
the
como el dedito estaba
testimony
así,
of
pues le explotó y se
Dr.
lastimó
Richard
por
Moore?
acá.
Yes, I did.
And he testified about Mr. Depp's finger injury as well.
Correct.
Que si escuchó el testimonio
Did you
también de otro
agree
médico
with
que vino
Dr.
a,
Moore's
¿se acuerdan uno de Amber?
Certain parts of his testimony I did.
Dice, sí, escuché una parte de su
but not all
testimonio.
of it.
Focusing on the parts that well, first of all, why don't you tell us what you agree on?
Bueno, díganos en qué
Well, I
está usted de
agree
acuerdo
in terms
en
of
lo que
his
él dijo.
interpretation of the X-rays,
Dice, estoy de
saying that
estoy de
he had a
acuerdo en la
comedy
parte de los
fracture
rayos
and this
X,
was some
donde-
type of high force injury.
donde dijo que pues sí era una
What did you
era
disagree?
I disagree,
una lesión importante para
with several things that
cirugía.
he said. He first said that
Lo primero que él dijo fue
he does not believe
Él
that
no
the
creía
mechanism of injury could be
que ese
as
tipo
described
de
by Mr. Depp,
que ese
holding
tipo
the
de
hand,
lesión
on
hubiera
the side
sido
of a marble bar,
que
because he said it was all a palmar injury, and there was a palmar component to the injury.
que porque el
We're talking
otro
about the soft
doctor
tissue
dijo
loss,
que no
but
era
there's also a
posible,
dorsal, meaning the back of the finger.
que porque la parte
So
de
the
atrás
soft
del
tissue
dedo,
loss was actually, if you looked
cómo
at the
cortó
pictures
el
which were
dedo,
shown, when Dr. Moore
que el doctor Moore
testified,
dijo
the
que
injury goes like
que
this.
si la
So
la
it's
lesión
an
va
angled or
así
an
en sus
oblique type
deditos,
injury. And there's no way that
que no hay
anybody
manera
could determine whether or not it was a palmar directed force, meaning from the palm side, or a dorsally directed force.
que
But
no hay
certainly
manera
either
como,
are
o sea, que la parte de la palma de la mano, la parte de adelante de la mano, o sea
Anything
que
else come to
la
mind that you
explicación que dio el
disagree
otro doctor no conecta tanto con todo
Well, he
esto.
also described that this was well, he thought that this was a pinching or what he described as an avulsion type injury. And that's referring to the soft tissue loss.
Esa es la radiografía del dedito con chavadito de Johnny. Si pueden ver a la parte izquierda de la foto se le ve el dedo, como les dije, como está floreado porque se le hizo en varias partes y ahí es donde se le ve el
And
hueso.
generally, when you have an avulsion or a pinch type injury, you see a very irregular border to the skin. It's
Que cuando
pinched
ves
off, you can imagine, as opposed to something that's cleaner,
cuando ves el hueso
that would
muy
be
cerca de la
lacerated
piel,
by, let's just say, a piece of glass or a
que si
knife or
fue
whatever.
que te lo
And that's
cortas
more
con un
consistent with
cuchillo, con
pictures of
con
Mr.
un
Depp's
vidrio.
And we're using the term soft tissue loss.
Estamos aquí usando el término de suave de una manera como
Right, so
ligera en la que
there were
perdiste
two-
tu uña, tu
Two
dedo.
components to this injury, one, the fracture of the bone.
Dice, son dos
and
cosas
two,
aquí.
he had
Una es la
loss
fractura
of the soft
y
tissues,
la otra es
so that the bone was
cuando
exposed.
pierdes
So that
la parte del dedo.
amputated part that was found at the bar.
Son dos cosas diferentes.
Now, you were saying that Dr. Moore testified that this was an avulsion, and meaning a pinching injury, right?
Correct.
Why do you believe it's more likely that it was a laceration?
Well, again, in general,
Bueno, dice en
pinch type
general,
injury results
esto es
in
resultado de
one, much more damage to the remaining tissue, but the remaining tissue is usually very irregular. The borders are jagged, and that's not what was depicted in the pictures.
Dr. Moore also testified
el
that
doctor Moore
he thought
también
the
se
bottle
testificó
might not have sufficient
que
force
la
to cause the
botella no
injury.
tiene suficiente
Is that your
fuerza
understanding of his
como
testimony?
para hacerle eso al dedito con chavadito de
What's
Johnny.
your response to that?
¿Cuál es su respuesta a
I
eso?
certainly believe that vodka bottle that was thrown from a distance.
Dice, sí, yo
against the
perfectamente
hand
creo que
that
una
was
botella de
resting on the
vodka fue
mortar
lanzada
board was more
desde
than
la
sufficient,
distancia
force to result in this
para
fracture and
resultar,
soft tissue loss.
en esta fractura y en la pérdida del dedo.
Now, in looking at the medical records, and the
Dice, y viendo
pictures of
aquí
Mr.
los
Depp's
récords
hand,
médicos,
what was the condition of his nail?
¿cuál es la condición
There was no
de la
injury to the
uña?
nail.
Ay, perdón, no escuché.
And other than what you've already told us, how does that factor into your analysis, if at all?
¿Cuál es
The
su
fact that there was no
análisis de
injury to the
todo
nail.
esto?
Well, it makes it highly unlikely that the mechanism of injury described by Ms. Heard resulted in this injury, because you really would always see an injury to the nail and or nail bed.
Pues es que es difícil de creer el argumento, dice, pues,
Do you
porque
have any
de la señora
opinion
Amber,
regarding the
porque dice que
direction of the injury?
normalmente también la uña tiene, o sea, no le cree,
certainly
pues, en otras palabras, es
based
difícil
upon
de
a
creer lo
soft
que dijo
tissue
Amber de
loss.
cómo se
It's
lastimó Johnny.
an angled injury, or what we call medically an oblique injury, because a soft tissue loss is
Que
at an
porque cuando
angle.
tú pierdes la
So you
uña,
lost some of the tissue on the back of the finger,
y aquí
as
él
well as
está
the palm
lastimado
side,
por atrás de la
primarily
uña,
along the palm side, but
en la parte
other
de la
than
palma de la
that,
mano,
you can't make any assumptions.
que no puedes hacer
Unless you saw a videotape of
asunciones,
this injury, nobody could tell you definitively what the direction of the injury was.
que no se puede definir exactamente en qué dirección estaba el daño.
Dr. Moore also commented on the absence of fragments of
Que
broken
el doctor
glass
Moore
in
también
Mr.
dijo
Depp's
aquí que
injury.
la
Do you remember
falta
that?
Yes, I
de
do.
fragmentos de...
And how does the absence of glass fragments factor into your analysis?
It really doesn't. I've seen hundreds, if not probably at least 500 or more glass injuries.
Dice que él ha visto más de
I would
500
say probably the
casos
majority don't see
que se
glass
lastiman con vidrio,
in these injuries.
y que
It is much more common
es
to
muy
see
común, más
glass
común
embedded
ver
in the wounds when
que
you're
los
talking about very
vidrios
fine glass.
si
So
se
if,
encajan.
just say a wine glass would explode or something of that nature, where you get little tiny shards.
Que cuando,
But
por
in
ejemplo,
general, thick
los vidrios de
glass,
una
such as you see
botella
in a bottle
son
or,
más
or
son
pane of glass, you
duros
generally don't
que si los
see,
vasos de
because they
los vidrios de
break into
un
bigger
vaso
pieces
son
and you
más
generally don't see the glass, but,
más ligeritos, ¿no?
you certainly can, but it's not surprising that you don't.
Can you definitively state how this injury occurred?
No, nobody can definitively state.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Bueno, ya vimos, él es un experto. Ahora le van a preguntar
Good morning.
los de Johnny, los de Amber.
Now, you're being paid $1,000 an hour.
Usted ha sido pagado $1,000 por hora, ¿verdad? Correcto. Ay, $1,000 por
And you
hora.
agree, just to sum up how Mr. Moniz finished, you agree that
¿Usted está de acuerdo en
finger
que
injury could have been caused by any number of things?
un dedo puede ser
And you're not
lastimado por
offering
diferentes
an
números de
expert
cosas,
opinion on
¿correcto?
what you
Sí.
believe caused the finger injury, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware,
Y usted está,
you said a few times,
sabe,
Ms. Heard's account or Ms. Heard's explanation, right? You remember saying that?
Yes.
You're actually aware that Amber has said she doesn't know how he lost his finger. You're aware of that, right?
dice, usted estaba,
So when you were just talking about Ms. Heard's account or Ms. Heard's explanation, you're aware she's never actually given an explanation for how she thinks he lost his finger, correct?
No.
You're aware that Ms. Heard testified, and this
usted
is
está,
from your deposition, you're aware that she testified she doesn't know how he got his fingertip chopped off. You're aware of that, right?
permítame.
No, I'm not. I reviewed the records.
Dice, bueno, yo por los records,
One of the testimonies
uno de los
that
testimonios,
depositions that I reviewed, it was described that that potentially it was
potencialmente,
lost, when he was punching against the wall with a phone.
And on that, the last point there, I think we agree. Ms. Heard's testified.
que potencialmente, bueno, ella dice que
that she
se
saw him
golpeó
smash
el
the phone
dedo cuando
smithereens
estaba
to the
golpeando
wall.
la pared con el
You agree with
celular.
that, correct?
Correct.
But she doesn't know if that was what caused him to lose his finger. You agree with that, correct?
I agree. I cannot speak for her, but
Dice, yo no puedo hablar
Okay.
por ella, pero
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
chicos, buenos días a los que están aquí. Gracias por su paciencia. Ahorita estaba contestando un mensaje. Les pido a las personas que ya estén aquí, que somos casi 2,000 personas esta mañana de jueves, si me regalan su like, porque es una forma de saber que
Dr. Gilbert,
el caso
you gave a deposition
ya
in this
empezó y para
case
que
on
más
March
personas se den
17th,
cuenta que
correct?
estamos en vivo.
Correct.
Dejen su like,
You were under oath in that
gracias.
deposition, you swore to tell the truth, correct?
Correct.
Okay, if you could turn to page
Por
61,
favor, vámonos a la
please.
siguiente página. Le voy a enseñar aquí algo.
You see there are four pages per
Aquí
page of
tenemos
paper.
4 páginas. Gracias.
It's on page 16 of the
Vámonos
document.
en la página, en la siguiente.
Okay.
Okay, in line 9, you're asked a question, and then
Aquí,
Amber's response to
la
that
respuesta de
question,
Amber
that's the
fue,
line 9. Can you read that,
¿puede
please?
por favor releer
Answer,
esa
I do
respuesta?
not know.
Dice, yo
I
no
did
sé.
not see his finger go off.
Yo no,
Question, and Dr. Gilbert, are you aware that Amber did not see Mr. Depp's finger go off?
usted sabe que
Answer,
Amber
I
no
mean,
le vio el
I'm aware
dedo
that-
a
I'm
Johnny
aware from reading-
cuando se le cayó, cuando
I
se le
am from
rompió.
reading this. I'm aware of the mechanism that she claimed would cause the finger injury.
Ella nada más
Question,
estaba
but have you read
estaba
anything so
atenta
far
a
that
que el
indicates
dedo
she
se le
doesn't
lastimó,
know
pero
how
ella
the
dice que
finger
nunca vio la
injury
parte
happened?
que se le
Answer,
rompió, que se le cayó
so
del
far,
dedo a
from what
Johnny.
I'm reading here, yes. Did I read that right?
Y usted aquí
Yes.
respondió que
And
sí. Que
You've heard no testimony in this trial from Ms. Heard that the finger injury was definitively caused by the phone, that she doesn't know, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree that the fingernail was uninjured. You said that, right?
Correct.
And the nail bed was uninjured,
Correct.
correct?
Dice, usted aquí testificó que su dedo estaba lastimado y que también su mano, su uña estaba lastimada, que ya había
It was not
testificado delante.
isolated to the pulp, no.
But it didn't injure the fingernail. That's my
Correct.
Dice, pero no lastimó
And
la
under
uña.
Mr. Depp's alleged theory, Amber threw a vodka bottle at him from 10 feet away or so,
Que
right?
Amber
And you
aventó una
testified you have no
botella
way to
de como de
determine
10
the
pies,
angle that the bottle was coming from,
Correct.
right? But she threw it on a downward trajectory.
que
correct? She
ella
didn't-
aventó
there's
la
no
botella
allegation, you've never read anything that she somehow underhanded it so it came up to his finger, right?
y
Correct.
que vino a
And there's
su
no way
dedo,
to tell us, you
¿correcto?
testified what exact direction it came from, right?
Correct.
And the glass exploded, but you've already testified there was no glass in the wound, right?
Dice, el vidrio
Correct.
explotó,
And
pero
that
usted
hasn't
está
read any
viendo aquí
record
que
of
no
that
había
in
ningún
medical
que no había
records,
ningún
correct?
vidrio en
Correct.
el
You also
como
haven't read
como
anything about there being
en
cuts
la
on the
parte de
rest
su
of his
dedo.
hand, right?
Correct.
No había
There
ningún
was no
no
glass
había
found anywhere on
no
the rest of
había
his
ningún
hand.
tipo de
Correct.
vidrio ahí
No bruising or injury on any other part
atorado.
of his hand other than the tip of his middle finger.
Correct.
And somehow,
De alguna
under Mr.
forma,
Depp's theory, that bottle hit the bar
esa botella
and his fingers,
golpeó el bar
but
y
didn't
sus
damage the
dedos.
fingernail while it amputated
Está
the
leyendo
area
una
under the nail.
declaración que se dio antes, ¿eh?
Correct?
Correct.
And your explanation of
Su
that
explicación a eso
is that you believe that his hand must have moved
su
at some
mano
point during
debió
the
de
course
haberse
of the injury.
movido.
Isn't that correct?
No,
¿No es
I said it
correcto?
could have, but
Yo
I
dije
did not
podría
say that
haber,
it did.
pero
No, you believe that it did.
pero
don't
usted
you?
cree que se movió.
I said that it likely did, but I was not there. and
Dice,
I
yo no
don't have
estaba ahí, yo
videotape
nada más
of the
dije que se
injuries.
pudo haber movido,
I
pero
can't determine
yo no
that.
yo no puedo determinar eso.
Well, let's turn to page 25.
Vámonos a
of
la
your
siguiente
deposition,
página.
please, on page 7.
Sorry,
Page
page.
25 and 26, so it's page 7 of the document.
Okay.
Sorry if I was unclear on that.
No problem. I'm there.
Okay. Line 18, question, and to be clear, by quote, sitting in that position, you mean hand down.
Aquí
almost
dice,
side
sentado en esa
down.
posición con la mano
Answer,
abajo.
That's what he claimed.
Eso es lo que él
according to the
dijo.
history, yes. Question, and would
Pregunta.
it matter if Mr. Depp's hand was palmar side down? Answer, not really, because it really, and I discussed this, it really just depends upon the angle.
Que la mano
at
de
which
él
the
no estaba
injury
boca
occurred.
abajo. Dice, no
And
puedo
as
saber,
well,
no puedo discutir
you
eso
can't
porque
determine if his hand had moved
porque no se
at
puede
some
determinar
point
si su
during the
mano se
course of the
movió.
injury, which I believe it probably did.
Porque yo lo
which I
que
didn't
creo
get
es que
into in my note
probablemente
here,
sí se
but
movió.
Question, and why do you
Pregunta,
believe that?
¿y por qué
Have you
usted
read
cree eso?
anything in any of the materials to suggest that? Answer, no. Just that if it completely hit on the back of the finger, then he would have had a nail bed injury, which he did
Que
not.
si se hubiera lastimado la parte
read
de
that
atrás
right?
de la
Correct.
mano,
That was
él hubiera
testimony you
tenido
gave
una
under oath a month or
lesión
two
en la
ago,
uña
right?
y eso hubiera determinado.
So even though you have never read anything that suggests Mr. Depp's hand moved, his hand moving is the only way
Que la manera en la que
fit
se
your
pudo haber
testimony
lastimado de esa forma es
into
porque
what
su
Mr.
mano
Depp
estaba
wants you to
moviéndose.
testify to about how the injury occurred, isn't it?
No, that's incorrect.
Dice, no,
Okay,
eso es
that's what you
incorrecto.
testified to, that
Dice,
if-
usted
if his hand
testificó
hadn't
eso, ¿no?
moved, that there would be a nail bed injury,
Que,
correct?
que
That
debía...
is incorrect. That's
Eso
not
es
what I
incorrecto, eso
testified.
no fue lo
It's
que
not what
quise
Dr.
decir.
Gilbert- There's another
Dice,
explanation
pero aquí hay otra
for how
explicación
Mr. Depp somehow suffered an injury
de cómo el señor
didn't
Depp
injure
tuvo...
his nail one bit, but injured underneath the nail. And that explanation
Que
is
porque
that it
como no
didn't
tiene una,
happen how
no tiene
Mr.
una
Depp
lesión en
says
la
it did,
uña, que si
correct?
se hubiera lastimado por atrás es lo que le está
I
tratando de
cannot
decir
make
el
that
abogado.
assumption, nor can you.
No
Él se
further
hubiera
questions.
lastimado la
All right,
uña, pero lo que
redirect.
está diciendo el que está interrogando, al que están interrogando es que de la forma en la que se lastimó el dedo es que él piensa que se pudo haber movido
Dr.
la
Gilbert,
mano
just
o
very
estuviera en
briefly,
movimiento la mano para poder
The
llegar a
absence
eso.
of other
Ya ven que los
cuts on
abogados de
Mr.
Amber
Depp's
siempre
hand.
quieren tratar
How do you
todo
factor that into your analysis?
como con diferente contexto para hacerlos.
You certainly can see an isolated finger injury with any type of injury, and I would say any other host of mechanisms of injuries.
Dice cualquier otro
you'd
tipo de
more likely
mecanismo.
see other. So again, if you're, I'm just using this as an example. If you're punching against a wall, you would more likely see
Que
multiple injuries to multiple fingers.
Que si tú hubieras
Really just
golpeado
depends
algo en
upon
contra de la
how,
pared, no nada más se
or
te hubiera lastimado
how the-
un dedo, que se ven otros dedos también
mechanism of the
lastimados.
injury, impacted the hand
El
at
impacto
that
de la
point in time.
mano es como
Ms.
más,
Heard's counsel made
tiene
a
más
point of
consecuencias, no nada más en
emphasizing
un dedo.
that there were no bruises or other injuries on the hand.
Dice, pero
right?
usted no vio ningún otro
And
morete o
how
otras,
does that
nada más
fact,
en las otras, en la
affect your
mano,
analysis
¿no?
at
En
all?
otra parte de la mano, no.
Well, it doesn't discount anything, but it certainly makes other potential causes of injury more unlikely, meaning punching against the wall or getting the hand slammed in a
Que si tú
door or
golpeas algo con la fuerza o que te lastimas la mano, te la golpeas
And
con
your
algo.
discussion of Ms. Heard's explanation of the alternative cause of the injury.
Que las explicaciones
Was
que
that
dio la
based on
señora
anything
Amber
other than
acerca
Ms.
de
Heard's
cómo se
statements?
lastimó Johnny
No. No
están
further questions.
como
All right, thank you.
que si él pues
Doctor, you can have a seat
las
in the courtroom
avala,
when you're
las
free to go.
cree, o sea,
Thank you.
no.
You can just leave it there. That's fine. Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor.
All right. Your next witness.
Siguiente, por favor, testigo. Gracias.
Plaintiff rests, Your Honor.
All right. Plaintiff rests the rebuttal case. All right. Defendant counter plaintiff rebuttal case. Sure.
Muchachos, gracias a todos los que están aquí conmigo. Acuérdense que yo primero tengo que despertar, aguántenme para que yo empiece a agarrar velocidad en esto. Estoy en mi primer toma de café. Bienvenidos a todos. Somos más de 1900 personas ahorita en vivo. Les doy la más cordial bienvenida a todos los que se conectan, que están ya tienen semanas aquí conmigo en esta traducción. Espero que también sean generosos y me hayan ya dejado sus likes. Y los que son nuevos y no hayan estado todavía inscritos en esta clase, pues que también pues se puedan suscribir a esta clase, que se puedan suscribir a este canal, pues de esa forma ustedes también ya saben que me apoyan. Tenemos ahorita, somos 32,169 suscriptores, así que vamos poco a poquito, un día a la vez y podemos llegar a los 33,000. ¿Qué les parece? Si ustedes me apoyan, pues llegamos a ese número. Gracias a todos. O sea, el doctor que fue a testificar a favor de Johnny, pues él simplemente está diciendo que sí, que tiene él los elementos médicos que se necesitan para darse cuenta que la mano, de la forma en la que el dedo y el hueso y la uña, o sea, la uña no se lastimó, pero como el dedo se floreó y como el hueso estaba pegando con la piel, se lastimó, es porque un objeto fuerte, o sea, pesado, como por eso dice hard, le lastimó el dedo, porque si se hubiera golpeado él, como ella decía, que golpeó la pared con el celular, con el puño cerrado así, que estrelló supuestamente el celular, pues el daño hubiera sido en los nudillos de la mano, ¿no? Que no tendría nada que estar aquí. Así que, ¿cómo ven? Estamos ahorita tratando de desestimar, creo, en el día de hoy, los testimonios de los que vinieron aquí a decir cosas por parte de Amber, y de desestimar también lo que Amber dijo en su propio testimonio. Así que vamos viendo cómo fluye el día. Apenas va empezando, son las 6:35 de la mañana aquí en Vancouver. Y pues esperemos que este caso hoy quede un poquito más a favor de Johnny, porque desde ayer las cosas se balancearon más hacia Johnny. Y pues han salido muchos memes. Estoy muy chistosa viendo todo. Bueno, estoy contenta viendo todos los memes que ustedes también están mandando, tenemos un grupo de Telegram. Si alguien quiere incluirse en el grupo de Telegram, por favor, alguien que pueda pasar aquí la liga para que las personas que se quieran integrar a ver esos memes y a cotorrear, sobre todo a cotorrear. Así que ahí les encargo, gracias. Estamos el día de hoy, mañana también vamos a tener juicio. Yo pensé que mañana no, normalmente los viernes no tenemos. Los viernes descansamos, en las mañanas no nos levantamos a las 5 de la mañana, pero la jueza dice que la jueza lo que quiere es ya acabar con este rollo porque ella ya se quiere ir a las Bahamas. Johnny le va a prestar la isla y su avión privado para que se vaya a ella. También me lo deberían de prestar a mí una semanita. Johnny. Hey, Johnny. Bueno, el caso es de que la mayoría de los testigos que vamos a ver hoy son de Johnny porque todavía su equipo de abogados tienen 7 horas y media para proveer las pruebas que ellos quieran. Así que es sorpresa también para nosotros a quienes llaman a declarar. Tampoco nosotros sabemos. Así que si me preguntan que si va a declarar su tanito, la verdad no sabemos. No tenemos así como que el memorándum, ¿verdad? Pero pues iremos viendo sobre la marcha. Va a ser un día largo. Así que pues les agradezco su permanencia voluntaria y a los que están en sus casas haciendo pues no sé, a los que están en sus casas haciendo el desayuno, la cena por allá en Europa, a los que van saliendo de trabajar, a los que van en el coche, a los que están acostaditos en su cama, viendo del celular o del iPad, a los que están acostados ya en el sillón, a los que están trabajando con un ojo al gato y otro al garabato, a las personas que pues están aquí tratando de hacer multitask mientras están en sus negocios y escuchando esto en los momentos que no tienen clientes. Gracias por dedicarse a ver este juicio. Está muy interesante. Ok, por favor, vámonos aquí, señor. Otro testigo. Está llena la sala. Hoy hay más gente, ¿se fijan? Hoy hay más gente en la sala, hay más mitoteros. Miren. ¿Puede usted, por favor, levantar su mano? ¿Jura decir la verdad y nada más que la verdad? Sí, señora jueza. Vamos a ver. Buenos días, alegría. Buenos días, señor. ¿Su nombre? ¿Puede decirnos su educación, por favor? Es computador experto, es ciencia. Él es un forense en la computación. ¿Dónde usted está? Estoy empleado por iDiscovery Solutions. Yo soy manager, porque como que cuando habla como que baila. ¿Se fijan cómo baila cuando contesta? Él hace análisis de data, como lo que vino a hacer ayer, el otro forense de computación, de sistemas, también. Baila, mira. Se mueve la silla.
How many years of experience do you have in computer forensics investigation?
I've worked in the industry for 20 years.
Él ha trabajado en la industria por 20 años.
That experience to the jury?
¿Cuánta experiencia tiene con
creating and implementing data preservation and collection strategies?
Él tiene mucha
extracting data from collections as well as analysis and metadata analysis.
Tiene experiencia en análisis, en muchas cosas acá bien fregón. Es bien acá, bien
This would be any type of material that stores digital evidence. An iPhone, an iPad,
en iPhones,
tablet,
en iPads, en todos.
laptop, a cloud
En laptops,
account, your Gmail account, anything that has digital evidence.
todo lo que tenga que ver con data. Él es un perrón en su materia.
Yes, I'm published on data preservation and collection and analysis strategies.
En
Have you ever
análisis
given any trainings or presentations to other individuals in the e-discovery area?
Yes, I have. I do trainings and presentations.
Que tiene, pues sí, él es testigo de Amber, dice, no sé de quién es testigo.
What, if any, professional certifications do you have?
¿Qué tipo de certificaciones tiene usted?
GCFE, that's the GX Certified Forensic Examiner.
Es un forense examinador, tiene licencia, lo que no tenía ayer el de Johnny. ¿Recuerdan que el de Johnny ayer le estaban haciendo bullying porque no tenía certificaciones? Este sí tiene. Que tienes que pasar un examen con cierto grado para poderte, pues así.
Do you belong to any professional organizations?
I do. I'm a member of
¿Usted es miembro de alguna organización? Yo soy miembro de una organización.
Is a group of legal professionals,
Él es
judges, and
él está
technologists, and we
en
discuss the
cuestiones legales
intersection of
también.
law and
Él es
technology
miembro
and
de muchas
technology
cosas
issues in the
ICCs.
legal community.
Have you previously served as an expert witness?
Usted
Yes, I
también ha
have.
sido experto
And when
testigo
did you first
en
serve
las
as an expert
cortes. Sí,
witness?
también.
I believe that would have been around 2009 was
Creo
the
que
first
desde el
time I served.
2009.
Have you previously been qualified as an expert witness in the field of computer forensics?
Usted también ha
Yes, I
sido
have.
calificado
I've
como
been
testigo en
qualified
la onda
probably
forense de
a half
las
dozen to a dozen
computaciones, sí.
times in both federal and state court, including this court.
Y que también en cortes federales,
And
incluyendo
has a
esta
court ever
corte.
declined to qualify you as an expert witness?
No, they have not.
Your Honor, I offer Julian Acker as an expert in the field of
Es
computer
un,
forensics.
es un experto, su señoría, en el área de acá de las...
Ackert, A-C-K-E-R-T.
¿Él es testigo de Amber? Ok, es testigo de Amber. No sabemos hasta que están
Mr.
hablando.
Acker, what is forensic imaging?
Forensic imaging is the
¿Qué
process
son las
of
forencias
capturing the
de
data
las
on a
imágenes?
digital device in a forensically sound manner.
And how is a forensic copy created?
¿Cómo se
Using
crean
specialized
las
software that's
copias
available to
forenses?
forensic investigators, we're able to collect the data from devices.
Que
and
se
that software
colectan
may
las
vary
datas de
depending on the
los
device, like a
celulares,
phone
de los
or a laptop.
o de una
What
laptop.
type of information does a forensic image collect?
It's meant to really collect everything on the device.
Se
So, for
colecta
example,
todo
on a
lo que tiene
laptop,
que ver
it's gonna
con el
collect your
aparato.
documents, your emails, your
Tus
photographs,
emails,
your
tus
documents like
tus
Excel
documentos,
spreadsheets, PDF files,
los,
any
todos los
applications that you
PDF files,
ran, the history of what you've opened or
la
looked at on the
historia,
laptop,
el
as
historial
well
de
as
tu
all
laptop,
of
o
the
sea,
metadata
todo lo
from
que
these
tú haces
different types
desde que
of
agarras un
electronically
celular,
stored
todo te lo
information
checan
files.
ellos.
And does any other information accompany that information that's collected?
¿Alguna otra
Typically with
información es
forensic imaging, you're also
recolectada?
going to get log
Sí,
files. Log files are files that help you validate the forensic image and
los,
verify
los,
that it is a forensically
los,
sound
¿cómo se
data
llama?
collection.
And how do log files enable you
¿Cómo
to
se
do
dice
that?
log files?
Log files list information within the files. Sometimes they're even
Los,
embedded within the images themselves, but they
las
provide
imágenes que
verification
tú, o sea,
information
te
that allows
checan
you
todo
to
lo que está, los
authenticate the
files,
image and the
los,
data on the image.
todo lo que tenga que ver,
What is the
data con
purpose of
imágenes, todo
creating a
ellos
forensic
están ahí
image of
bien
devices
pendientes,
or
ellos se
data?
checan.
In order to extract and analyze data
Sí, él viene
forensically
como
for the
testigo de
courts, you
Amber.
need to create a forensic image of the data first and gather the data from the forensic image.
And what, if any, specific types of data are collected
¿Qué
in
tipo
that
de,
image
de data,
extraction?
de
It's
data
going to be any type of
específicamente se
data that
recolecta?
comes from the image, whether you're extracting photographs or
Cuando
documents or spreadsheets or anything of that nature.
todo lo que tenga que ver con fotografías, imágenes, todo.
Do you recall Mr. Neumeister mentioning the term hashing yesterday?
¿Usted
I do.
escuchó ayer
What
el
is that?
término hashing ayer?
Hashing is essentially a
Hashing,
digital fingerprint of a file. It's an evaluation of the binary ones and zeros or how the file is stored on a hard drive. And it examines
es como
the
cómo
ones
se
and zeros
evalúa
in a
una
manner
foto,
that
cómo se
gives every
guarda en
file
la,
a
como en la
digital fingerprint,
memoria
essentially, and identifies the uniqueness of the file.
y se identifica
And
como
what, if
único
any,
en los
applicability does
archivos.
hashing have to the visual appearance of data?
Hashing has nothing to do with the visual appearance.
Dice, los
For
hashes no
example, if
tienen
I
nada
had
que
a
ver con la
Word document
apariencia.
that I printed and then saved, therefore I haven't visually changed
Que
the
yo
Word document.
yo lo
The
imprimo
metadata
y
of
lo
that Word
guardo,
document indicating that I printed it
que si
would
yo
be
lo
different, and
imprimo,
therefore that Word document would not hash to the version that I used before printing.
que esa es, cuando
Can
tú
you
lo
give
imprimes
any
como que no va a
examples of
guardar
digital
la,
photographs that
no sé
visually
si
appear
estoy
the
entendiendo
same,
bien,
not
pero
hashed?
como que cuando
I
imprimes
believe
algo
Mr.
no va a
Neumeister
guardar
included
los
3 of
cambios
those
que
in his
haces. Cuando lo
demonstratives
imprimes como que
yesterday,
se
3
imprime sin los
side-by-side
cambios que tú le
photographs
hiciste
that
previamente en
looked
la,
visually the
en el
same but did
celular
not
o en la
hash.
computadora, no
It
sé.
made sense that they wouldn't hash. Each of them had different file sizes. And a file
Son
size can
diferentes,
change for a photograph depending
diferentes
on what you do with
tamaños
the
de
photograph.
archivos,
So for
las
example, maybe you
fotografías
want to
y
take that photograph and email it to
si quieres
somebody
tomar
on the
una
phone.
fotografía
You choose to
y
use a
tú,
small,
y tú
medium, or
puedes
large
escoger
or
si lo
different
mandas el
size
archivo
that the
en,
photograph
en
would be.
mediano,
When you send that
grande,
email with that photograph, you change
chico,
the hash value because you've changed the ones and
que
zeros
tú puedes
because you've changed
cambiarlo,
the size
puedes
of the
alterar
photograph.
el tamaño de lo que tú envías, ¿no? Por
And
archivos.
what, if anything, do you recall from Mr. Neumeister's testimony regarding photos 3?
¿Qué recuerda usted ayer del
Mr.
testimonio?
Neumeister was concerned about a particular metadata field, EXIF metadata, which there's 2 types of metadata
Dice
for
que
files. There's the embedded metadata, which is what we're discussing here, the EXIF metadata, and external metadata. Mr. Neumeister was concerned with
que ayer
embedded
el experto que estaba
indicated
hablando
that
ayer estaba
the
él como
software
preocupado
version that the
de
file
que el
last ran
software
through was Photos.
de las fotos
What
había
is
sido
Photos 3.0?
alternado,
Photos is actually the software application that's
que
built
la
into
aplicación
the
de los
Apple
softwares
Macintosh operating
de
system
los
for laptops.
Macintosh,
This is the application that launches by default when you're on an Apple computer and use Photos.
What are the capabilities of Photos 3.0?
There's multiple capabilities for it.
Dice
You can, for example, create an album with it.
que cuando puedes crear un álbum de las fotos, cuando puedes organizar de dónde las traes o dónde las guardas o dónde las pones, o sea,
You mentioned metadata earlier. What is that?
Metadata is
¿qué es la
information
metadata?
for example, with a document, it could be when was the document created,
Cuando un
or
documento
last
es creado,
saved, or who saved it, who was the
¿quién lo
author of the
guardó?
document.
Y
For photographs, metadata
para
includes
las
information
fotografías
that
es lo
you've
mismo.
seen on demonstratives before, including when was the image taken, what kind of phone took the
¿Qué
image,
tipo de
what
font
software was
tienes? ¿Qué
originally
tipo de
used for that
software
image.
manejas?
Any type of information inside the photograph, the EXIF data that you've heard is metadata.
Did you form any opinions in response to Mr. Neumeister's testimony?
¿Usted tiene
regarding
alguna
Photos 3.0
opinión acerca del
appearing in the
testimonio
software
de ayer
exit metadata
del que vino a
Yes, I
declarar?
did.
Dice, sí, yo
And
la
what are
tengo.
those?
Díganos.
My opinion is that
Mi opinión es
for
que
each of the photos that
por
he
cada una de las
identified,
fotos
for
que
all
él
but
estuvo
one in his demonstrative, I actually
en su
found the
demostración,
equivalent original photo that did not have photos in the EXIF metadata. In other words, those are the photos that he was indicated he would have expected to see the iOS or the phone.
esas son las fotos
software
donde él
version on
esperaba
those
ver
photos.
como que el ICO, no sé
How
cómo
do
se
you
llama.
know it is an original version
¿Cómo
of the
sabe usted
photograph?
que fue una
Well,
versión original?
This is a little bit dependent on the Apple
Es que esto es dependiendo
Amber uses
de la
Apple
Apple,
devices.
del sistema
Those
del Apple.
devices, by
Los-
definition of how Apple works,
Los
synchronize their
teléfonos o
information
las
from device
cosas
to
estas están
device.
definidas.
So, for example, if you take a
Por ejemplo, si
photo on
tú
your
tomas una foto
phone, you
con un,
see that same photo on your tablet or your iPad
que si
or
tú,
your
por ejemplo,
iPod
tomas una foto, tú
or
vas a
even
ver la
your
misma
MacBook.
foto, el
And that's
mismo
all because
estilo de
of user
foto en el iPhone,
experience.
en el
Apple
iPad,
wants you
en
to
la
be able
computadora,
to
que todo
see
tenga
and
que ver con el
visually
mismo
have the
software,
same
con el
experience on
iPhone,
all your
con
devices.
Apple.
So
Pero
the
si tú,
photo that was originally taken
si la foto es
traverses
originalmente
or
tomada
gets synchronized to other devices
por
by
otro tipo
design of
de
Apple.
aparato
And
que no
that
es iPhone,
synchronization process does not affect the metadata that we're talking about here, which is the embedded metadata.
¿sí me entiende? ¿Me estoy
When you say
entendiendo
that
o
a
no?
version of iOS software was listed in the software exit metadata field, what does that mean?
That means that the photo was not saved
Que
using
la
the
foto no fue
Photos
salvada,
application.
no fue guardada.
And what, if any, data sets did you use to come to that conclusion?
¿Qué,
I used
qué,
all of the
qué tipo de
datasets
data,
that I
de data
collected or
usted
were
llegó para
collected
llegar a esa
for,
conclusión? ¿No?
Amber, including mobile devices, tablets, laptops, etc.
Michelle, can you please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1671?
Michelita, por favor, danos por favor aquí la imagen.
Do you recognize this chart?
¿Usted reconoce esto?
I do.
Sí, yo lo
What is it?
reconozco. ¿Qué es?
Without yet saying what it
Sin decir
contains, just
qué es,
generally, what is it?
solamente
This
díganos
is a
qué es.
chart I created as part of my report.
Que es
Your
algo
Honor,
que él hizo
permission
que
to
es parte de
publish
su
Defendant
reporte.
671 is a demonstrative.
Any objection?
¿Alguna
No objection, Your
objeción?
Honor.
All right. It'll be published as a demonstrative.
Ahora se va a publicar para todos, vean.
Mr. Acker, can you please describe in more detail
Por favor,
what the
¿puede
information
describirnos
in
más
this chart- Michelle, can you
detalladamente
just stay
qué
at the top
significa esto?
for a quick second? A little further up.
Más adelante, Michelita, gracias.
Great.
Thank you. This chart represents
Esto
for each of the
representa,
items in Neumeister's report,
este
which
es un
his demonstrative
reporte
was based on, the
basado
page
en
number of the item on his report and the items that I found on
que los
Ms. Heard's
elementos que
devices
yo
that did
encontré
not indicate
que
the
no me
software
indican el software,
metadata field showing photos. Rather, they indicated that they were the original software metadata field.
que
of iOS.
ellos indican
And
aquí
do you
que
see the
el,
second column titled Neumeister Report Date Captured?
Yes, I do.
The information in that column mean?
a ver, ¿qué
This is
significa
the
esta
date-time
información en esta
metadata of the
columna?
particular photo on Neumeister's report. So, for example,
Por ejemplo,
the first row, 23, the date time captured, or
que
the date
ahí
captured
se
is
registra el día que
December
se tomó la
16th, 2015.
foto.
The second row,
La
24, you see
segunda
that the date time is May 21st,
dice
2016.
mayo 21.
Third row,
La
May
tercera, el
21st,
tercer,
2016. Fourth row, May 21st, 2016.
aquí, o sea,
Can you
vienen como
scroll
que
to the
los
next page,
datos.
please, Michelle? please continue for the items on this page.
The top row of this page, the one that came from Neumeister's report, page 30, shows December 16th, 2016.
Dice
And
aquí,
then
dice
finally,
diciembre
32
16 del
shows March
2016.
23rd, 2013.
Ahí están hablando de las fechas que se tomaron
Do you see,
fotos.
can you scroll back to the top, please,
Por favor,
Michelle?
¿podemos
Do you
irnos al
see
principio,
the,
Michelita?
all the way to the top, I'm sorry.
Ahí, por favor. Ahí,
The
Michelita.
right-hand column.
Ahí en la
of this
columna de
chart.
la derecha.
Yes, I do.
And where
Puede-
it says
¿qué
device
es-
ID and file name.
Yes.
Can you please explain what
Por
the
favor, ¿puede
information in that
explicarnos
column
qué
means for
significa?
each of the items identified from Mr. Neumeister's demonstrative?
So these are the evidence IDs.
Estas son las evidencias,
ID value I give
las
to a
las
particular piece
evaluaciones
of data that I collect, for example, a
de
phone
la
or a
data que yo
laptop.
colecté. Por
And the
ejemplo,
matching file name found on that evidence ID that
Es-
indicated the original version of this same
esa
photograph
indica la versión
that did
original
not show
y no-
photos in the software metadata
y
and
que
rather
no,
showed the
no
iOS
muestra.
version in the metadata.
And what do the little A's followed by numbers back up? What does that mean?
¿Qué significan
Those
los
are
números?
evidence IDs. Anything with an A number is the evidence ID of an actual device collected.
Es de donde
Anything
se
that starts with a
colectó
backup
las
and followed by
evidencias de
another
los
number is an
celulares.
iTunes backup.
Si alguien
So
nos
what
quiere
is- and
explicar un
what
poquito qué está diciendo
items in
este
this
señor, porque
right-hand
bueno, está hablando con
column,
términos, ya saben, así
based
medios
on the
tecnológicos,
coding you have here
Pero-
are iTunes backups.
Only the ones that start with the word
solo
backup.
unos
Even
que
the ones that start with an A number
empiezan-
are actually an iTunes or an iOS backup in iCloud. So
que,
your phone
que
can
aquí
actually be
vienen las
backed up
como
to
que los
iCloud,
iTunes,
and
el
those are coming
iCloud
from an
y,
iOS backup in iCloud.
y como que
Everything else
están
is coming from
respaldados, pues se
actual
guardan en
physical
esas
device.
iCloud.
Can you just take this down for a second, Michelle, and pull up 1675, please? Defendant 1675.
Vámonos a la siguiente, por favor.
And do you recognize this chart, Mr. Eck?
¿Usted reconoce esto?
Yes, I do.
Sí, yo lo
Without yet
reconozco.
getting into the contents, can you please describe generally what it is?
¿Qué es?
This is a chart that I prepared as a summary of
Esto
my
es,
findings.
esto es lo que yo preparé como
Permission
para
to publish defendant 1675 is a demonstrative, Your Honor.
su señor. Objeción.
All
No
right,
objeción.
1675, we published this demonstrative.
Can you please describe in more detail what the
Por
three
favor, ¿nos
columns
puede
you
decir
can
qué
see
es
in this chart
esto?
represent?
Sure, this starts to give some detail.
Esto
about
aquí
the
te empieza a dar
particular
más
evidence
detalles.
ID. So for example, A001 was an iPhone X of Amber's that was collected. A002 was an iPad of Amber's collected. A11, 12, and 13, slightly down, are 3 different laptops that were collected for Amber.
And do you see the IDS evidence number column?
Yes, I do.
Do you see the source type column
Yes, I do.
and the source details column?
Yes, I do.
Can you please describe what those
Por
columns
favor,
mean?
¿puede describirnos lo que significa? Está describiendo cosas que él es un reporte que él hizo y está ahorita pues describiendo todo lo que está, los detalles de las evidencias que ellos como recolectan, ¿no?
And Michelle, can you please do a side-by-side of 1675 and 1671?
Dice, este señor quiere decir que las imágenes se guardan, que las imágenes guardan una serie de datos que se llaman datos exit y dice que si es original
Thank you.
copia se ha aplicado
So, Mr.
algún
Acker,
problema
can
de
you please
retoque.
describe the relationship between these two demonstrative exhibits?
iPhone utiliza su propio programa y tiene sus propios datos, sí.
The one on the left, you can see in the 4th column the different evidence IDs.
Hay
where
diferentes
I
evidencias
identified
aquí
the original versions of those same
de
pictures
las,
that Mr.
de las
Neumeister
fotos
had,
originales que
specifically
se quedan
identified
guardadas
and the sources of where they were identified.
y
So
de
if
las
you look at the first one, for example, the picture Neumeister referenced on page 24, or I guess that's the second one, there are equivalent versions or original versions of those that do not show the software EXIF metadata
que aquí no te
field of
enseña el
photos. Rather,
software.
it shows the original iOS version on A001, which was Amber Heard's iPhone X, A002, which is Amber Heard's iPad Pro.
Bueno, que la Amber
Scrolling
tenía,
on
yo lo
down
único
through
que
there,
estoy
you see it
entendiendo
on
es que la Amber tenía un
A011,
iPad
which is
Pro
Amber Heard's,
y esa iPad
laptop,
Pro
same with A0012 and 13.
es de donde se
You
tomó
can
la
see this again
imagen
with the next row
y después se
that's
pasó
visible
al
at the very
iPhone
top.
y fue donde se mandó.
Neumeister
Creo
identified
que
a
es así
photograph
como
on page
estamos
30,
checando.
taken on December 16th, 2015, and he was concerned about the EXIF metadata of that.
Que bueno, el exit ya nos dijeron aquí qué significa.
Photos. The original versions of those were found again on A001, that's her iPhone X, A002, her iPad, and it's not surprising to me that I found all these on all the devices because that's how the Apple ecosystem works. It replicates your pictures or synchronizes your pictures across your
Sí,
devices.
este señor está testificando a favor de, pues está revisando supuestamente los documentos del iPhone, del iPad y de todos estos software que ayer el otro señor que no tiene licencias, que era lo que le estaban diciendo, pues vino a testificar. Dice, sí, este es un escenario súper hipotético.
That had EXIF metadata modification, and it's a hypothetical in my opinion.
Mr. Acker, did you form any overall conclusions in this case?
¿Puede darnos una conclusión, por favor, en este caso?
The images that,
las imágenes que yo revisé en este caso y los archivos, yo revisé las evidencias y de las evidencias que yo encontré son de las fotos originales, específicamente las que tienen el software de IECO, vienen de aparatos que han sido validados y son archivos que vienen de más de un archivo.
Yes, they are.
No further questions, Your Honor.
No más preguntas.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Gracias, su señoría.
Good morning.
Buenos días.
You've worked with
Usted
opposing counsel's law firm
¿Usted trabaja con una firma
20 times before?
de abogados, con esta firma de abogados? ¿Ha trabajado antes con ellos?
For more than a dozen years?
¿Por más de 10 años?
Those 20 probably would have been spread out over more than a dozen years.
Okay. As you sit here today,
Como usted se
you
sienta
cannot
aquí hoy
testify
y usted ha
that all
testificado
of the photographs
de las
produced by
fotos.
Ms. Heard are authentic originals, correct?
Usted autentificó las fotos como
I can
originales.
testify to the ones that Mr. Neumeister identified with specificity.
Dice,
Right,
sí,
but there were
él
thousands of
verificó las que
photographs
ayer se estaban testificando que
provided
son
that Mr.
originales.
Neumeier didn't testify about, right?
I have no opinions on any photographs that the opposing expert has no opinions on.
All right. My question to you, though,
Mi pregunta a
as you sit here
ustedes,
today, can you testify that all the photographs
¿puede usted testificar que
produced by
todas las
Ms. Heard
fotografías
are authentic originals?
son auténticas y originales?
As I sit here today,
Como me
I
siento
cannot
aquí hoy,
find the photographs that have not been presented to me
que
that
no me
are
han sido
not
presentadas,
authentic originals.
que él no puede decir si son originales, porque él nomás está como analizando lo de los softwares y
Ms.
esas
Heard
cosas.
produced multiple versions of the same photograph,
Usted,
right?
usted le han sido presentadas diferentes
Yes.
versiones de la
You
misma
just talked
fotografía.
about it, right?
Yes.
Right. And you'll agree with me
Y usted está de acuerdo
that the
conmigo
XF data of some of the photos produced by Ms. Heard
que algunas de las fotos
reflect the use
producidas por la señora
of a
Heard
photo editing application.
tienen aplicaciones de edición.
No.
No.
No?
I'll agree that they show the use of the Photos application, which is a sorting and editing application.
Dice que no, que
Okay,
porque las
so
fotos tienen...
what
Es que
you
como que no le entiendo
were
cómo quiere
quibbling with
explicar,
is that
discúlpenme.
it
Si alguien me
will
quiere
both
definir
sort
aquí lo que él
and
dijo de las fotos, de cómo...
That is correct.
Dice que las fotos para él no están editadas, que es como que
Are you
el
prepared to
sistema
swear under oath that
de
each and every photograph provided by Ms. Heard
cada fotografía
entered
proveniente
into
de la
evidence in this
señora
court
Heard
is an authentic original?
es auténtica o original?
Based on the metadata that I have reviewed,
Basado
the specific photographs I have reviewed,
de,
I can
específicamente,
confirm that those are authentic original photographs. For
dice,
the
puedo,
ones that
de
Mr.
acuerdo a
Neumeister
lo que él
identified,
revisó, que puede
I
certificar
identified
que son
photos that were
auténticas y
authentic
originales las
originals.
fotos.
No, I'm asking you a broader question than that. There were multiple photographs that Ms. Heard provided that were entered into evidence in this court. Are
Dice,
you testifying
usted está testificando en
that
esta
those are
corte
each authentic originals?
que cada una de esas
I
fotos son
have no
auténticas y originales.
testimony or opinion on those because
Yo no tengo
nobody's
ningún tipo de
provided me opinion
opinión
that they're not.
o porque no sé
Okay.
si son originales o no.
Mr. Gibson, will you pull up Defendant's Exhibit 712?
Por favor, ¿le puede enseñar
and
aquí a nuestro
Defendant's
testigo la exhibición?
713 next to one another?
Dice Alex,
Your Honor,
dice que las
these have
fotos no
already
son
been admitted,
editadas, pero
and
sí
I
fueron
asked if the
usadas en una
public
app de
Okay,
edición.
admitted, we can publish.
Que porque el sistema de Apple
Can you see those, sir?
automáticamente tiene esta app
Yes, I
de
can.
edición.
You'll agree with me that those are different pictures?
¿Usted está de acuerdo conmigo de que estas son dos
Visually,
fotos
they look different
diferentes?
to me, yes.
Sí.
All right, we can take that down.
¿Puede bajar, por favor, una? Michelita, gracias. Gracias, Michelita. Esa Michelita la vamos a extrañar.
Mr. Gibson, can you pull up?
Por favor, puede.
1308.
Vámonos, vámonos.
This has not been admitted, Your Honor, and I propose to use it as a demonstrative.
Any objection?
¿Alguna objeción?
All right.
All right. All right. Le hace la jueza. All right.
Any objection to entering it into evidence?
¿Alguna?
I would object it's cumulative, Your Honor. Actually, no, no objection, Your Honor.
No objeción, no objeción.
1308 is in evidence.
Que la de
Mr.
la.
Gibson, can you blow up the time, date, and file name?
¿Puede usted aquí decir el día, la fecha, el nombre del archivo?
Sir, you just agreed with me that those two photos
¿Usted está de acuerdo
are
conmigo?
different photos.
Son
Correct.
diferentes fotos, estas dos fotos, sí.
I agreed that they were visually different, yes.
Sí, yo veo que son
So they are
diferentes.
two visually different photos
Visualmente son diferentes fotos.
that were created at the exact same hour,
A la misma
the
exactamente
exact same
hora,
minute, the exact same second.
los mismos exactamente minutos y segundos.
That's what the daytime metadata shows.
Eso es lo que
yes.
el tiempo, el data te enseña.
Metadata shows something else too. They have the exact same file name, don't they, sir?
Yes, but that's not embedded metadata.
Right. How would you have this jury decide which one is real?
¿Cómo puede usted hacer que los jurados
I think
decidan
you would
quién
need
es,
to
cuál
look
es
at
la
the
real?
software metadata field, which I haven't looked at. I don't recall if I looked at for this.
Dice, yo no
field.
tengo
But I think
cómo
that's what
acordarme que
even
sí.
Mr. Neumeister said that you need to look at the software metadata.
Tienes que
But
checarlo
we
el
have
software.
two photographs entered into evidence in this court that have the same identifying information.
Que es
but
la misma,
in your
exactamente la
view,
misma información en
look
las dos
visually
fotos.
different, correct?
I don't agree that they have the same identifying information. I don't see a software metadata.
Que
field.
él no tiene un software aquí para poder
The
determinar.
identifying information includes the hour, minute, and second. they
Dice,
were
pero
taken.
aquí
This
incluye
this
la
picture
hora,
was
los
taken.
minutos y, o sea,
I see that.
dice, ¿puedo ver eso?
No further questions.
No más
All right. And
preguntas.
just for the record, since we already have 712 and 713 in evidence as redacted, now this will be 712 and 713A. So 712A and 71213A are now in evidence, just to keep the record clean, okay?
No más
All right.
preguntas.
Redirect.
Mr. Acker. you
Ok,
just mentioned
señor.
Embedded metadata. What is that?
¿Qué quiere decir lo que
Embedded
usted dijo?
metadata is metadata inside a file. I talked earlier about the
Metadata
date
está
of the
adentro de un
Word
archivo.
document. That's embedded into the file, and that traverses with the file wherever it goes.
Yo no le entiendo. Les voy a leer un
Based
mensaje
on
que me
all the
llegó.
photo metadata
Dice,
you
no se
have
puede
reviewed,
verificar si las
do you
fotos
have
son
any reason to
originales.
question
De
the
hecho,
forensic
deberían desestimar la
authenticity of
prueba
any
porque las
photos
fotos
Mr.
deben de
Neumeister
salir del
testified
equipo
to,
original
which you were
por
responding
medio
to?
de una pericial. Pero al pasarlas a una
Can you repeat that
computadora se
question?
puede
Yes, based
desestimar
on all of the
porque si
photo
existe el riesgo
metadata
de que
you
hayan
have
sido
reviewed, based on the photos
modificadas.
Mr.
Al
Neumeister
pasar la
testified to,
fotografía a otro
do you have any
equipo,
reason to question
puede
the
cambiar el
forensic
pixel,
authenticity of
large
those
y otras
photos?
formas de
I do
verificar
not.
la calidad. Y
Following
claro,
your
porque
cross-examination,
no
Mr.
puedes
Acker,
hacerlo
have
cuando
any of
mandas
your
una foto
opinions
de
in
un
this matter
iPhone a un
They have not.
¿cómo se llaman las
And is it
otras
still your
compañías de
testimony that the
teléfonos?
opinions
Tienen
you
diferentes
testified to
softwares.
today are made with a reasonable degree of forensic certainty?
Yes.
No further questions.
No más
Okay,
preguntas,
sir,
si
you
yo
can
no
have a
le
seat in court, or you're
entendí,
free to
a él ya
go.
lo vayan a mandar a su casa. En
All
pocas
right.
palabras,
Did you wanna
él
purchase
solamente
for a
está
moment?
testificando ahí acerca de los archivos, de los softwares, pero no de las fotografías. Lo que hizo ayer el forense fue que el forense estuvo ayer checando que las dos fotografías tenían diferentes tonos, diferentes píxeles, diferentes saturaciones y dijo que eran diferentes fotografías que habían sido modificadas y lo probó. Pero ahora este señor solamente fue a testificar, fue a perder el tiempo, su mañana, $1,000 la hora le cobran. Qué chistosos que ya están aprendiendo a los abogados de acá de Johnny a preguntarles cuánto cobran por hora, porque acuérdense que antes no les a nosotros no nos habían dicho, ¿no? Pero ahora que ya los abogados de Johnny preguntan a los de Amber cuánto ganan, ellos hacen lo mismo, ¿no? Qué chistosos. Entonces, ¿qué les quiero decir con esto? Pues que nos dieron un choro, dice Aitor, yo creo que sí están editadas, ella lo que quiere es sacar el dinero de los 100 millones que le sacaría Johnny. Pues sí, pero el punto es de que están trayendo expertos, pero los expertos a mí me dejan más confundida, no sé si a ustedes, pero a mí me dejan más confundida los expertos. Aquí obviamente, o sea, no necesitas ser un forense para darte cuenta que la foto está editada. Por eso, cuando subimos las fotos por ejemplo, al Instagram y que tienes 1000 filtros, aguas, porque también eso en algún momento dado puede ser usado en tu contra. Ten mucha precaución de los filtros que usas, porque nunca sabes cuándo te van a traer a un forense. Ahorita se están poniendo de acuerdo, pues ya dijimos, ¿no? Que van a traer hoy galletas con galletas con cafecito. Déjame le apago para que no me escuchen masticar.
All right, your next witness.
Your Honor, we would like to call Dr. Don Hughes to the
All
stand
right,
again.
Dr. Hughes.
Oh, no, vamos a volver a tener a la doctora Hughes otra vez a la misma psicóloga. O sea, esto ya parece guerra de psicólogas. Esta va a venir a refutar lo que le dijo ayer la otra. No, bueno.
Thank you, doctor. Just a reminder that you're still under oath, okay, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And could you please just remind the jury who you are again?
Sure, I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist. I am board certified in forensic psychology. I am the president-elect
¿Se acuerdan de ella?
of the
Hi, Dr.
American
Hughes.
Psychological Association.
Hi.
And I evaluated Amber Heard.
Yo
over
evalué a
6
Amber
visits
Heard
for approximately 29 hours.
por aproximadamente
Why are you
29
here
horas.
today? To offer rebuttal testimony to Shannon Curry's testimony of yesterday.
Ella viene a hacer el
When
rebote
Dr. Curry
del
said you
testimonio de
used
la
improper
doctora Carrie, que
methods,
vino
would you
ayer a
agree
ponerla
with
esta
that?
como
No, I would not.
como palo de cochino.
As I testified to
Como yo
you
testifiqué
all, several weeks ago,
hace
I
un par de
used a standard
semanas,
forensic procedure
hice
that is
muchos,
well established in
o sea,
our
viene a
field.
limpiar
This
su
is a
nombre, en otras palabras,
multi-method,
viene a que le quiten lo
multi-hypothesis-driven
quemado.
procedure where you're looking at a variety of different
Y bueno, ella
details
dice
and
que
tests and external data
que todo
to
lo que ella
arrive at an opinion, and you're
dijo,
looking at the
hizo,
consistency across
es
that data. There are
constantemente,
three sort of sets of tests that we use as forensic
que los
psychologists,
tipos
and I think
de
that's where it
test, de
seems that
exámenes
Dr.
que ellos
Curry
usan,
seems confused.
eh,
We have forensic
tienen
assessment instruments.
exámenes
Those are
forenses,
instruments that are
son instrumentos
very neatly tied
que
to
ellos
a legal
están
criteria.
están
Those are
realmente
most notably
unidos,
done in a criminal court
que
for competency. If
están
someone has
usados en las
competency
cortes
stand trial, there are
criminales.
very clear
Es
measures that can track
muy
that
fácil la
legal
manera en la que,
criteria.
o sea, es como muy
The
clara la
next
manera en la que
level
se
are
miden estos
forensically
resultados.
relevant instruments.
Y
And those
estos
instruments are not linked to a specific legal criteria, but
que
they
no van
do have
específicamente
information
ligados a
that's
ningún
germane
tipo
to that
de
finding.
criterio
And
legal.
that can be an example of a risk assessment
Son
measure and a malingering measure.
el de
So the
melengro.
malingering
¿Cómo se escribe eso de
measure that I
melengering?
utilized was the
¿Quién me lo
MFAC,
escribe,
and
por
that was the
favor?
only malingering
Ese de
measure in
melengering.
this case. The third
La
category
tercera
are
categoría
clinical assessment
son
instruments, and those are instruments that are validated
son
and
validaciones,
well-researched
instrumentos
and
que se
used
hacen,
in
que
the
se
clinical
utilizan,
realm as we understand people's
como
symptomatology
vemos
and
los
diagnostic
síntomas,
and functional
la
capacities.
función
Those are
capacitada,
things like the MMPI, the PAI, the CAPS, the TSI,
los
because they are
trastornos
clinically
de todo
relevant
lo
and
que
they still
hicieron, ¿no? El
give us very
post-traumatic stress
valuable
disorder, y
information to
melingry,
individuals who are
melingry.
involved in a
Está
court
bonita esa
case.
palabra, ¿no?
And the reason that we
Melingry.
do that and we use these
Me
clinical
gusta como
measures
para un
is
nombre de un
because the
gatito.
majority of
Melingry.
people that we
Ven,
see
melingry,
are in
melingry.
a clinical realm. They're not in a courtroom. So they're well validated and well
Están bien
researched methods.
validados, dice, para la
What we also
corte.
do is use a very different types of
Ustedes,
tests
nosotros
within
usamos
that
diferentes
category.
tipos
We use some checklists, some
de
face value
checklist,
checklists.
ella
We
viene a
use
limpiar
some
su
tests
nombre,
that are those broad
porque ayer
band
la dejaron bien
personality
quemada, bien
indicators.
arrastrada,
We
la
use
desvalidaron y
structured
ella viene
clinical
aquí con muchas
interviews.
ganas de
And then we
decirles,
look for the
yo lo que
consistency
hice,
across
lo hice
those data
porque
points. And when we use
lo que
different
nosotros
types of
usamos
tests, it gives us information
es
about
para
the
que nos dé
individual,
información
how they go about these
cómo,
tests in
cómo
these
van
different
estos tests. O sea, ella aquí
Now, Dr. Curry seemed to
Doc-
suggest
la
that-
doctora Curry
that Amber
aquí
Heard,
sugirió
tested the most extreme category in all of these different tests. Is that accurate?
Objection compound.
Overruled.
That is not accurate. They
Dice,
were
eso
not
no
on the
es.
checklist. I mean, people sometimes do. They go, all the time. This happens to me all the time, frequently.
Que
And
la
that does
gente
not
cuando hace
actually endorse these
textos
tests. She
así dice
endorsed
todo
them
el
in a very
tiempo,
moderate way,
frecuentemente,
in a
o sea,
very nuanced
esas
way,
preguntas, esas
describing her
respuestas son
symptoms,
muy como pues
that I
es lo que la
determined
gente
was,
contesta cuando
accurate
hacen
and
muchos
reliable.
test así, ¿no?
Now, Dr. Curry also suggested
La doctora
that,
Curry también aquí la
Amber
vino a poner a
Heard
usted
was,
aquí, le puso
tested
dedo
very, very high, 98 percentile, I think, on malingering and feigning.
y también
Could you
dijo, le
speak
puso
to
dedo
that,
aquí de que
Sure,
también
so-
estaba ella
I mean,
muy
she said a lot
alta
of things, so let's go through those
en
tests. The first was the
malingering.
PAI, and that's that other broadband psychological
Objection.
measurement.
Dice, vamos aquí, vámonos a ponernos de
I think it's
acuerdo.
very responsive.
Sustained.
Okay, could you tell
Por
the jury
favor,
about
¿le
the
puede decir al
PAI
jurado?
test that Dr. Curry
Yes, so,
addressed?
Dice,
yes,
a ver,
thank you. So
gracias.
that's the broadband measure that has validity scales built into it, that gives us indications
Las
about how the
indicaciones
individual
de
goes
los-
about the test. I told you last time that
Dice,
there
yo
was
les
no
dije la
evidence
última vez
of
que estuve aquí
malingering
que el
or
malingering,
exaggeration or feigning on that test.
que
What Dr. Curry was talking
la-
about
lo que
was
la
this,
doctora Curry estaba hablando,
tendency to put your best foot forward to minimize faults on this PAI.
que porque que ella
That
minimizó
scale
mucho
was
de los síntomas que tenía
right
la
at the
Amber.
cusp.
Dice,
And then there
pero
were two other measures that we
tienes
look at
otras
that to
dos
say,
maneras de
you know,
medir,
is this enough for an elevation for
que
me to
no
consider
esto, que
that
no
as a
que ahí no
serious
estás midiendo como la
response
elevación,
distortion, of which Dr. Curry was saying,
que lo
and it
que la
was not.
doctora Curry
What
estaba
was
diciendo.
relevant on this test was
Lo que
there
es
were
relevante en
elevations
estos
on
exámenes
anxiety,
es
on
la
affective
ansiedad.
anxiety,
Ella
meaning anxiety, tension,
significa que
worry,
tiene mucha ansiedad,
on traumatic stress,
mucho estrés
on
traumático,
hyperactivity,
hiperactividad
and on affective instability. Those
y
were the
mucha
four scales that
inestabilidad.
were elevated on
Y
this
todas
test.
esas cosas
The
fueron las
borderline scale
las
was not
evaluaciones en
elevated
este
on this
test.
test. And this test
En este
Objection, Your
examen,
Honor. May we approach?
esta también habla como la taravilla. Esta también, si no le pones un stop, se va, se va, se va, se va, se va. Esta también cobra $1,000 la hora, ¿eh? Para los que se les ofrezca algún examen. Ella hace exámenes, atiende, hace también apariciones en la corte. Ella también está disponible. Ella vive en Nueva York, creo. Si mal no recuerdo, vive en Nueva York. Yo tengo una pregunta. Cuando vienen estos, alguien que sabe de Estados Unidos, porque yo no tengo idea, cuando los testigos vienen de otros estados de Estados Unidos, de Nueva York, de Los Ángeles, ¿se los traen con todos los gastos pagados? ¿Y se tienen que quedar todo ese tiempo en la ciudad a donde van a testificar o cómo? O sea, ¿quién les paga eso? O porque esto está sucediendo en Virginia y si ella vive en Nueva York, el avión, el hotel, sus viáticos, los tacos, las galletas, las gorditas y todo lo que los muffins y todo eso, ¿quién se los paga? O sea, ¿quién les mantiene o cómo? ¿Por qué regresó? Esta ya se había ido y ahí viene en friega al día siguiente a limpiar su nombre.
Curry, let's move to the TSI
Vámonos,
2.
por
Dr.
favor,
Curry
al
testified
siguiente.
About your findings on that. Did you agree with her testimony yesterday?
¿Usted está de acuerdo en el
No,
testimonio de
again,
la
describe
doctora
why.
Curry ayer? No.
What Dr. Curry went
Lo que la
back
doctora
to,
Curry
which is
estaba-
this 98th percentile, which I told you
Lo-
in the manual. All you
Yo
have
lo
to
que
do
les
is read the
dije que
manual.
el manual,
It
el
says
manual.
specifically that we do not use the percentile ranks for this test. That indicates to me that, you know, Dr. Curry does
La
not
doctora
know the
Curry-
psychometric properties of this test, and then she then is therefore not qualified to interpret it.
Que ella no está calificada
That
para
score,
poder
the
interpretar
one that's elevated
estos
that she's
resultados.
talking
Ella
about, that
descalifica a la doctora
percentile
Curry
rank, has a
y la
raw
doctora
score.
Curry la
Amber's raw
descalifica a
score is
ella.
10. The cutoff score is a 15. She's nowhere near that level of
Dice, ella ni
exaggerated
siquiera está
symptoms where
cerca
I
del
can't
nivel de la
further,
evaluación de la
look at
ansiedad,
that
o sea,
test.
de los exámenes que ella hace.
Secondly, there are three scales.
Hay
have
tres escalas.
There's about 20, a little more on the TSI that were elevated. Intrusive experiences, that's when thoughts and memories of the trauma come
Es
into
cuando
your mind and you
estás
don't
en
want
otro
them.
nivel y cuando los
Defensive
pensamientos,
avoidance,
los
the
traumas
behavioral ways that we try to push out
y,
those memories and
y,
not think
la
about them.
memoria, ¿no? Los
And then
recuerdos.
relational avoidance, a way of having difficulty in interpersonal
Tienes
relationships.
dificultades así como
Those are
de
all trauma-based
por los
symptoms, and
basados
those
en
were
los traumas
elevated,
y
on this test.
bueno, ella pobrecita, la
Dr. Hughes,
Amber tiene muchos
the
traumas.
MFAS, Dr. Curry addressed that as well.
La doctora Curry, aquí puro
Criticisms
chisme,
for your
aquí puro
interpretation.
chisme. La
Do you agree
doctora
with that?
Curry dijo,
No, please
usted
explain.
dijo, usted
So
le
the
contestó.
MFAS, as I told you last time, is a measure of
Como les
malingering.
dije
It's the only
ayer, la
measure of
última vez.
malingering that was done in this case. Dr. Curry did not independently
que la doctora Curry no administró ese test del malingering para poder ella saber en su evaluación que el malingering no viene del post-traumatic stress. La gente que tiene este síndrome o esta, no sé cómo llamarlo, de malingering, que tienen diferentes síntomas. Cuando estás haciendo una evaluación, cómo las personas están respondiendo también a esta evaluación. Esos 3 exámenes que yo hice, el TSI, son de una escala que la metodología que ella utilizó es esos 3 es para determinar el malingering, el post-traumatic stress.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Curry also talked
Dr.
about the
Curry
danger
también
assessment
dijo,
scale and
porque aquí
suggested
ella
that
dijo,
you had
él dijo, tú
inappropriately
dijiste,
interpreted that. Do you agree?
¿usted
That's
está de
also
acuerdo en lo que
incorrect.
dice? No, no
Please
estoy de
describe
acuerdo.
for the jury.
Como les dije la última vez que estoy aquí, estadísticamente,
Those risk factors exist whether we go forward, we're sitting with someone in an acute setting and assessing them right now, or if we look backwards
sí,
and we look retrospectively about what factors may have been present.
¿qué tipo de factores estaban presentes cuando para que ella que la violencia doméstica y ese estrés?
Those are boards after somebody has been killed, a homicide has occurred in a domestic
Que si algún tipo
They
de
look at
cosas
these risk
de acá
factors to
han
see
ocurrido,
what was there and what could
el
be
tipo
done.
de traumas que te hacen presentar estos síntomas del post-traumatic stress.
Do you agree with her criticisms?
I do not.
Will you please explain to the jury?
Por
So
favor,
the-
le puede
the
decir a la
CAT
jueza
five,
porque
as
tampoco
you
está de
all have
acuerdo con la
heard
doctora
multiple
Curry en lo
times,
que
is
ella
a
dijo.
structured clinical interview in determining PTSD according to DSM-5 criteria. On this measure,
En este,
Amber Heard scored in a
Amber
moderate
Heard
range. She did
calificó,
not over-exaggerate
ella
on this
no
test. She could
exageró
have
nada
said
en esta
no,
evaluación
mild, moderate, severe,
porque
and
tienes
extreme.
estas respuestas,
All of hers
no,
were either
moderado,
twos
severo,
or ones or zeros.
y
None
tienes,
above that.
dice que no se puede, no hay manera de decir que ella
Which still
exageró
has
las cosas
functional
porque las
impairment. I mean,
respuestas
we don't
están
want
así de
someone to
que
be
no,
having moderate PTSD,
poco,
but
moderado,
that's not an
severo y así, ¿no?
exaggerated profile or exaggerated
Y
response
que no se
style of
pueden
someone
exagerar las
who's,
respuestas.
Answering an instrument. And the last of these Dr. Curry referred to was the
Y también la
PCL
doctora
5.
Curry dijo aquí
Do you agree with her criticisms
que
of your
usted también
administration
aquí
and
está de acuerdo de
interpretation
su
of that?
crítica.
No, so the PCL-5 is a checklist of
Dice el
symptoms of
PCL, el
It is,
archivo del PCL,
as she
este
said, it
son,
is a face valid instrument. Since it's very clear about
Es-
how you can endorse this. But
es-
what the person has to do is say, how disturbed am I by these symptoms?
¿Cómo
And then you have
estoy
face
yo?
valid measures with these other
Dice
measures
que
that
tienes
have
que
the built-in
comparar, por ejemplo, los
ability
resultados de una
scales. You're
evaluación
sort of
con otra
controlling for that
que te van a
response
informar las
bias error.
respuestas.
You're controlling for that individual to sort of over-exaggerate. But then what you do with that test, because this is, we're
Lo
not
que
just
haces con
administering
ese,
them like robots, is you go and you do a clinical assessment.
que tú vas y
That's what
haces
I
como
did. I
que
took
una
what she
evaluación clínica
endorsed on
después
that
de que
test
tengas
in
estos
January
exámenes
of 2021, and I
y
did a
que ella lo
clinical
hizo en el
assessment of
2021
those symptoms to see if they
para
meet
ver los
criteria
síntomas
for PTSD.
que si
That
ella,
is
para que
something
ella
we do
desarrollara el
clinically, and I do in
post-traumatic
my
stress.
office all the time. And yes, she did meet PTSD from that
Y
in
que ella
January
tiene
2021.
ese trauma del post-traumatic stress
Dr.
gracias a
Curry
lo que
said
le
you
hizo Johnny.
misinterpreted
O sea,
her test
ella
results. Do you
presentó
agree with
estos
that?
traumas después de...
I agree that I agree that I interpreted them, that she misinterpreted them.
Dice, sí, estoy de acuerdo en de que ella, ella no
Yeah, so
entendió mis
I said that before.
interpretaciones.
My stance on the MMPI and how she interpreted it.
Como ella
is,
interpretó mis resultados,
I believe,
yo
wrong,
creo
and
que
I
ella lo
think
hizo
no-
Objection, Your
mal.
Honor. That's the issue we just addressed.
I don't.
If you want to approach.
Aquí se traen, aquí ya es personal, aquí las dos psicólogas están tirándose una a la otra, una dice, no, es que tú dijiste, no, es que yo dije, es que tú no lo malinterpretaste, porque esta doctora, recuerden que ella dijo que lo que tenía Amber era el resultado del trauma que ella vivió en el matrimonio, porque este post-traumatic stress era el resultado de la violencia íntima, de la violencia doméstica, de las inseguridades, de que no dormía, de que tenía ansiedad. Y la otra doctora dijo que lo que tiene Amber es borderline, personalidad al límite.
Objection misstates the evidence.
Y ella lo que dice también es de que Amber no tiene personalidad al límite, que son diagnósticos totalmente diferentes uno de la
No,
otra.
that is not correct. That is often actually a myth and misconception about individuals who were struggling with PTSD or trauma-based disorders. And I'm often called to answer that and speak to that. You know, people who are struggling with trauma.
Las personas que están aquí batallando con traumas,
Courageous, resilient people, even though that they're struggling. They get up, they have
ellos
to
dicen,
go
no
to
importa
work,
que las
drop
personas
their kid
estén
off at
batallando,
school,
ellos se
go to the
levantan, van a
market,
trabajar,
even though they're struggling
ellos
with these
están
symptoms.
batallando, están
So I
sufriendo
often
en la
talk
vida,
about
pero
it
sin
as like
embargo
walking around with a
tienen
50-pound bag of
están
flour
caminando
on
como
their
con
backs,
una
just
bolsa de
sort of
50
trying
kilos
to get through the
de
day, or
problemas,
sometimes that button's gonna press
pero
play, and
ellos
the trauma's
como
gonna
que
start activating
aprietan un
in their
botón
head,
para
and then they
bloquearse,
have
ellos
to
tienen
think
que salir a
about it, have
caminar, a
start on
trabajar, a
that
hacer ejercicio,
physiological reactions
y es una
until they can
reacción
find a
lógica,
way to hit that
porque
pause and
tienes que
shut it
como
off
poner
again.
tus
So
problemas
they
en
still have,
pausa,
you know, impairments in other ways, but they go about their lives. They're
pero ellos
not,
van
you know,
con su vida.
totally
Entonces lo que
debilitated.
decía la
If
doctora
you have
Curry es que
someone
si
in
ella
that
tuviera
high range, the
eso, no
highest
podría
score
hacer
that we
absolutamente nada ni ir a trabajar. O sea, son
Ms. Heard
opiniones
had a 28.
muy
You have
diferentes de
someone in
una
the
de la
higher
otra.
range. We have seen people who are, you know, severely disabled because of it, but that's not the norm of people who have this moderate PTSD.
And did you find functional impairment with Amber?
Yes, I did.
Now, Dr. Curry also said
La
that
doctora Curry
it
también
is not
dijo
within the scope of a psychologist
que en la lupa de la
domestic violence. Do you agree with that?
Of course I don't agree with
Dice,
that.
claro que
This
no
is
estoy de
what I
acuerdo
did
con lo
for
que
a
dijo mi
living, day
colega.
in, day out for 25 years. We are specifically trained to
Nosotros tenemos
understand
25 años de
profound
experiencia,
impact
25
that
años de
trauma
experiencia
has
nos
on people's
respaldan.
lives. That's what we do in the trauma
Eso es lo que
division of
nosotros
the American
hacemos
Psychological Association. We
en la
disseminate
Asociación de
that knowledge.
Psicólogos
And domestic violence
y en la
is one of
violencia
those profound
doméstica.
traumas. Domestic violence
Atendemos
is
personas con
part of
traumas.
state licensing boards that you can't get licensed
Tú no
unless in
puedes
some
ser, no
states,
te dan
unless
una
you take training
licencia.
on domestic violence. You can't renew your license
Tú no
unless
puedes
you get
renovar tu
training on
licencia
domestic violence.
si no estás
So
como
people who
calificado
have,
o
you know,
experto en el
specialized
área de
training
violencia
in this
doméstica.
area,
En
it is, you
esa
know,
área
golden upon them to accurately assess for intimate partner
tienes que
violence and
tener
sexual
como,
violence. And it's more important to assess
es
for
muy
the sort of
importante
scientific
científicamente
understanding of what domestic violence is. So you
sostener
have
qué
to
es la
assess
violencia
for the
doméstica,
physical violence, the psychological
la
violence,
violencia
the surveillance, the
psicológica,
economic, the emotional abuse,
económica, la
and the
emocional
sexual
y
violence.
la
That is
íntima.
not gratuitous. That is
Objection.
understanding.
Narrative.
Está usted ahorita diciéndonos más de lo que le preguntamos. Por favor, regrese a la pregunta.
Now, Dr. Curry suggested that
La
you
doctora Curry
made a
también insistió
determination just based on personal opinion and just on checklists
que usted
and a
basó su
couple of
opinión
tests that you
solamente en una
misinterpreted. Would you agree
evaluación
with
de
that?
Vehemently
una
disagree with that.
checklist.
As I stated to you, over 29 hours and 12
Dice, como ya les dije, yo la
psychological
evalué,
tests and reviewing
estuve con ella
a
29
slew of
horas,
documents in this
viendo
case,
documentos,
most
leyendo
importantly, therapy records and interviews,
leyendo notas de
collateral interviews
terapia,
with therapists, using all that
usando
data.
toda esa
That is what
información,
a solid forensic methodological
los,
exam looks like.
los métodos forenses,
Based on my
todo
clinical
basado
education, knowledge, and
en
training,
mi
to
analogía,
come up with a professional expert opinion.
y pues para poder ella
And
dar
just
su
to
opinión
remind-
personal.
To make sure we're reminded here, you were qualified in this court.
Usted
in
está
this case
calificada en
as an
esta
expert,
corte
in
como
forensic
experta
psychology, specifically in domestic violence and in
específicamente para venir a testificar en violencia doméstica.
no, I just lost it. And in violence, correct? Intimate and in trauma, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the record.
If you want to ask the question again.
Por favor, ¿puede volver a preguntar?
Probably should do that.
Ay, esta señora y sus preguntas. ¿Cómo hacer una pregunta de 100 diferentes formas? Debería de escribir un libro.
You were qualified as an expert
Usted
in
está calificada
forensic
como una experta
psychology with a specialty
con
in
especialidad
domestic violence and
en
in
violencia
trauma,
y trauma.
Correct.
Correcto.
and that was in this case.
Esto es en este caso.
Okay. Now, do you still hold the same opinions you did?
¿Usted
that you
todavía
gave the
tiene la
jury
misma
earlier?
opinión?
Yes, I do.
Dice,
And
sí,
do you
todavía la
still
tengo.
hold them within a reasonable degree of psychological probability and certainty?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right.
Gracias.
Yes, Your Honor, but can we approach quickly?
Oigan, es que acuérdense que la abogada de Amber sabe, debería de escribir un libro en serio de cómo va, ¿no? De 100 formas diferentes de morir. Ella también 100 formas de hacer una pregunta de diferente forma. Esa la única, si se dan cuenta, casi, esa la única que constantemente, repetitivamente, le dicen que no le entienden los testigos cómo es la pregunta. Las preguntas las hace como chorizo y aparte lo hace todo con un tono pasivo-agresivo, como sospechosamente, y es muy enfadoso de verdad estar traduciendo lo que ella dice porque nomás no termina de transmitir lo que ella le quiere decir ni al testigo ni a los que estamos traduciendo. Entonces, esta señora, lo que vino a hacer la doctora es a refutar lo que dijo su colega de ayer, porque como que están bien al pendiente, están bien enchiladas, una con la otra. Entonces, esto ya parece un duelo de psicólogas, así cañón, bien chistosas. Esto ya es personal. Hace como 2 semanas vino esta a testificar y aquí está otra vez. Qué chistosa.
Good morning, Dr. Hughes.
Buenos días, doctora Hughes.
The last time you were here,
La última vez que usted estuvo
I
aquí,
believe that you testified
usted testificó
that you had diagnosed
que usted
Ms.
diagnosticó
Heard with
a la señora Heard
PTSD before you gave the gold standard CAPS-5 test.
That's correct.
Right. And that diagnosis
ese diagnóstico
is actually reflected in the first of the disclosures you put forward in this case.
Ese diagnóstico refleja
I
en
believe the first disclosure was
el,
February 2021.
dice, creo
And
que
at that
el primer
point I had
disclosure es como la primera
done,
exhibición
11
fue en febrero
psychological
de
tests. That's
2021.
And your disclosure reads, Ms. Heard's responses on the PCL-5 support a DSM-5 diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder with an etiology of intimate partner violence she experienced by a former partner.
Que bueno, ella la evaluó porque decía que tenía ya antecedentes de violencia doméstica y usted testificó
That you need to read the manual, right?
que lo hizo a través de un manual, cómo la evaluó
Can we
para
put
llegar,
up
perdón, a esa
1311
conclusión.
as a demonstrative?
Any objection to 13?
¿Alguna objeción con esto?
All right, you want to approach?
Bueno, se supone que los abogados de Johnny, los abogados de Amber tenían 15 minutos. Creo que ya se les pasó el tiempo. ¿Por qué les están dando tiempo extra? Se supone que hoy los abogados de Johnny tenían 7 horas y media para usar ese tiempo a su favor. No sé qué decirles, no sé qué decirles, no sé qué decirles. Hashtag I don't know. Oigan, ya somos 32,200 muchachos y muchachas. Muy bien, equipo, muy bien. Muy bien, equipo, muy bien. Muy bien, equipo, muy bien. Vámonos a los 33. Sí se puede. Sí se puede. 33, 33, 33. Somos 2,386 personas en este en vivo. Muchísimas gracias a los que están aquí viendo este merequetengue desde la corte de Virginia.
Let's use 13.
De Virginia para el mundo
13, 12.
y de Vancouver para el mundo.
And that, any objection to that demonstrative?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, 13, 12 can be published.
Vámonos por favor a la siguiente
Dr.
página.
Hughes, do you recognize what the National
¿Usted
Center for PTSD
reconoce esto?
What it is?
Sí,
Yes, I do.
yo lo
They
reconozco.
publish
Es una publicación,
the PTSD checklist for DSM.
es una checklist del Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder.
All right.
Ok, vámonos.
And are you familiar with the document that's on your screen?
¿Usted está familiarizada con todo esto que sale aquí en la
What is
pantalla?
It's the instruction manual to have
Es el
it
manual de
used for the
instrucciones para
Like
el
to move for the admission
checklist.
of 1312.
Any objection to 13, 12 coming into evidence?
¿Alguna
All right,
instrucción?
13, 12 in evidence.
All right. Can we go to the second page?
Por favor, vámonos a la siguiente página.
Can we blow up the
Michelita,
second
¿nos puedes hacer
paragraph
zoom, por favor, aquí?
on the right?
En la parte de la derecha, por favor, Michelita, gracias. Esa Michelita también se merece un premio. Como es bien trabajadora, Michelle.
The PCL5
Dice,
should not
aquí
be
dice,
used as a standalone diagnostic tool.
dice que aquí dice, este manual no debería de ser usado como estándar para diagnosticar, así como que solamente para diagnosticar. Cuando es considerado un diagnóstico clínico, se va a necesitar un diagnóstico de una entrevista. Es lo que dice el manual.
Right, in this manual also.
Dice, sí, en este manual,
Screening instrument, so when you do the clinical interview.
cuando hace la entrevista clínica,
So the answer is yes.
dice, solamente conteste, por favor. La respuesta es sí.
Still need to use clinical interviewing
Dice, esto
skills,
quiere decir
which
que este
I
manual no
use.
está como, solamente conteste, sí o no. Este manual no puede ser usado como estándar para diagnosticar sin antes haber hecho una entrevista
It does say
clínica.
that, yes.
Sí, pero usted hizo su diagnóstico.
I made my diagnosis doing clinical interviewing and 11
Dice,
other
yo hice mi
psychological tests that
diagnóstico.
supported diagnosis of PTSD and symptomatology consistent with PTSD.
Okay. You said that
Usted-
we should read the manual. Would you also agree with me that we need to read the directions?
Usted también está de acuerdo conmigo en que tenemos que leer las instrucciones aquí. Aquí ya empieza a perder la paciencia.
1309 as a
A ver, Michelita, vámonos por favor al otro párrafo, aquí donde te dije.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Quiero ver los memes, ya quiero ver los memes. Se pasan con los memes, de veras, ¿eh?
Any objection?
Deberían de tener
1309, Mr. Marshall?
una materia, una licenciatura, algo así como que licenciatura en memes de alto grado, porque son difíciles, le echan ganas, se pasan, o sea, tiene su punto de creatividad. Te lo juro que deberían de implementar esa materia en las universidades o hacer de verdad, algo que tenga que ver con los memes, porque ¿sí o no? ¿Y a qué te dedicas? Estoy estudiando una licenciatura en memes.
1309 and publish the jury is
Me da 20 créditos la materia o la licenciatura, 20 créditos en la universidad.
Doctor, do you
Doctora, por favor.
recognize the demonstrative that's in front of you?
¿Me puede decir qué es lo que tengo
Yes,
enfrente?
but I didn't put the red lines on
Dice,
that.
yo no
No,
puse
I-
la rayita roja, esa lo puso Michelita. Ok,
so-
¿pero qué significa esto?
This, what do you recognize
¿Qué
this as?
reconoce usted aquí?
I recognize that we previously discussed this, and
Lo-
I told you that
dice,
I
reconoce-
oriented Ms. Heard
previamente
to a
lo
different
hablamos.
timeframe because she was already out of the relationship.
Ella ya aquí ya no
Okay,
estaba con el señor Depp.
Maybe we should back it up a little.
¿Podemos, por
This
favor,
is the
regresar un poco?
CTS-2 that you administered as part of this battery of tests. that
Usted
you
aquí
indicated
puso
you
esto como parte
you
de su
did
test.
in
Usted aquí
relationship
puso
to your diagnosis.
la diagnosticó como si ella todavía estuviera en pareja.
And you'll agree with me
¿Usted está de acuerdo conmigo
that this test
en que este test,
specifically
específicamente
asks in front of every single question,
cada una de
how
las
often
preguntas,
did this happen in the past year?
que esto pasó en el año
Correct,
pasado?
and I oriented the individual
Pero
to
usted
not
sabe-
limit herself to the last year to get an accurate assessment of the violence and abuse that she experienced in the
Dice, pero
relationship.
claro, tenía yo que testificar porque ya pasó esto durante su relación cuando estuvo casada. La cara de, chéquenme por favor la cara de Amber, chéquenme la cara de Amber, close up a la
And
cara
you
de Amber.
know that at the time that you gave
Pero
this
cuando usted,
test,
en el
Ms.
tiempo que
Heard,
usted hizo este examen,
she had been away from Mr. Depp
ella ya no
for
estaba con
far
el señor
longer
Depp.
than a year,
Ya tenía
Which is
un
why
año
I
que ya no estaba con
oriented
él.
her to a different
Yes or no,
time
ma'am?
Solamente
frame in
conteste sí o
answering the
no,
question. Yes or
sí
no?
o
Of
no.
course,
Okay, you knew she was gone for more than a year.
of course.
Claro que sí, ella ya no
Let's look
estaba.
at another one of these.
Por favor, Michelita, vamos a ver otro. O sea que el abogado le está diciendo que ella la cuestionó como si todavía estuviera en la relación, porque ese
You
específico
talked
test
about the danger assessment test.
es
That's
acerca de que estás en una relación y todo como tu pareja. Dice, ella ya tenía un año que no estaba con él. ¿Por qué le hizo ese test? Esto se está poniendo mejor que mis galletas de mantequilla.
What number is this?
plaintiffs 13.
Likes, por favor, si están ustedes disfrutando este juicio y este merequetengue que se está poniendo intenso, que la doctora, la psicóloga, está perdiendo un poquito la paciencia, un poquito a la vez. Denme, por favor, ¿cómo vamos con los likes? Somos 2,484 personas.
Dr. Hughes.
Doctora Hughes.
This is a blank form, but this is the dangerous assessment test that you
Este es una...
also gave to Ms. Heard.
Esto también es algo que usted le hizo hacer a la señora Heard. Es un como para saber si ella estaba en peligro. Es un test para determinar en qué nivel de peligro estás.
It was somewhat collaborative.
Okay. Can we blow up?
Por
the
favor,
second
Michelita,
full
podemos
paragraph?
aquí hacerle zoom a esta parte azulita. Gracias, Michelita. Esa Michelita, queremos sin ti.
Says,
Dice,
using the calendar, please mark the approximate dates during the
por favor,
past year
aquí apunta aproximadamente
used
las
by your
fechas
partner or ex-partner.
de que tu pareja o tu
You didn't
expareja.
use any calendar, did you?
Dice, aquí no se ve ningún calendario, ¿verdad? Dice, no, no están enmarcadas en calendario porque ella ya no estaba aquí en la relación.
So I orient her to the time of the relationship.
Ma'am, it's fair to say that this
Este examen
examination that you gave
que usted dio
specifically indicates
específicamente indica
that you were supposed to look over the past year.
que se supone que usted aquí está checando el último año. Dice, la gente usa esto como instrumento para ver la situación, para tratar de tener una mejor como, para conducirte mejor a un estado, para ver los traumas y de ahí partimos. O sea,
I didn't ask you
dice, yo no le estoy
about
preguntando
anything
eso.
other than, don't the instructions
Que las instrucciones
limit
aquí,
this test
en este
to the
examen,
previous year?
que dice acerca del...
Asking you about the instructions.
No le estoy preguntando de las instrucciones, le estoy preguntando del calendario, o sea, de que esto pasó un año antes.
And opposing counsel can come up and ask questions about it. I'm asking you about the instructions.
Le estoy preguntando
And the
acerca de las
instructions
instrucciones que dicen aquí.
Look over the past year.
Que usted aquí dice que las instrucciones del
And you
test,
had actual knowledge when you gave the test.
usted estaba perfectamente
Mr.
enterada
Depp
cuando
was
hizo este
gone
test,
way more than a year before
que ya había
this test.
pasado más de un año cuando ella ya no estaba con el señor Depp.
Let's look at more instructions.
Ok, vámonos a ver más instrucciones en este
Can
test.
we look at 1247?
Vámonos a ver
Relevant
más.
evidence?
Nos faltan 1,500 likes, estamos más de 2,500 personas conectadas y tenemos 1,000 likes, ¿es en serio?
All right, this is the.
Qué gachos,
very
¿eh?
close to
Van a
catch
ver
five.
qué gachos.
All right, can we go to the first page?
Vámonos, por favor, a la siguiente página, Michelita. Qué
Let's
gachos,
blow
no me dan like. Qué gachos, pero aquí están. No me quieren, pero aquí están.
Standard administration and
Vámonos a ver
scoring
la
of the
siguiente.
CAPS 5 are essential for producing reliable and valid scores and diagnostic decisions. Correct?
Correct.
And you know you have to do this in a standardized
Dice, usted
way.
sabe que tenía que haber
This is
hecho
the
este
first
test
instruction,
y
correct?
seguir las instrucciones, correcto.
Can we go to the next page?
Dale a la siguiente página, Michelita,
Oh, wait.
gracias. A ver,
That's good.
ahí está bien.
This is a page on scoring.
Esta es una página como de resultados. Y usted aquí, ella
by frequency and
aquí dice que ella tiene alta frecuencia de...
And you'll remember that
¿Y usted recuerda eso?
in every single instance that you were asked to fill in the blank about frequency.
Que usted recuerda exactamente cada vez que ella tenía que poner en la cajita de muy frecuente, muy frecuente, muy frecuente, porque eran como que las opciones que
I fill in
tenía.
the frequency on the side of the caps where I am actually scoring the caps.
No, I asked you
Dice, bueno, yo le estoy preguntando aquí,
single blank on this form with
cada,
respect to frequency.
aquí,
Is the answer to that yes or no?
solamente conteste sí o no.
All right, let's page.
Ok, vámonos a ver acá, Michelita.
Let's keep going.
Son las instrucciones del manual que ella usa para hacer este tipo de evaluaciones, ¿eh?
This is the very first box you're
Esta es la
asked to
primera
fill in
caja
as
aquí.
to, I think, a fairly fundamental question, right?
Dice, creo que aquí es una pregunta muy curiosa.
Talked about this before.
Dice,
Mr.
ya hemos
Johnson. I
hablado
had
de esto
88
antes.
pages of notes of what happened.
Estas son las
It would have been
notas de lo que
redundant to
pasó.
put it there.
You know that you are obligated to produce
Usted
this
sabe que está
test
usted
in
obligada
a way that other people can meaningfully review them. Yes?
The people in this case who are meaningfully reviewing them have my 88 pages of notes.
Dice que la gente de esta
you
corte ha
chose
revisado
To
todas
put
sus notas.
absolutely nothing in the box, the standardized box that said what happened.
You don't have to put
Que
it in the
donde
box
dice
if
what
you have it
happened, o sea
somewhere
que ahí en
else.
esa
It's not
cajita
a-
no
this is
describió
not a
absolutamente
standardized
nada
Well,
de
if
la
it's another
situación
research
de la que ella está
instrument that
contestando
is
de la
used
parte
for
derecha donde
research,
está
if you're using it
contestando
for a clinical
preguntas
diagnostic
y ahí
purpose,
tiene que
no, you
describir con
don't.
sus
If you
palabras
have
qué
that data
pasó.
elsewhere.
Es como cuando
Okay.
te escribes,
Let's go
cuando te haces un examen y cuando te pregunta el maestro, contesta sí o no y explica por qué. Así, ella
Let's go
debió de
another
haber retomado esa pregunta y haber sacado la información
Let's look at item
con la letra de Amber
4D4.
y no lo hizo. O sea, por eso le está diciendo que la forma de ella de hacer las preguntas en
And
este
I asked
test,
you filled in the blank
dice aquí,
about
completa la
frequency.
frase.
And there's a blank in many of these items.
Y hay
that asks
espacios
number
en
of
cada
times.
uno de estos preguntas.
You didn't fill a single one of them in, did you?
Usted no
Right,
rellenó aquí
because I
ninguno
filled them
de
on
las
the right
otras.
side of the instrument where I am scoring it.
And that is the way that you believe
Y esa es la manera en la que usted
you
cree
followed the
que
instructions
siguiendo las instrucciones
of
de
a
este manual
standardized test.
es un
Yes,
test
correct.
como
No
válido.
further questions.
Dice, no más
All right,
preguntas.
redirect.
Gracias, señora. Pase por su, o sea, pues que no es una manera a lo mejor muy profesional de hacer las preguntas porque está dejando muchas cosas
Static risk
a la
factors are risk
imaginación.
factors that don't change. It's maybe if you smoke cigarettes, you may have a risk of lung cancer. Right?
Dice,
That's a
si tú
factor
fumas
that
un
doesn't
cigarro,
change. You
tienes
can
el
look
riesgo
forward to
de
someone
padecer
smoking, you can
cáncer.
look past of someone smoking. So these
O cuando estás al lado de alguien que
lethality
fuma,
risk factors
también
are
estás
present
como que
whether you're
expuesto a que te
evaluating them in the
dé
last year
eso.
or 5 years ago.
Dice, estas respuestas de estas preguntas pueden ser del año pasado o de hace 5 años, o sea.
The interpersonal violence that we discussed. Why is it important to get a time frame in which the relationship was in existence?
Well, you want to see the amount of
Dice,
trauma that the person experienced.
tú quieres ver el número, el nivel de trauma que la persona está
And one of
experimentando.
the things that we know from the research is more trauma is not better. So the more successive traumas that you have, the greater likelihood that somebody's going to have psychological consequences and symptomatology as a result.
And therefore you need to get it within the relationship.
Objection leading.
Objeción, su señoría.
And so how does that relate to needing to get the time frame in the relationship?
Well, you need to understand.
Dice, bueno, tienes que entender,
When you're trying to evaluate
cuando
the
estás
impact,
tratando de evaluar un impacto,
happened to
tienes
the
que saber
person,
qué
and that's
pasó
sort
antes.
of the core and the basis of
Y las
trauma
bases
informed care and of trauma diagnoses. You
y
have
el
to
trauma que te va a
understand,
diagnosticar,
the traumatic event
los
and how it
eventos
transpired and
traumáticos
how
que
it played out for
pasaste.
that individual, so
Cada
that you can
individuo,
better assess for the symptomatology
por la
that's
metodología de los
falling from.
síntomas.
You said you had 88 pages of notes.
Usted dice que
What
tiene
were in your
88
88?
páginas
Without going into the specifics,
de
can you just describe
test que
what was
específicamente
included in
describen
the 88 pages of notes?
que tiene
In the
88
88
páginas de
pages
notas.
were, many of the documented
Dice muchos de los
incidents
documentos.
of intimate partner
Objection, Your
violence.
Honor.
She's just describing it. That
Solamente
came
ella
up.
está
He said, "Did you
describiendo.
fill those in the boxes?" She said it was in my 88 pages. I'm just saying what was in your 88 pages.
Solo le
I'm
estoy
not asking her
preguntando
to give
qué
you the
información tenía en
specific
sus
events. She can
88
describe the
páginas,
summary of it.
Can we come
que
up?
me está haciendo un resumen de eso. Can we approach? ¿Cómo ven? ¿Cómo ven? ¿Cómo ven la doctora? A ver, aquí a ver si ya le van poniendo por favor a la Amber. Déjenme, tengo ya una persona que va a venir, nada más voy a rectificar.
What is the difference between
¿Cuál es la diferencia entre
clinical scoring and clinical evaluation and research evaluation?
en
with
una
respect
evaluación
to the
clínica y una
CAPS-5
investigación
Objection compound.
clínica?
Your Honor, when it's compounded, it's because it might be confusing to the
Dice, es que
jury.
tengo que hacerlo así porque si no va a ser confuso, su señoría.
Can you explain to the jury
¿Puede
what the
explicarle al
difference is between
jurado
clinical scoring and evaluation on a test and research?
qué tipo
Objection,
de,
Your Honor,
otra
compound.
vez, es que sus preguntas.
Sure, so the PCL
Dice,
and the
este
CAPS
examen
5
del
are
PCL
frequently used in research.
se
And when they're
usa,
used in research, that means the document stands alone. They don't have 88 pages of notes to
dice,
help
no tienes
understand
88
the
páginas
background
de
of the
notas
trauma
cuando
and
haces
what the
este
person has
examen. Él
experienced.
tiene como que
And
sus
why those
propios,
boxes may be relevant in research
si
is
las
because,
cajitas aquí son
back in the day when I
relativas,
was a research assistant, I had to input that into the computer.
que tiene que
And then they
meter
would
esa
maybe look
información
at
en la
some of that
computadora
data for the research study.
para
So
poder
that
hacer como
becomes
que las
very important in
investigaciones
research.
posteriores al test.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Gracias, no tenemos más preguntas. Gracias, señora, váyase por favor ahí, ahí hay huevos, váyase, ahí ahora sí se pone máscara. La vez pasada no traía máscara. Tenemos 15 minutos, váyase al cuartito, ahí hay huevos tibios, ahí hay cereal, ahí hay manzanas, ahí hay plátanos, ahí hay leche, ahí hay jugos. Y nosotros nos vamos por las galletas y nuestro champurrado, porque tenemos 15 minutos de recreo. Bueno, como les decía, ahorita tengo a una persona que, déjenme nada más me acuerdo, porque esto fue ayer y tengo muchos mensajes. Una chica que me dijo que quería participar. Mándame otra vez el mensajito si por ahí me estás leyendo, porque no me acuerdo dónde quedó tu mensaje. Y la jueza se va a 15 minutos, así que yo regreso con ustedes en 15. Mientras les pido que platiquen entre ustedes, que se conozcan, que se incluyan que se metan al club de Telegram de Johnny. Hey Johnny. Bueno, vayan por favor también por un cafecito, por un tecito. Mira, Michelita se está estirando. Mira, Michelita también a ella también le duele la espalda. Es que duele la espalda. Sí, duele. Bueno, ahí les encargo que por favor se mochen con sus likes porque ya tenemos 1000, pero podemos tener 1500 más. O sea que nos faltan 2000, nos faltan 1500 likes. Son gratis, no duelen. ¿Vale? Regreso con ustedes en unos minutos y los que no están suscritos también los invito a que se suscriban. Ahorita voy.
Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 yeah, go. Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range. Cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain.
see it coming.
All right, are we ready for the jury? Yes, yes, sir.
Ya regresamos del break.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. May we
Bienvenidos,
see
señoras
your
y
next
señores.
witness.
Your Honor, defendant calls Amber Heard.
All right, Ms. Heard, if you come to the
Ok,
stand, please.
vámonos a parar. Ay, ya me senté. Ni modo por los jueces.
Yes, ma'am. Water.
Vamos a tener otro testigo. Ay,
Thank you, ma'am. Just a
papá.
reminder, you're still under oath, okay?
Ok, vamos a ver.
All right, your question.
Otra testigo.
Amber, just to orient you
Lo que nos
and
faltaba.
the jury, at this time, we are in the rebuttal to your counterclaim against Mr. Depp. So I'm going to confine my questions to that, okay?
All right.
All right, all right.
How have you suffered publicly as a result
¿Cómo
of
usted
the Depp
se dañó
wellness
públicamente como resultado de este merequetengue?
Objection, speculation.
Son especulaciones, su señoría.
I am
Dice,
harassed,
fui
humiliated,
humillada,
threatened
amenazada,
every single
todo
day.
lo que termine en ada, cada día.
Even just walking into this courtroom,
Sí, simplemente
sitting
por
here
caminar aquí en
in front
esta
of the
corte
world,
cada que entro y sentarme aquí y estar
having the
sentada
worst parts
aquí,
of my life,
ha sido la peor parte de mi vida.
things I've lived through,
En lo que está
used to
exactamente
humiliate
diciendo
me.
lo mismo que dijo Johnny ayer, Dios
People
santo.
want to kill me.
Gente me
They
quiere,
tell me
me
so
quiere matar, me
every
quiere
day.
cada día.
People want to put my baby in the microwave.
Quieren poner mi
They
bebé
tell
en
me
el,
that.
¿en el dónde?
Johnny
Johnny
threatened,
me amenazó,
promised
me prometió
promised
que me iba a
me
me amenazó
that if I
con
ever left him, it'd make me think of him every single day that I lived.
que yo
Objection,
pensaría en
no
él cada
responsive.
día de mi vida,
I'll sustain the
que no se iba a
objection
olvidar de él
if
lo que
you wanna
pensaría en
ask
él
the
cada día
question.
de su vida. Háganme favor.
Amber,
Amber,
how did Mr. Depp's statements and threats to you that you
¿cómo,
were discussing, how do those continue to manifest
cómo
themselves?
todavía lo que el señor ha publicado y esos artículos, eso que ha
In the
hecho
harassment and the humiliation,
en el bullying,
the
en la
campaign
humillación,
against me that's echoed every single day
cada día,
on social media, and now
cada
in
día
front of cameras,
las
in this
cámaras,
room.
los paparazzis, el
Every
internet,
single day I
el
have to
salón de
relive the
Patty
trauma.
con los memes.
My hands shake. I wake up
Dice,
screaming.
mis
I have
manos
to live with
tiemblan
the
cada
trauma
que
and
yo
the
me
damage done to
despierto.
me. My friends have to
Mis
live with a
amigos,
set of
ayer no traía esa
unspoken
actitud,
rules
ayer
about
tenía una
how to
actitud, ¿se
not
acuerdan
scare me.
las
Objection,
sonrisitas de
hearsay.
ayer?
Yes, sir.
Unspoken rules
Overruled. Go ahead.
about how to not touch me,
¿Cómo
not to
no,
surprise me.
cómo no
My
tocarme?
intimate partners have rules about how they can deal with me, how they can touch me. I have rules for doctors,
Que ya
medical
tiene
professionals
reglas
I see,
para sus
gynecologists I
parejas, para
see.
los doctores.
I live my life
Vivo mi
with
vida
these sets of rules that I have
con,
to
con
follow, my
reglas
friends have to follow for me
que ahora
not to
tengo que
have a
seguir.
panic attack or a triggering event where I relive the trauma.
O,
Even if
o
I'm
vuelvo a
training
revivir
to
el
do
trauma.
my movie, for instance, if I'm training for Aquaman, a combat scene, and a trigger happens, I have a meltdown and have to deal with that. The crew I work with have to deal with
Ella
that.
dice que tiene que hacer, su vida ahorita es un desmadre.
From what I've lived through.
Cada que ella trabaja, pues ahora tiene que tener como
I'm not
más.
sitting in this courtroom snickering. I'm not sitting in this courtroom laughing, smiling.
Dice, yo no me
making
estoy
snide
sentando en
jokes.
esta corte
I'm not.
riéndome y
This is
sonriendo.
horrible. This is painful.
Es doloroso,
This is humiliating
es
for any
humillante
human being
para mí,
to go through.
ir en esto.
Perhaps it's easy to forget that, but I'm a human being.
Soy un ser humano.
And even though Johnny promised that I deserve this and
Y
promised
Johnny
to
me
do this, I
prometió
don't
que yo
deserve
deseaba,
this.
que yo merecía esto.
I want to move on.
Yo ya me moví
The
de esto.
statements, the attacks on me, the campaign,
La campaña en ataques para mí,
that Johnny has elicited millions of people
Johnny ha,
to do on his behalf when he himself couldn't.
que Johnny tiene mucha gente de su lado.
Speculation.
Que Johnny aquí es la estrella, que Johnny aquí es el que tiene más fans.
Amber, how have the Depp Waldman statements impacted
¿Cómo le afectó a
your
usted el
ability
artículo del
to do
señor
charitable
Walmart?
work?
You know, the only reason that
Dice, la única razón
people like Dr. Kirby
que
can
a la
sit up
gente,
here on the stand and say I'm high functioning and I do things like
que la
hobbies
doctora
and have
Curry
interests is because I'm
ofreció a su
not.
señoría, que la doctora dice que ella tenía las facultades para seguir haciendo su vida y no estar derrotada como debería de estar.
It's because I found a solution
Es
to that
porque ella
pain.
encontró la
I woke up
solución.
every morning
Cada mañana que
panic
yo me
attacks
levanto
and trauma until
y
I
el
realized I could
trauma,
do something
estas
with it.
cosas que me pasan.
So to answer
Y
your
la
question,
respuesta
Ed,
es,
I was able to turn
yo
the things
estuve
that I've lived
dispuesta
through, my pain, my
a
life
ir
experiences
por
into
encima de
work,
este dolor,
into action, into providing a voice for other
para
people.
tener una voz.
I'm not a saint. I'm not trying to present myself as one, as you all know, but I selfishly found
yo sola
and being
encontré
able to use
que
what
yo
I've lived
podía
through
estar, como que
to
ella podía
advocate
encontrar
for
la
others,
solución de todo,
to bring light to these issues,
para
to be the
traer
voice to
luz a
people who don't
esta
have the voice and the
oscuridad,
platform that I have.
en esta
And while
tormenta
I
que
would
ella
not
está
wish this
viviendo,
situation
esta
on my worst
situación
enemy,
que la está
if it
matando,
gives a voice to someone who doesn't have it.
que quiere darle la voz a los que no
But
tienen
I
voz.
now, as I stand here today, can't
Como yo
have
me
a
estoy
career.
sentando ahora
I
aquí,
can't even have people associate with me because of the threats and the attacks that they
dice
have
que
to
no puede
endure.
tener a las
Caution
personas cerca de ella porque
And I
ella
can't
tiene
do
ahorita
charity
muchas
work.
amenazas, muchas cosas feas, pues.
Amber, other than the threats that you've described, what other threats have you
¿Qué tipo
endured
de
since the
amenazas
death
usted
while in
está
the state
recibiendo?
I receive
Yo recibo
hundreds of death
cientos
threats
de amenazas
regularly, if not daily.
regularmente, diario,
Thousands since this trial
miles,
has
desde que
started,
esta corte
people
está haciendo.
mocking my testimony about being assaulted.
Acerca de mi testimonio, acerca de cómo fui abusada.
Non-responsive.
Goes to damages. You can continue.
Puede continuar.
It's been agonizing.
Es agonizante,
Agonizing, painful,
doloroso,
and most humiliating
la cosa más humillante
thing I've ever had to go through.
que he tenido que pasar en mi vida.
I hope no one ever has to go through something
Ojalá
like
que
this.
nadie tenga que pasar por esto.
I just want to leave me alone.
Solamente quiero
Just wanna leave me
continuar.
alone. I've said that for years now, and I thought he would after
Objection
2020.
non-responsive.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Siguiente pregunta. ¿Sabe cómo chantajear a Johnny? ¿Sabe cómo
What do
chantajear a
you hope to
Johnny?
reclaim after this is over?
Protecting the secret that I
Dice proteger el
did
secreto
for as long as I did
que yo hice.
has taken enough of my voice.
Está tomando demasiado de mi voz.
Johnny has taken enough of my voice.
Johnny está tomando
I
demasiado
have
de
the
mi
right
voz.
to tell my story.
De
I have the
mi
right to
derecho
say
de
what
contar
happened
mi
to me. I have the
historia.
right to my voice and my name.
De limpiar mi nombre y
You took it long
de
enough.
limpiar su imagen, ¿no?
I have a right
Tengo
as
el
an
derecho
American to talk about what happened
de
to me,
hablar de lo que
to own
pasó.
my
Exactamente
story
lo
and my
mismo que
truth.
dijo Johnny.
I have that right.
Tengo el derecho.
I hope to get my voice back.
Quiero mi voz de regreso.
It's all I want.
Es todo lo que quiero.
And I've said that from day one.
Y eso lo dije desde el día 1.
Thank you, Amber.
Gracias,
I don't have
Amber.
anything else.
All right, cross-examination.
Ok, gracias. Cross-examination. Vamos, Camille. You are the one. You're one of ours. Vamos, Camille. Bien por ti. Dale con todo a esta güerita que está llorando y él le está copiando todo al Johnny Depp. Vamos, Camille. Acábala, Camila, acábala. Sin piedad. Que se le deschongue la otra parte del peinado, hasta que salga de ahí como loca, hasta que salga toda greñuda como con pelos de mona de baldío. Vamos, Camille, vamos, Camille, mil. Hashtag vamos, Camille. Todos vamos, hashtag vamos, Camille. Que se le caiga el peinado del lado izquierdo, por favor. Que se le caiga el lado derecho, es el derecho, ¿verdad? Que se le caiga el lado derecho del peinado. Vamos, Camille, mil. Acábala, Camila, acábala. Esa mujer tiene que saber quién es quién en este juicio. Ella tiene que tener en cuenta que no puede ir por la vida destruyendo la vida de personas de esa forma, con toda la intención de mentir y de crear una historia que no existe, que nunca ha existido y que aparte ella se está quejando del bullying y de todo lo que le está pasando. Bueno, pues mamacita, si no hubiera sido a esa corte a hacer fake que te habían golpeado, a provocarte que la prensa fuera y los paparazzis te fueran a recibir afuera de la corte cuando saliste y todavía volteando y posando para los paparazzis, nada de esto estuviera pasando. Tú fuiste la que abriste la cloaca de que se metieran en tu vida privada porque tú así lo hiciste ver cuando, abusando de que Johnny no estaba en la ciudad, fuiste a poner una orden de restricción a la corte. Y no conforme con eso, moviste a tus amistades, las utilizaste para que fueran a hablar con Johnny para que se vieran secretivamente en un hotel en San Francisco, cuando los dos tenían la orden de restricción. O sea que lo hiciste también romper esa parte de la ley. Entonces, mamacita, you have what you deserve. Tú tienes lo que te mereces, Camille. Esto no es más que las consecuencias de tus propias acciones. Para toda acción, para toda reacción, tuvo que haber una reacción. Y el mundo ya se dio cuenta de la clase de ser humano. Tú lo has dicho, yo soy un ser humano, pero también la gente se está dando cuenta del ser humano que eres. Tan es así que hoy quieres cerrar con broche de oro haciendo el mismo speech que ayer a Johnny le salió del corazón sin ni siquiera derramar una lágrima. Él no tuvo que llorar para poder conectar con nosotros. Johnny no tuvo que reír, ni llorar, ni hacer ahí muecas como tú las estás haciendo. Ahí ya me inspiré, ya le tenía que decir sus verdades a esta señora que dice que todo el mundo la ataca, que desde que se levanta temblando, que no puede ni caminar a la corte porque todo el mundo lo que le grita. Pues mamacita, tú fuiste la que llamaste a los paparazzis. O sea, ayer lo dejaron claro. Tú fuiste la que mandaste las fotos. O sea, en buena onda, Amber. Ya se demostró que eres mentirosa. Ya se demostró que la abusadora eras tú. La que lo engañó fuiste tú. Me encanta que Camilo hoy la va a volver a cuestionar. Camilo no necesita decir mucho. Ahora se queja de lo que ella misma provocó, que la canción. A mí me choca la gente mentirosa. La gente mentirosa no la soporto. Aparte no le quedan, o sea, ahorita ya está, ya tiene la cara seca, o sea, ya no está llorando. Se fijan que nada más cuando está hablando, ay, la cara de Whitney. A mí lo que me gusta de Whitney es el pelo, pero vele la cara de Whitney. Ya la contaminó con el odio que siente, de verdad, ¿eh? Tiene bonito pelo, la verdad, tiene bonito pelo las dos. Por eso la contrataron para L'Oreal, pero Hay más gente, se fijan en la corte. ¿Se fijan ahorita cómo no está llorando? Pobre chava, no se crean. Qué triste su vida. Pero ella tiene buen respaldo, la respalda Elon Musk, ¿no? O sea, tampoco está sola y desamparada, o sea. No, ahorita no están hablando de los tacos, ahorita están hablando de la toxi. Aquí nos sorprendieron porque no pensamos que la iban a pasar no pensamos que la iban a pasar a declarar. La verdad. No estaba aquí dentro de. Yo tengo entendido que la hija de Johnny iba a venir a declarar. Yo sí tenía eso en mi conocimiento. Oigan, gracias porque los que se están sumando al salón, ya somos 32,256 suscriptores, somos 3,091 personas conectadas ahorita. Gracias a todos los que están conectados, pues para ver este show porque la verdad lo que nos va a dar aquí Amber es un show, la verdad, una sesión privada de clases de actuación, de cómo no ser en la vida. Así que gracias a los que se están sumando, les pido que me ayuden y me cooperen con su like, si les está gustando, y se suscriban al canal si fueran tan amables, y ahí ustedes dispensen si de repente me equivoco o, por ejemplo, no tengo la velocidad que quisiera para poder traducir las cosas, ahí dispensen, pero lo estoy haciendo con mucho cariño. Llevamos 3 horas con 2 minutos traduciendo desde las 6 de la mañana, desde la bellísima ciudad de Vancouver. Gracias a los moderadores. También ahorita que tengamos mucha gente, tenemos mucha gente en el salón, van a llegar haters y van a llegar los ¿cómo se llaman? ¿Cómo se llaman? Los virus estos que llegan de las cámaras de las chicas. Entonces ahí les encargo que por favor, para que no distraigan aquí al espectador, me hagan favor de eliminarlos, de bloquearlos, esas páginas que vienen de virus aquí con cosas que no, pues ahí les encargo, por favor. Ojalá que el día de hoy podamos llegar a los 33,000 suscriptores si ustedes me ayudan, porque hoy se va a poner, por lo que veo, hoy nos están sorprendiendo bastante los jueces con todo este merequetengue, y más Johnny. Pobre Johnny, lo están ahí poniendo de que él me prometió que nunca jamás me iba a olvidar de él, que siempre lo iba a recordar, o sea, como diciendo la venganza de Johnny, ¿no? Claro, porque ayer leyeron un email que él estaba hablándole a su hermana donde decía que ella, pues que la verdad que sí, que se iba a arrepentir y que se iba, porque dice, yo estaba enojado, me estaban difamando. Entonces, pues, ¿cómo no se va a enojar? Cuando uno está enojado dice muchas cosas, sí o no. Entonces, ella de ahí se está agarrando para decir, pues, que no, que él estuvo amenazándola y que no sé qué, pero oigan, esta vieja quiso sacar ventaja no nada más del dinero, ojalá se hubiera quedado nada más con los $7 millones. Ahí muere. Le salió barato a Johnny, pero esto que ella se ha continuado, dice, usted dice que este caso ha sido muy difícil para usted, ¿por qué? Dice, sus mentiras han sido expuestas al mundo muchas veces. Usted se sentó aquí y le dijo a los jueces que... Dice, sí, ese es efectivamente. Usted dijo que aquí también se descubrió que usted agarró el cuello de una mujer, la mano de una mujer y la torció. Lo que contestó. Pero su propia testigo, la señora Rocky, no testificó eso. Dice, no me acuerdo qué parte de la noche ella vio eso. Dice que ella testificó que nunca vio que el señor Johnny agarró que Johnny no lastimó a nadie. Dice usted, dice, ¿recuerda el testimonio del tráiler cuando dijo usted que Johnny había destruido el tráiler? Dice, yo no recuerdo quién era ese tipo. Yo conozco muchas personas que estaban envueltas. Usted está aquí diciendo que el testigo está aquí cometiendo Dice, él testificó que era usted la que estaba enojada con el señor Depp y se lo llevó al tráiler. Dice, él no estuvo ahí. Pero el señor testificó que era usted la que le estaba gritando al señor Depp. ¿Se acuerdan el del tráiler? Dice, pero él no estaba ahí. Él no sabe nada. Él no sabe lo que pasó. Como la mayoría de la gente. Yo les estoy diciendo que él no estaba ahí. Pero eso no tiene que ver. Él no estaba ahí, ¿cómo sabe? Dice, él estaba ahí y los estaba viendo. ¿Usted escuchó eso? Solamente le estoy diciendo que él no estaba ahí. Dice, él testificó que el tráiler no era un desastre, que se rompieron algunas cosas, pero que no era un desastre.
The only thing that was broken in the trailer,
La única cosa que,
according to Mr. Knight, was a light fixture. Yes
la
or no?
única cosa que estaba rota en el tráiler era una cosa. Dice una cosa de la, que estaba destruido nada más una sola cosa, que no estaba destruido,
Everything after he summed it up, that it was a light fixture.
que una cosa eléctrica estaba rota, no como ella dijo que el tráiler estaba desastroso y hecho una
The
basura.
security guard testimony, Your Honor.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Dice, por favor, ¿puedo poner este?
Mr. Knight also testified
El
that he
señor-
charged Mr. Depp only $62 for the damaged light
Que
fixture.
solamente
You
pagó
heard that, correct?
$62 por la luz
In
que se
Hicksville, you
rompió.
were the only one that was jealous that Mr. Depp was
Usted
spending
era la
time with
única que
other
estaba
people.
celosa de que el
Isn't that
señor
correct,
Depp
Ms. Hurd?
estaba platicando y pasándosela bien.
In
¿Es
Hicksville,
correcto?
you were the
No.
one who was upset that Mr. Depp wasn't giving you enough attention.
Era usted la que estaba enojada porque el señor Depp no le estaba dando a usted la suficiente atención, ¿no es
Mr. Hurd, you
cierto?
told this jury that you had no idea the press was going to be at the courthouse
Dice
when
usted
you
que no
got your
tuvo
TRO
idea de que
on
la
May
prensa iba a estar
27th,
afuera de la
2016.
corte
Do you
cuando
remember
usted
that
fue a hacer lo de la orden de
I
restricción.
said I did not have anything to do with
Dice,
it.
yo no tengo nada
Yes.
que ver con eso.
No.
¿No?
My question again.
Otra vez.
You told this jury
Usted le dijo al jurado
that you had no
que
idea
usted no tenía
that the
idea
press was going
de que la
to be
prensa iba a estar
outside
afuera de la
after you got
corte.
the ex-parte TRO on May 27th, 2016.
Cuando usted
Do you
puso la
remember
orden de
that testimony?
restricción en
I apologize, I must have
2017.
misunderstood, Ms. Vasquez.
Dice, eso usted
I
usted
actually
malentendió,
had no
señorita
idea
Vázquez.
whether they were going to be there or not. When I walked into
Dice,
the
yo cuando
courtroom
entré
that
a
day,
la
it was
corte,
completely quiet,
estaba
still,
solo, no había
empty.
nadie.
Even though I had given
Dice,
Johnny's team
yo
notice
le
that I
di,
was filing
yo
my
le avisé
TRO,
al equipo de Johnny que yo iba a ir a testificar.
And Your Honor, I would also ask that you instruct the witness
Su señoría,
to please stop talking once I lodge
yo
an
le voy a
objection.
pedir
Your
por
Honor,
favor
she's
a la
trying to answer
señorita que
questions
deje
best
de
she
hablar
can.
cuando...
Ms. Vasquez is misrepresenting to her what she testified to.
I'll strike the last part as non-responsive, just if you could just answer the questions asked. Okay, thank you, Ms. Hurd.
In fact, you testified that you were, quote, shocked when you saw press. when you were
Dice
leaving the
también usted que
courthouse.
usted
Yes?
estaba en shock cuando vio la
You
prensa
weren't
fuera de
shocked
la
at all, though,
corte.
were you?
Incorrect. It was
You knew the press
horrifying.
would be
Dice,
at the
usted sabía
courthouse,
que la
right,
prensa
Ms.
iba a
Hurd?
estar ahí.
No.
No,
Well, you did bring your publicist to the
pero usted
courthouse
trajo a
with
su
you on May
publicista
27th,
a la
2016,
corte.
didn't you?
¿No
I
lo
sure did.
trajo?
I'm a public figure. I brought my
Dice,
publicist
soy una
in
soy una
case
figura
it
pública,
blew
tengo
up.
que traer a mi
In
publicista.
case.
En
You actually
caso,
had alerted TMC that you would be filing a TRO against Mr. Depp. That
usted
very
le
day,
dijo a
didn't
la
you?
prensa de
No,
TMC que
I
usted
did
iba,
not.
iba a
You
poner
didn't bother to wear
una
makeup
orden de
to cover up
restricción
the
en
mark
contra
on
del
your
señor Depp,
face.
por eso
I
fueron.
did not call TMZ
Dice, yo
or
no los
any
llamé
other
a
news source
ellos
or paparazzi
o a
source.
los
No
paparazzis
one.
para que vinieran.
Well,
I
we
never
heard
did that.
testimony from former TMZ employee
Dice,
Morgan
tuvimos
Tremaine
ayer
yesterday,
un
correct?
testimonio del
Did I
empleado
hear
del
his testimony?
TMC.
Yes, I was here.
Dice, sí, yo
And
estaba
you heard
aquí.
Mr. Tremaine's testimony that he knew to dispatch the paparazzi to the
Y
courthouse
usted
on
sabe y
May
escuchó que el
27th,
señor, el que
right?
I
testificó
heard him
ayer,
say that he knew that, yes.
Yeah,
dice
and
que
that he
mandó los
dispatched
paparazzis
paparazzi
porque
to the
tuvieron
courthouse to capture a picture
previamente
of an alleged bruise
la
on the right side of
información
your face.
y
Do
que
you
usted
remember
tenía
him
que
saying
voltear
that?
para que le
I remember
tomaran
him
la
saying
fotografía
that.
de los moretes.
That information must have come from your team,
Esa,
right, Ms.
esa
Hurd?
información fue
Absolutely
confirmada
not.
por su equipo.
Why would I want that? What
Dice, yo
actual
porque,
survivor of domestic
porque
violence
si
wants
soy una
that?
sobreviviente de violencia
Now, the
doméstica,
video of
voy a
Mr.
querer
Depp
publicar
beating
eso.
up some kitchen cabinets, you admit that you took that video,
Usted
correct?
admitió que
Yes,
usted
I
tomó el
did.
video de la,
And you acknowledge that the video was
de la
released
cocina.
online the day before you were deposed
Y
in
usted
connection
sabe
with
que
your
ese
divorce
video
from
fue
Mr. Depp
publicado un
in
día antes de
August
que usted fuera a la
2016,
corte.
right?
I believe
¿Sabe?
it was, yes.
Dice, sí, yo creo
But
que
you
fue.
testified that you had absolutely nothing to do with the
Usted
video's
testificó que
release,
tenía
right?
nada que ver con ese
Absolutely
video.
not.
Dice, no, yo no
And you
tenía nada que
testified
ver.
that you learned about it when you landed after flying into
Usted dice
LA.
que supo
Do you
de
remember
eso
that
cuando usted
testimony?
llegó,
Upon touchdown is when I was alerted to the
cuando,
videos
cuando,
existing.
cuando
Heard
llegó,
Mr.
no sé, que
Tremaine
llegó a un aeropuerto.
testify about this video as well yesterday, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you heard Mr. Tremaine
Usted
testify that
escuchó
TMZ received the cabinet
que
video
recibió
the
el
same day he
video
landed at LAX.
que
I don't
él,
know if that's, I
que él
don't know if
recibió el
that's
video
what
en
his
email.
testimony
Ya
was. I'm
saben, lo
sorry.
que estuve ayer
Mr.
aquí
Tremaine
comentando.
testify
Usted
that the
testificó
cabinet video was posted 15 minutes
que ese video,
after TMZ received it.
que,
Yes?
That's
que
what I
ese
heard
video
him
fue
say.
posteado
And that this
15
could
minutos
only
después
have
de que
been
la
possible if the video
prensa
was
o el
received
programa de TMC lo
directly
recibió en
from
correo.
the source. Yes?
¿De dónde venía
I
la,
heard him say that. I don't know
la
if that's
fuente?
true or if
Dice, Dice, yo no sé si eso es
Because if
verdad
it
o
weren't
no.
for me, I was
Mr.
flying.
Señora Heard,
Tremaine
So
testified.
I know that's incorrect. is
dice,
what it
eso es
means.
incorrecto.
Another liar on the stand.
Dice, en
I just know
otro,
that
entonces
that's
quiere decir que vino
incorrect.
aquí a mentirnos el otro
And
testigo.
you heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ owns the copyright to the cabinet video, right?
Dice, el TMC
That seems
son
to
los dueños del
Cabinet
copyright
video you
del
filmed
video de
of
la
your then
cocina, ¿sí o no?
Yes?
The copyright ownership of that is news to me. I learned that
Dice, yo
yesterday.
apenas ayer me enteré
It's
que
the
ellos eran los
cabinet
dueños de ese
that you
video.
captured of your then husband, yes?
That is
Dice,
correct. I did
usted
capture
estaba
that
en ese video y
and
su
yes,
marido.
that was my
Video.
husband.
The same cabinet video that was released the night before you were deposed in your divorce. Yes?
Exactamente la noche antes que ese video
You
fue
must have also
expuesto.
heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the version of the cabinet video that TMZ received was incomplete.
También
compared to the
testificaron
video
ayer que
the jury saw in
el
this
video que
trial.
ellos recibieron
Did you
estaba
hear that?
incompleto porque usted cortó la primera parte y la última parte, ¿es correcto?
The video that the jury, that you
Dice,
have seen
el video
is
que ustedes
complete.
vieron está completo.
But the one
Por eso,
TMZ
pero el
got
que
the day
el que
before
ellos
your
recibieron
deposition
estaba
in the divorce
incompleto.
was incomplete.
Estaba
I don't
incompleto.
know, I haven't seen it.
Dice, yo no
He
lo sé, yo no
testified
lo he
that the
visto.
beginning portion of the video where
Hay
you
una
set up
porción
the
del
camera,
video
that wasn't included in the video
que no
that
venía
TMZ
incluida en el
received.
video que usted
I
le
don't
mandó
know
a
what
TMZ.
video TMZ
I'm talking
received.
about Mr. Tremaine's testimony.
Dice, le estoy hablando del
Let's just
testimonio del que
focus on
estuvo
Mr.
ayer.
Tremaine.
His testimony?
No, I'm asking you if
Les-
you recall hearing him say
Le
those
estoy
words
preguntando
to
si
this
usted
jury.
recuerda que él dijo que el
Under oath.
video
His
estaba
testimony.
cortado.
We all did.
And
Dice,
he
sí.
testified that the end of the video where you can be seen smirking.
Dice
I
que
know
en
you
la última
testified
parte
earlier
del
that you haven't
video,
been smirking in this trial, but you sure were caught on camera
donde
smirking
usted
in that
estaba en
video.
la cámara,
disagree
porque
with
usted
that.
estaba
Not
parte en la
was also
cámara,
not included in the
que no
TMZ
estaba
video.
incluido en el
Everyone
video
can
que le
watch that
mandaron a
video and you can
TMZ.
determine whether you think it's funny to me or not.
That's
Dice
because
que
the
ella
video
no
came
siente
from
que es
you,
divertido
right,
que
Ms.
ella estaba
Heard?
en el video o no.
No,
O
it
sea,
did not.
You
That
edited
video
out
did
the
not
dice, usted
come from
editó el
me.
video.
That didn't
Heard.
come from me.
Señora
Ms. Heard,
Heard,
you edited out
usted
portions that made
editó.
you look bad before sending it to TMZ.
Porque usted se dio cuenta que usted se vería mal si
So
usted le
that
mandaba
was
ese
bad
video a
information.
I
TMZ.
could have done it in a more effective way.
Dice, yo no
a
lo
lot
hubiera, yo lo
sooner
hubiera,
and a
yo
lot
lo hubiera
more.
mandado en
Because
un
I was
efecto,
looking
en una
Do
manera
not
más
leak this evidence.
inteligente.
I wanted to leak it. I could have done
Dice,
a lot more with
por
it.
favor, creo que hubiera hecho yo más que eso con ese
But you
video.
testified earlier in this
Usted
trial that you didn't know how
testificó
to leak
temprano en
things.
este
I
juicio.
don't.
Dice, no, no.
You edited that video
Usted editó
before
ese
you gave
video
it to TMZ so that only
y
Mr.
por
Duck
eso
would
se lo
look
mandó
bad.
en
Yes?
pedazos.
That's absurd.
Dice, eso
Right in the
no.
middle of your divorce proceedings.
En el momento de su,
Again,
a la mitad
you're
de su
very
divorcio
wrong.
mandó ese video. Está bien enojada, Camille. Está bien enchilada.
I'd like
Latina
to
tenía
show
que ser.
you a picture from
No
that's
le
already
gusta que le
admitted into
mientan en la
evidence.
cara, como a
It's,
ninguna
Defendant's
mujer.
Exhibit 799.
Por favor, vamos a ver aquí el video. Play, Michelita, play, por favor. I don't think so, le hace Johnny. I don't think so.
This is you at the courthouse on May 27,
No, este es afuera de usted en la corte, cuando fue a poner la orden de restricción afuera de, esto es afuera de la corte.
Jody Gottlieb, right?
Yes, yes.
Jody Gottlieb is your publicist.
Dice,
Dear friend.
la que está ahí al lado
I'd
de
like
usted
to
es su
show you what's been
publicista.
marked as
Sí.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 1316.
Vámonos a ver aquí la exhibición, la otra exhibición, por favor, Michelita. Está bien enojada, Camille.
This is a picture of you and your friend Rocky Penny.
Esa es la
right?
foto de usted
That
con
is
su
correct.
amiga Rocky
Your Honor, I'd like to
Penny.
move to admit
Señoría, por favor, podemos movernos a
this
la
photograph?
siguiente.
Any objection to 13?
¿Alguna objeción? No. Hoy Camille no va a comer porque le van a hacer daño. Lo que sea
No,
que
Your Honor.
pidan, ella no va a pedir hoy. Hoy está bien enojada. Todo lo que coma le va a hacer
This
daño.
is a picture of you on
Esta es
May
una foto de
28,
usted.
2016, right, Ms. Heard?
Esta es una
I
foto
don't
de
know when
usted.
this was taken.
Dice, no sé quién
This is
tomó
the
esta
day
foto.
after you obtained the domestic violence restraining
Después de
order
que usted
against Mr.
recibió
Depp,
la orden de
right?
restricción,
I have no idea when this image was taken. I did not take it.
dice,
There's
yo no
no
la
bruise on
tomé.
your face in this picture, is there?
Pero aquí se ve que
Again,
usted tiene la
I
cara
don't know when
lastimada en
this
esta
was
foto.
taken,
¿Usted no sabe
and
quién tomó
also
esta
I'm
foto?
outside.
Dice,
I
esa
was
foto fue
obviously
tomada.
wearing makeup.
Yo no
I
tenía
have no
make-up.
idea
Yo
when
no
this
tenía
was taken, so I
make-up.
have no idea if I can
Yo no
speak
tengo-
to
Refresh your
what
recollection.
bruise you can
Let's
see or not.
refresh your recollection about when this picture was taken.
Dice, para su
Can we
memoria le voy a
please,
refrescar.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 1315.
Yo le voy a
just for the
recordar esta
witness.
foto cuando y dónde fue tomada.
This is an article dated
Este es un
May 30th,
artículo.
2016, right, Ms. Heard?
That's what it says, yes.
And this article contains the same photograph of
Este
you and Ms.
artículo
Pennington
contiene la
you were
misma
just looking at.
fotografía.
Yes?
¿Sí o no?
Yes, I see that.
Sí, ya lo
And the
veo.
article is entitled Amber Heard smiles as she puts arm around friend one day
Este
after getting
artículo dice
restraining
que
order
Amber
against
Heard está
Johnny Depp.
feliz y
Is that what
abrazando a
the
su
title says?
amiga.
I know that's what the title says.
Dice,
yes.
sí, es lo que dice el
Your Honor,
título.
I'm going to move to admit
Señora,
and
su señoría, me
publish
voy a
the
mover por favor
article
aquí
with
otra cosa.
everything but the headline and date
Todo lo que dice
and the
aquí
photo redacted.
en esta foto. Vamos a ver,
Objection,
Michelita.
Your Honor, that's inconsistent from the way you treated all of these.
I'll sustain the objection. All right, next question.
Siguiente pregunta.
Let's take a look at picture
Vamos a ver la
Plaintiff's Exhibit
foto.
1317.
Aquí otra evidencia.
This is also a picture picture of you and Miss
Esa es otra foto de usted y la señorita Penny. ¿Sí o no? No sé yo cuándo esta foto fue tomada, yo no sé. Me no remember. Dice me don't remember, o sea, ¿no recuerda ella su publicista?
No, Your Honor.
Su señoría, ¿tenemos evidencia? Ahorita Camille dice aquí en esta foto,
I disagree.
Usted-
If it is taken when you represent it was taken.
dice,
then
si esta
obviously
foto
there's a
está,
bruise on my face
fue
covered
tomada
by
cuando
makeup,
tú...
as per usual.
Let's zoom out of that picture.
Vamos
for
a
a
hacerle
moment,
zoom,
please.
por favor, a esta foto. Vamos a hacerle zoom a
That's
esta
Josh
foto.
Drew in this picture, right?
Yes. That's correct.
And Ms. Pennington.
Dice,
That
aquí
is
está su
correct.
amiga
And there too.
y este cuate, ¿no? Ya
That is
sabes
correct.
cuál.
Submitted a sworn statement on your behalf in support of your domestic violence
Aquí
restraining order, didn't she?
usted había puesto la orden de restricción,
I believe she
recuerda.
did, yes.
Dice
Mr.
sí.
Drew also submitted a statement in support of your domestic violence restraining order.
Usted aquí ya
I
había,
believe they
sí,
both
ella
did,
ya,
yes.
ya había puesto ahí su orden de restricción para Johnny.
Mr. I'd like to show you defendant's exhibit 512,
Me gustaría
which is writing
enseñarle
evidence.
otra evidencia aquí que tenemos, por favor. Esas fotos seguramente se las dieron ayer. Seguramente
You've seen this photograph before,
ayer
right?
se
I
las
have.
dieron del
On the
paparazzi,
second
podría
day
ser.
of your
Aquí
direct
vemos una botella.
testimony, you testified that
Usted
this was
testificó
taken in the downstairs of the
que
main
esto fue
apartment
en la
on
parte
December
de abajo
15th,
del departamento, del
2015. Do you
penthouse.
recall that testimony?
¿Recuerda ese testimonio?
Yes, I believe so.
Sí, yo recuerdo.
So it's your testimony that defendant's
Es su
exhibit
testimonio
512 reflects damage to penthouse 5 that
que
occurred
reflejan
during the
los daños del
December 15th,
penthouse.
2015 incident. Yes?
I'm not quite sure
Dice,
from what
no,
incident this is
no
when I see this
no
photo
recuerdo
in a
exactamente de
vacuum
cuándo fue
without
este
context.
incidente, pero
Let's give you that context.
déjeme le doy un
Can
contexto.
we please
Por favor, vamos a recordar lo
have
que
day
usted dijo de
16
este.
trial testimony?
Por favor, vamos a ver lo que dijo del testimonio. Esto se está poniendo. Ahorita Camille lo que quiere es aventarle una chancla. Lo que quisiera por dentro en su mente, lo que está pasando en su mente, es aventarle una chancla. Aventarle una chancla y que se le deschongue el lado izquierdo de el lado derecho del peinado.
Could you please turn first to page
Dice, por favor, puede aquí darle la vuelta y
4585?
váyase a la página.
Specifically on starting on line
Específicamente,
16, where it says, let's talk about December 15th.
vamos a hablar de,
2015.
aquí dice, vamos a hablar de
You
dos,
said 4, 5, 8, I'm on 4,
de diciembre
4, 8, 5, sorry.
15.
You said 4, 5, 8, 4,
4585.
Pardon.
Vámonos.
Line 16.
Vámonos, chicos, les encargo los spams, por favor, que me los borren. Y cualquier persona que esté comentando cosas feas en el canal, nada más enséñenle por dónde está la salida. Gracias. Gracias a todos los que estamos casi 4,000 personas conectadas en vivo ahorita. Muchas gracias a todos y por dejar aquí sus likes. ¿Cómo vamos con los likes? ¿Quién tiene la contabilidad de los likes? Vamos a hablar de diciembre 15, aquí del
Yes.
2000.
And then do you see that your testimony about December 15th, 2015 follows?
Del 2015, aquí que sigue. Cuénteme, por favor. A Johnny le deberían de hacer unas trenzas o algo diferente. Que también lo peinen. Un crepé. Tenemos 1824 likes, o sea, no, estamos desfasados. Necesitamos 2000
Yes.
likes.
Now I'd like you to turn to page
2000 likes, por
4603.
favor, cooperen.
Starting at line 12. 4603.
Vámonos, por favor, a la siguiente exhibición. Si no les está gustando mi trabajo, mejor entonces ya me voy, ¿eh? Si no les dan like, entonces no les está
Starting at line
gustando.
12 and going on to page 4604, line 4.
Okay.
And do you see that you
Usted aquí
testified
ve
the defendant's exhibit
el
512, which is on the
testimonio.
screen,
Yes.
is a picture of the downstairs
Es una
of the main
foto
apartment.
de la parte
That's correct.
del
And the main
apartamento de
apartment is
abajo,
penthouse 5 in the Eastern Columbia building, right?
del
Well,
penthouse.
Depends on what, the main apartment's penthouse 3 generally when we say main apartment.
Penthouse 5 was where you had your closet.
En el penthouse
The
donde está
downstairs is
usted,
kind
donde
of
tenía
like
usted el
I had
closet.
some of my painting studios set up,
Dice, es
and
como
then
donde yo tenía mi
reception area,
estudio.
upstairs was the closet.
Sí, arriba estaba el
Mezzanine
closet.
Office was in between.
All right, so it's your testimony
En su
that
testimonio,
defendant's exhibit 512 reflects damage to the penthouse,
aquí
penthouse
decía
5, that occurred during the December 15th, 2015 incident.
que aquí
right?
estaba pues en un incidente en el 2015. Dice, ella no se acuerda de cuándo fue esa, y Camila está diciendo que esta foto fue tomada de donde ella tenía su, donde tenía ella su closet.
Picture into evidence.
Again, in my
Dice, otra vez, esta
Sorry,
foto
go ahead,
In relation to that incident on December 15th, 2015.
en
This
2015, de
exhibit,
diciembre
defendant's
15,
exhibit, you are the defendant.
usted es la
Number
defensa.
512 was admitted into evidence in this court. You testified that this was the result of damage that occurred on December 15th, 2015. Yes or no?
Ella dice que acepta que esto se hizo. Dice, yo estoy viendo una foto aquí parcial, no me puedo acordar. Dice, usted aquí testificó que esa foto fue. Dice, usted me está preguntando de cosas que ni siquiera yo he revisado. Dice, vamos por favor aquí. Vámonos aquí a traer otra exhibición. Vámonos a ver otra exhibición aquí, por favor. Esto ya es una evidencia, está tomada como evidencia.
Just side by side.
Aquí me puede ver. Usted ve esta fotografía. Sí.
On the third day of your direct testimony, you testified
El
that this
tercer día de su
photograph
testimonio,
reflected
usted
spilled
dijo
wine in Penthouse 5
que esto
on May
pasó en el Penthouse
21st,
5
2016, didn't
en
you?
2015.
Again,
Otra vez. Es que yo estoy viendo otra vez, le estoy comentando que yo estoy viendo una foto aquí parcialmente. No podría saber.
That's how it's in evidence.
That's how it's in evidence.
Dices, es por eso que es una evidencia.
Ms. Heard,
Señora
Ms.
Heard,
there is
señora
no question
Heard.
pending, and I would appreciate it if you wouldn't be making argument to the jury.
Le pido por favor que conteste mi pregunta y deje de estarle hablando al jurado.
Let's look at your direct testimony from
Y le
the
puso
third day.
chucupá. Sacamil. ¿Alguien tiene una chancla por ahí? ¿Alguien trae una chancla? Porque ahorita la pone derechita con un chanclazo. Dejara de ser latina. Dice, esta foto ya está tomada, ya es oficialmente una evidencia. ¿Cómo usted me puede decir que no se acuerda, señora? Si esto también usted aquí lo mencionó, que esta fotografía tiene que ver con las cosas que pasaron en el 15 de diciembre del 2015. O sea, por favor, señora, tome ginkgo biloba.
Let's turn to page
Vámonos, cambiemos de
4750.
página, porque usted me está desesperando.
Day 17 transcript.
A cualquiera usted le saca los pelos de
can you
punta.
repeat that? 4750.
Vámonos al otro.
Specifically line 16.
Específicamente en la línea que le voy a leer.
Do you see where Ms. Bredehoff asked you to describe for the jury what took
Recuerda
place
que usted aquí
on
fue
May 21st,
requerida que
2016?
describiera qué era esto.
And do you see that your testimony
Y recuerda que su
is
testimonio aquí fue
reflected about May 21, 2015?
acerca de
That follows? Okay.
¿qué dice? Ok.
Now let's turn to page
Vámonos a la siguiente página.
4804 at line 14. 4804. Starting at line 14.
Vámonos a la siguiente línea, por favor.
Through 4805, line 4.
Going to what line?
Vámonos a cuál
Line
línea.
4 at 4805. Do you see that you're testifying that defendant's exhibit
Usted ve que
725,
aquí el
which is reflected
testimonio
on the right side, reflects spilled wine on the floor
que
in
refleja el
Penthouse 5?
vino tirado
That's
en
correct.
el piso.
Defendant's exhibit
Esta
512
exhibición
and 725 seem
Estas
to
dos
be different
exhibiciones
versions of the same picture,
es
don't
la
they?
combinación de
That's
una
correct.
misma, es la misma
which is
foto.
it? Which one was taken on December 15th,
¿Cuál fue tomada en
2015,
diciembre 15
or May 21st,
o mayo 21?
2016?
If you remove the redacted metadata, you can find out.
Dice, si usted mueve no sé qué, puede ver la data y
That's right
puede
there.
ver
Or
cuándo
if
fue
you're telling the
tomada.
truth, you
Pero,
would know.
pero si usted dijo la verdad,
Recognize
usted debe
a
de
portion
saber.
of spilled wine on a floor, and I'm supposed to know off
Dice,
the
yo
top of my
tiré
head
fino,
when you've lived
yo
through 5
tiré,
years
yo
of this
tiré
stuff. I don't
vino en
think
el
so.
piso y
That's
yo me
not how
tengo
that
que
works.
acordar de qué fecha lo hice.
Thank you, Tom.
Gracias, Tom.
Ms. Heard, at the beginning of your
Señora,
cross-examination,
al principio le contesta bien altanera. Che, vieja. Le contesta bien altanera la Amber, le pone así como que, o sea, que yo me tengo que acordar. Eso ya lo dijiste, eso ya está testificado, eso ya se tomó como prueba. Ahorita se fijan cómo no está llorando. Ahorita no tiene nada de dramatización y nada más se la pasa viendo al jurado tratando de contestarles a ellos, pero de una forma para dar lástima. Por eso Camila le dijo, acá, por favor, acá, atención de este lado, porque acá acá, contésteme a mí. O sea, Camila puso en 2 patadas en su lugar. Y esta pobrecita nada más, yo no sé cómo de verdad se aguanta de de ser tan cínica, o sea, porque la verdad es que sí, ella le está diciendo, Camille le dijo, usted aquí ha sido expuesta ante todo el mundo, todas sus mentiras han sido expuestas ante todo el mundo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen in the gallery, I would ask that there be no words or no phrases, no words, no sounds at all coming from you. If I hear one more sound, I will clear the gallery and we will continue this testimony without anybody in the courtroom.
Dice que si siguen haciendo ruido en la corte va a sacar a todos del salón y nomás se va a quedar con el testigo. Que dejen de hacer ruido porque la gente está haciendo ruidos. Se están portando mal en el salón y la jueza ya se enojó y dijo que al siguiente ruido los va a sacar a todos, aunque se quede con uno solo en el salón. Dice que usted también le dijo al señor Depp que él iba a ser alguien que no le iban a poder creer, que porque dice que ella se estaba burlando de Johnny diciendo que nadie en el mundo le iba a creer que él había sido objeto de violencia por parte de ella. Dice, cuando firmamos en los papeles de divorcio, que porque era importante para ella, porque ella era la única que estaba haciendo acusaciones y que más bien ella no quería, ella quería proteger el nombre de él para que el mundo no supiera, pues, como que la verdad de cómo él era con ella. Ella lo estaba protegiendo todo el tiempo.
When you told this jury under oath that you punched Mr. Depp because you thought of Mr. Depp pushing Kate Moss down the stairs, you didn't expect
dice que
Ms.
usted
Moss to agree
golpeó
to
al señor Depp
that
porque
never
usted recuerda el incidente de Kate
Incorrect.
Moss y
I
que
know
él
how many people will come out of the woodwork to be in support of Johnny.
So
It
you
is
think
clear
Ms.
by
dice, yo
Moss
sabía
needs
que
to come
muchísimas
out of the
personas de
woodwork,
todas partes del
testify
mundo iban a
for
venir a apoyar a Johnny.
Everybody who was around in the 90s.
Dice,
and the
cualquier
early
persona
aughts
que es
knew that
alrededor de
rumor. I had
Johnny
heard that rumor
en
from
los
multiple people.
de los
Of
90
course,
para
that's what
acá,
flashed
claro
through
que
my
por
head
supuesto
when
lo
my
iban a
violent
apoyar.
husband not only swung
¿Por
for
qué?
me, but all of a sudden swung for my sister.
Que porque
Of
ella
course I
estaba
thought that.
defendiéndose no nada
I
más
did
a
not
ella, que ella estaba
expect her
defendiendo a
to show up or not
su hermana,
expect her
de
to
que
show
Johnny
up.
no
It
la
didn't
aventara por
matter.
las
It doesn't
escaleras.
change what I believed at the time
Dice, yo
when we were
creía
on
en
the
ese
stairs, and I
tiempo
thought he was
que
gonna
él la
kill
iba a
my
aventar en
sister
ese
by pushing
momento
her
por
down
las
the stairs.
escaleras y fue la primera vez que yo le
You
puse
told
una
this
mano
jury
encima a
under
Johnny.
oath that Mr. Depp was aggressive and trashed a trailer in Hicksville.
Pero
You didn't
también usted
expect the
dijo que el
manager of the
señor
Hicksville
Depp
property,
estuvo
Morgan
agresivo y
Knight,
que
to come forward
destruyó
and
el
testify that
tráiler
that wasn't true,
y
did
que
you?
eso tampoco es
Incorrect.
verdad.
I've already been through trials with
Dice,
this
yo he
man. I know
estado,
how many people will come out in support of him.
dice, yo no sé cuántas personas han venido aquí a apoyarlo a él. O sea, como diciendo, es pura conveniencia y es puras mentiras lo que dicen aquí apoyándolo a él. Dice aquí el dueño y que también un empleado, que también es empleado, que trabajaba ahí.
I know how many people will come out and say whatever for him.
Dice, yo sé que
That's
aquí
his
venían
power.
muchas personas
That's
a
why I
decir
wrote
cualquier
this
cosa, a
op-ed, because I
testificar
was
por él,
speaking to that phenomenon. How
porque él
many
es un
people will
fenómeno
come out in support of him
y que lo
and
iban a
will
venir a
fall to his
apoyar
power.
y
He is a
porque él
very
tiene
powerful
poder
man and people love currying favor
y que
with
porque
powerful
las
men.
personas les
And I know
gusta
that
pagar
firsthand.
favores
Jail
así.
time for committing perjury.
Excuse me? I didn't hear
Dice,
your
perdone,
question.
no la escuché. ¿No escucha mi pregunta?
Ms. Vasquez, if you do,
Señora,
please just repeat the question.
señora
I didn't
Vázquez,
hear
por
you.
favor, repítame la
Curry favor
pregunta.
and commit perjury in this courtroom.
Dice, usted
I
está
have seen
diciendo que
people
las
do this.
personas que vinieron a
I have
testificar
seen
están
people do this
cometiendo,
time and time again.
dice otra
That's
vez,
why I wrote the op-ed.
por
You
eso
didn't expect
escribí el
Ben King, the house
artículo.
manager in Australia, to show up from England. He flew from England to testify that Mr. Depp's fingertip was found exactly where he said it would be.
Dice, él voló a Inglaterra
I
para
have
testificar
never
que
heard
exactamente
Johnny
el
testify
señor
to
Depp tenía su
knowing where
dedito
his
con
finger was,
chavadito como
or
lo
really,
tenía
frankly,
el doctor.
making a claim that he knew where it was when it was found. I've never heard Johnny claim that.
Dice, yo nunca escuché a Johnny
He has
decir
never
que,
actually said that.
dice, yo realmente, señora,
And
I think the
escúcheme,
jury can,
Yes.
Ms. Heard, there's no question
Señora.
pending. You didn't expect Keenan Wyatt, Mr. Depp's longtime sound technician, to show up and testify that Mr. Depp is not being fed lines through his earpieces, but instead music, did you?
Not that it matters much, but of course I did. I know how his employees treat him.
So you
I know
dice,
how
yo
his
sé cómo los
team
empleados lo tratan a él.
expects
Claro
that.
que yo sé. Ella dice que los que
Isaac
vinieron aquí a
Bruce to
testificar
come and testify
con
for
Johnny
Mr.
están,
Depp, right?
están con él porque él es famoso, porque lo están ayudando,
I'm
porque
not
le
sure I
están
thought
pagando
about that.
favores.
But you
En
didn't
otras
expect
palabras,
Ms.
le está
Bruce
diciendo
to
esta
weep
Camille que entonces está
weep
diciendo que
for
todos
Mr.
vinieron
Depp.
aquí a perder su tiempo.
After what you've put him
Después de
through
lo que
and so
usted
many
lo
others
puso
with your lies,
I
did you?
con sus mentiras y con la vida. Dice, no más preguntas, su señoría. Esta vieja ya me tiene hasta el gorro y si no me voy, le voy a aventar la chancla. Está bien enojada Camille. Hoy no va a comer Camille, hoy va a hacer ayuno.
Thank you,
Hoy
Your
va a
Honor.
hacer ayuno.
Ms. Heard, if Mr. Baruch felt misled, who misled him?
Johnny, and I don't blame him.
Dice, yo no
I
lo
don't blame him
culpo.
for crying. This is horrible.
Esto es horrible. Esto es horrible.
Ms.
No lo
Vasquez
culpo.
has
Señora
suggested
Vázquez,
that you faked bruises on your
usted,
face.
aquí se
Is
dijo
that
que usted
true?
Absolutely not.
tuvo
I didn't need to.
fake, o sea,
Did you
creó
ever
esos,
fake
esos,
an injury
que usted,
caused by
que
Mr.
usted
Depp?
inventó esos,
Is
esos,
any
esos
of the
golpes,
evidence of
esos
your
moretes.
injuries that has been put to the jury in this trial fake?
Usted ha hecho algo
No,
que no es real en
absolutely
esta corte, que usted
And
le,
to the extent that there may be
ellos
some
también están
confusion
diciendo
over when a picture of spilled wine
que una
was
foto donde
taken,
se ve que hay
why might
vino
that be?
tirado, que
Section,
There's so
lack of
many-
foundation.
eso no tiene fundación, no tiene
Because there's
fundamento,
so
dice Camille.
many incidents of violence. There are
Dice,
so-
son
there's
muchísimos
so many
incidentes de
pictures, there's
violencia,
so
son
much evidence.
demasiados
Most
incidentes de
people don't
violencia.
have this kind of evidence
Y,
for
es-
years.
y yo he tenido
5
estas evidencias por
years.
años, por
And
años.
when I was saying that to Johnny
Y cuando
on
yo
the
le
phone in
decía a
that recording, I
Johnny,
was saying for years,
por
this has been
años,
going on, and I have pictures,
y
we
tengo
have texts, we
fotos,
have
y
everything.
tengo textos, tengo
Normally
todo.
you don't get this amount of evidence.
Tengo
That's what I was
una
pointing out to
montaña de
Johnny. We'd be
evidencias.
crazy to try to challenge this in this
Como
way.
él estaba siempre
It's
tratando
crazy. It's easy
de
to
provocar,
not know the context of a picture of
Dice,
spilled wine
yo no sé el
because
contexto de
there
cuando
are
una botella
so
se cayó y
many
se
more
derramó
important
el vino.
details, pictures,
Son fotos.
and also
Y también
so much I didn't
hay
photograph, so
hay
much I
muchas
didn't
cosas que no
have the presence
fotografié,
of
que están en mi
Johnny.
memoria.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Siguiente
Did Mr.
pregunta.
Depp abuse you physically?
¿El señor Depp la abusó
Yes.
físicamente? Sí.
Verbally?
¿Verbalmente?
Yes.
Sí.
Emotionally?
¿Emocionalmente?
Yes.
Sí.
Psychologically?
¿Psicológicamente?
Yes.
Sí.
How did the threats
¿Cómo las
that
amenazas
Mr. Depp made against you
que el señor Depp
individually
hizo en
years
contra de
ago
usted
resemble what you've endured as a result of the
se
Depp
presentaron
Waldman
como
statements?
algo que las amenazas
Beyond
que
the scope of
supuestamente
cross,
le
Your
hizo?
Honor.
Señora
Overruled.
Johnny prometió,
Promised me
me prometió
he would ruin me,
que él me iba a acabar,
that he'd ruin my career,
que iba a arruinar
he'd
mi
take my life
carrera
from me,
y que
that was the
me la
only
iba a
way out,
quitar.
and if I got out, this is what he'd do
Y
to
que
me.
si yo me
He'd make
salía
me
del
think of him every single day.
que
He
me iba a
promised
acordar
me
de él
global
cada
humiliation.
día de mi
You
vida.
saw those texts? What he couldn't do,
Lo que él no podía
the
hacer,
work of one individual, meaning Johnny, when he was inviting a disgruntled employee over for a spot of purple to fix my flabby ass up, that revenge that he sought
Que-
back then was just what he could do as an individual, calling the studio to get me fired.
que él
trying to
llamaba al
block
estudio para que la corrieran.
Objection, Your Honor,
Dice
lack
que
of
él hacía muchas
foundation,
cosas pues para
speculation,
dañarle en su carrera y
hearsay,
que
not
ella
responsive.
I'll sustain a synonymous.
sostengo,
Ms. Hurd, how
Señora.
did those things that you just testified
cómo esas
to
cosas que
that
usted
Mr.
acaba de
Depp did,
testificar,
how did those resemble what happened to you after the Depp-Waldman counterclaim statements were made?
después de que lo del abogado,
Objection, Your Honor, lack of
después de la
foundation.
demanda del abogado de Johnny.
She's,
Overruled.
thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Those are just an echo
Esos son solamente
of what
ecos
I'm living through today.
de lo que yo he vivido
It's
hasta el día de hoy.
what I'm living in
Lo
right
que
now,
estoy
what you
viviendo
see in
ahora
this
mismo
courtroom is an echo.
es un
This
eco.
courtroom and the other
Todo
courtroom he dragged me into
toda
to
esta
do the
corte y
same
también las
thing
otras
again.
cortes donde ha
That's
estado.
just an echo
Es solamente
of
un
the
eco
violence and the abuse that
del
I suffered
abuso
within our
de
relationship.
lo que ha pasado en nuestra
The
relación.
campaigns to have me fired, the blocking me to try to ruin my
Bloquearme
career,
de tener
the
mi
threats
carrera,
he's made to humiliate me
de
globally
humillarme.
are being lived out in real
Y
time
ve-
in
y-
front of you, ladies and gentlemen, for the past 6 weeks.
por las
and for the whole
últimas 6
world,
semanas
since our camera's here.
y las cámaras
No
están
further
aquí.
questions. Thank you
No
so
más
much, Amber.
preguntas.
All right, Ms. Hurd, you can have a seat next to your attorney.
Por favor, ya váyase a sentar, por favor, y quítese ese peinado que se le ve
If I have the
horrible.
attorney's approach.
La próxima vez véngase con el pelo suelto o con una colita de caballo, porque la verdad ese peinado se le ve nefasto. Y le está diciendo, vas a ver, nos vemos a la salida. Ahorita le dijo el abogado, nos vemos a la salida. Está bien enojado también el otro abogado, ¿eh? El otro abogado sí hace coraje si no lo disimula. Y luego se pone y se sienta y le pone el dedito así a Amber, bien chistoso. El abogado, ahorita no escucharon ustedes, pero le dijo con la pura mirada, nos vemos a la salida. Y Camille hoy va a hacer ayuno porque hoy está bien enojada. Hoy cualquier cosa que coma le va a hacer daño. Pobrecita de Camille. Está defendiendo a su hombre y tiene ella los pelos de la burra en la mano y la otra todavía le sigue negando. Me encantó cuando le dijo, sus mentiras han estado expuestas aquí al mundo entero y usted todavía lo sigue negando, descarada. Es más, ¿saben quién es Ruby? ¿Han visto la película de Ruby? ¿Han visto la novela de Ruby? Bueno, esta es más mala que Ruby, es peligrosa. Esta mujer es cizañosa, mentirosa y todo lo que termine en osa. Hashtag, vamos a hacer hoy un hashtag, por favor. Pero recuerden que los hashtags tienen que tener el nombre para que funcionen, porque si no, no funcionan. Vamos a poner hashtag, nos vemos a la salida me la pagas, o algo así, ustedes pónganle ahí, lo que ustedes sean creativos, pero la verdad, esta señora dice que Johnny le está arruinando la carrera. ¿Cuál carrera? ¿Cuál carrera? Que alguien me explique. Que Johnny le prometió que se iba a acordar de él todos los días de su vida. Hello, que ella no quiere, que ella vive un infierno desde que están en esa corte, que porque las cámaras están ahí, desde la mañana y cuando entre, cuando sale y cuando le llevan el room service, porque seguramente está en un hotel. Pero lo más chistoso de todo este trial ahora fue como la jueza se enojó. La jueza nunca se enoja, ya ven que ella es como una jueza barco, acá media chistosona. Y la jueza puso a todos en su lugar porque estaban haciendo, yo creo que expresiones ahí los jurados, y digo, no los jurados, sino los invitados, y les dijo, un ruidito más y todos se me salen y me voy a quedar
All right,
nomás
ladies and
aquí
gentlemen,
con
you
la...
have heard all the evidence you're going to hear in this matter.
Dice, ¿ustedes ya
What I
escucharon todo?
propose doing is to go ahead and give you the rest of the afternoon
Dice, les
off
voy
so
a
you
dar
can
la
have a
tarde
good,
libre, por favor,
restful
para que se
afternoon
vayan.
and evening,
No
and
pueden
we will
hablar
do
con nadie.
closing arguments
Por
tomorrow
favor,
morning at
mañana
9
en la
a.m.,
mañana
and
tienen
then
que
the
traer
case
sus
will be submitted
argumentos
to you for deliberations.
para que preparen
Just to
todo
give you a
esto.
little logistics of how that will go.
¿Cómo ustedes van a
Tomorrow,
ir?
I won't
Mañana,
give you a time limit as far as how long you can deliberate in the afternoon
mañana en la
into the
tarde, a
evening.
más tardar tienen que
I will
tener
tell
ya,
you within reason. I will
les
tell
voy
you
a
I
dar
do
una
not serve
razón.
dinner, so keep that in
Por
mind,
favor,
okay?
tengan eso en
You will
mente.
not be deliberating on Saturday or Sunday
El
or
sábado
Monday,
o el
because Monday
domingo
is a holiday.
es como
I would like to have
el
you back
lunes es
here
un día
Tuesday
festivo.
morning,
El martes en la
at least
mañana,
by 9 o'clock. If you want to
a
come
las 9:30,
earlier, that's up to
a las
you.
9 de la
You can
mañana nos
decide
vemos
as a
aquí,
group if you want to come
como
earlier than 9 o'clock.
si
but you have
quieren
to be here
estar
at least
ustedes
by
aquí a
9
las 9 de la
o'clock to
mañana
resume your deliberations
para que me
again.
digan en resumen lo
And
que ustedes
again, on
decidieron.
Tuesday night, and if you have
El
to go
martes
to
en la
Wednesday or
noche
Thursday,
o el
that
jueves,
the time that when you take your breaks is up to you, as
cuando
long
tengan
as you
sus,
take them together, as far as not having any deliberations unless all of the jurors are in the room at the same time.
que
When you take your lunch is up
cuando
to
tengan
you.
su
And
lonche
then
y
again in
tengan
the
su break,
evening, within reason, I'll let you go as long as you'd like to
ya
go.
les voy a dejar
Okay?
ir para que
So
tengan
have a good
ustedes.
evening, and we'll see you tomorrow
Gracias.
morning, okay? Do not
Mañana nos
discuss
vemos
the
en la
case with
mañana.
anybody. Don't
Váyanse
do
por
the
favor a
outside
descansar porque ya ha sido mucho el día de hoy y hay que pararse porque ya se van los jurados.
All right, we'll go ahead and take a modified lunch recess.
Dice
just
que
till
vamos a tomarnos
12:50. We'll
un
come back at
receso
12:50. We just have a
necesario,
few jury instructions left
un
we have to do.
receso
Make sure we get the verdict form
necesario.
taken care of. I want you to review the laptop
Quiero que
that
por
we have
favor
mocked
revisen
up and make
todo,
sure
ya dejen de
everybody
estarse
agrees what's
peleando,
on it.
ya no quiero ver
And
aquí
also I want you
tantas
to look through all
faltas de
your
respeto en
exhibits
este
and make
cuarto.
sure
La
we're
señora
all on the
está bien
same
enojada,
page.
la jueza
Before
hoy
you
no va,
leave, I'll
hoy
make
no va a
sure you have
compartir el
copies of the
lonche con
jury
ellos.
instructions in the order that I'm going to read them,
Ella
and you
dice
should
que
be able
ahorita
to
ella se
prepare
va a
for
hacer
your
sola su
closing
lonche
arguments.
porque no quiere hablar con
Okay?
nadie porque se
All
portaron mal
right,
en la
I'll see you at
clase.
12:50 then.
Dice, nos vemos por favor en un ratito. Que por favor no la molesten. Ahorita ella se va a hacer, es más, dice que ahorita ella va a pedir un delivery porque ya no quiere compartir ya no le va a invitar nada a nadie. Está bien enojada porque estaban haciendo ruido ahí en la corte y dijo un ruidito más y aunque me voy a dejar aquí solo el salón, aunque me quede con nomás mi chelita y con la que está aquí testificando y todos los demás se van mucho a... Ella dijo que no iba a estar aguantando risitas ni jijiji, jajaja, ni murmudos porque eso con ella no va. Eso con ella no va. Y ella es muy estricta. Entonces, por favor, nos vemos hasta mañana, si Dios quiere, que descansen bien. Llegó la hora de acostarse y soñar también. Ahorita todo el mundo está felicitando a Camil, pero el Johnny se fue. El Johnny ya no le está dando ahorita mucha entrada a Camil. Seguramente le han de haber aconsejado que tuviera su distancia, porque todo esto, pues se puede malinterpretar, porque pues a lo mejor no se ve como muy profesional, ¿verdad? Por eso la Camila ahorita está también más enchilada, porque el Johnny ahorita no le está haciendo tanto caso como antes. Ahorita seguramente la Camila puede que hasta ande en sus días, porque hoy sí estaba bien enojada. Hoy sí. Hoy sí, ya les dijo thank you, bye, thank you, next, por favor, no quiero saber nada. Nos vemos lo que yo no entendí. Lo que yo no entendí es aquí qué onda con este merequetengue. Creo que vamos a 15 minutos de recreo y regresamos, pero al jurado ya les dio aire. Al jurado ya les dijo que sale, bye, que se vayan y que regresen. Ellos van a tener hasta mañana en la mañana, pero van a decir hasta el martes, porque el lunes es holiday, o sea que el lunes no tenemos aquí cita. y van a tener el martes que decidir ya qué van a hacer. Entonces, pues, ahí les encargo. Ay, me duele hasta la cabeza. Es que yo también me intenseo, yo también me pongo en los zapatos de Camille. Yo también me pongo en los zapatos de Camille. La otra fue hacer una réplica barata de todo el speech que dijo ayer Johnny. Bueno, señoras y señores, nos vemos en un ratito. Pongan por favor hashtag Patty para Hollywood porque yo quiero ir a aplicar a esa vacante que dejó Amber en Aquaman. Yo quiero ser Aquaman, recuerden, es parte de mi sueño. Yo necesito que Hollywood me descubra. ¿Y cómo me van a descubrir? Pues yo necesito que ustedes, por favor, aquí me ayuden a promoverme en esta carrera del mundo del entretenimiento, porque yo me quiero ir a ver allá. Quiero ir a hacerle competencia a Isa González allá. Hoy la juez no quiere tacos, no quiere nada, y Amber ahorita la bilis bien atorada. Ahorita a Amber le están dando unos retorcijones bien gachos del coraje que la hizo pasar Camille, y Camille hoy va a ayunar. Hoy Camille no va a comer, no va a tomar ni agua. Ni agua. Con eso les digo todo. Camila está bien enchilada. Seguramente anda en sus días. Por eso les digo, ahí les encargo mientras háganse por favor el hashtag de Patty para Hollywood, porque yo necesito que Hollywood, allá los Warner Brothers, sepan de que estamos acá de este lado, pues para que nos lleven para allá, ¿verdad? Ahí les encargo su cooperación con los likes, con la suscripción a este canal. Ya somos 32,300, así que por favor, si llegamos a los 33,000, sería fabuloso. Creo que ha sido un trabajo arduo para todos, ¿no? O sea, hoy hasta los, hoy hasta los invitados ya ahí salieron regañados. Ay, no, no, no. Qué cosas de lo que se. Nos vemos en un ratito, señoras y señores, ¿vale? Aquí los dejo, se quedan en su pobre casa, que ni es pobre ni es su casa. Al ratito nos vemos, estamos en break. Chao, chao.
Now I will stop at nothing. Let's see if Mollusk has a pair. Come see me face to face. I'll show him things he's never seen before, like the other side of his when I slice it off. Did I read that right?
You did.
And that certainly did not look good for Johnny Depp there. So let's bring back our guest to discuss this. Catherine, how does this text make Johnny Depp look in the grand scheme of this case?
When he was being questioned by Mr. Rottenborg regarding that, it does look at first glance to be very detrimental for her because of the language and the obscenity in it. But then he was redirected by his counsel, and he explained what that was, which made perfect sense in that he said that he wrote that text because he was so angry. And anyone in his position could probably relate to what he's saying, that sometimes I presume all of us have written a text in a very angry demeanor, and it comes off like that. So I think it's understandable after he explained what that is.
Matt, could this text fuel Johnny Depp's motive to be involved in the defamatory statements Amber Heard is suing for in her counterclaim?
Well, I think it can. It can relate to that. But what I think this text does is that it exposes sort of the real Johnny Depp. I mean, we've observed Johnny Depp on the witness stand in this case talking, crack jokes. And I think, that's kind of what the jurors see of him on a daily basis. But in actuality, this is a glimpse into what Johnny Depp is like when he's sitting in his living room with a phone in his hand and jotting off, some text. And I think what it also does is today's testimony by Amber Heard, the jurors can look back at that text and say, well, yeah, we see a pattern here of trying to, attack Amber Heard at every level, even after their relationship has long ended. So I think when you juxtapose that text with what we heard from Amber Heard today, it doesn't have a good look for Johnny Depp.
Okay, so now let's listen to Depp's team trying to clear this text message up on redirect.
Mr. Rottenborn referenced that you were on the stand for multiple days.
4.5, I believe, yes.
Yeah. What was the nature of that examination? Or excuse me, who was conducting that examination of you?
QC Sasha was.
And whose attorney was that?
The Son's.
Can we please pull up DX 857A?
All right, it's already in evidence. So we can publish it.
Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing this text message when Mr. Rottenborn was questioning you?
Oh, yes, I do.
Can you explain what you're conveying to Mr. Carino in this text message?
I'm in total shock that this is happening to me, that my entire life on the planet has been brought to the head of a pin with all this completely, utterly false information. So I am, when you're accused of horrific acts and things that you have not done, when it's actually some very ugly things that are going out there into the world about you on a nonstop basis by Ms. Heard and her team, you have a tendency as humans to get very, very irate and angry, not to the point where you go out and hurt someone, not to the point even where you assault a cabinet.
But you do get irate. You do wonder why this person is doing this to me. So yeah, many things go through your head. And then you've got your family, you've got your kids, you've got your parent. My mom, thankfully, didn't get to read any of this because that would have killed her. But my father, my family, everyone that I've met, the people that have supported me, suddenly I'm scum. Why? Never had to happen. One little lie. So yes, very angry.
All right, so you just heard what Johnny Depp had to say about that text. And when you see something in the courtroom like that and you read it, it really is hard to unsee it, though. So, Catherine, with that being said, do you think the jury will disregard the text on the basis that Depp was just expressing himself?
As I mentioned earlier, I think they would likely do that. And let me back up and say that I agree with my colleague Matthew that something like this is indicative of how probably Johnny Depp presented himself. So we get a view of that. But at the same time, when Johnny Depp explained it in the way he did and the manner he did during that redirect, it sounded very authentic and very clear as to why he sent that text. I think all of us have had an instance in our life where we are very angry and we sent an angry text explaining our anger. I think that would come across as common sense, and the jury will just have to weigh whether or not what he's doing right now in the defamation case is indeed the global humiliation he's trying to threaten, according to Amber Heard.
And we've talked about this before. You know, a lot of legal analysts like yourselves have said that, you know, the first time Johnny Depp was on the stand, he seemed a little more genuine, a little more authentic, and he did a little bit better than he did the other day. Now, Matt, do you think Johnny Depp's team should have refrained from putting him on the stand in their rebuttal case?
Well, I mean, that's a tough decision. I mean, he did well when he testified in the past. He seemed to, you know, win over the jurors with his humor and the other things that he talked about in the manner in which he presented himself. I don't think he did as well the second time around. And sometimes you don't want to take two bites of the apple. Be happy with where you are and what you got. Don't try to replicate it. But here again, I think the fundamental issue with regard to this text is that Johnny Depp was angry. Okay, he was angry. He was angry enough to send this profanity-laced text to someone because of the circumstances he was in. Now, should we believe that Johnny Depp never gets angry any other time? That Johnny Depp never got angry when he was physically in front of Amber Heard? And that instead of being able to text out a message, he could physically act out against him? I think that's the fundamental issue in this case. You know, Johnny Depp, we know, used a lot of drugs, a lot of alcohol, and we know he can get pretty darn angry. Could that result in the threat of abuse or physical abuse or sexual abuse of Amber Heard? I think the jurors have a lot to think about when they put together what Amber Heard has said and what in the way that Johnny Depp has acted out in other circumstances.
Catherine, what do you think? Do you think that Johnny Depp's team should have refrained from having him on the stand again?
As Matthew mentioned, that's a tough call. I think it was good for them to bring in Johnny Depp back because he needed to rebut what Amber Heard testified to and a lot of the other witnesses. One thing that stood out for me when in that clip that we just showed, he said that, yes, I am angry. And it made me think, because like you mentioned, and like most people watching his rebuttal testimony, he sounded to be less, he sounded to be more impatient. And then when he used the word angry, it clicked to me. He sounded angry at this time that he's in rebuttal. And if we put ourselves in his shoes, he's been listening to all of this for now, 6 weeks, and hearing more and more of whatever testimony from Amber Heard's side, and also from his side, from expert, from lay witnesses, that could make someone really angry. And so when he is there now for rebuttal, I think that anger showed, and we can see the shift in his mood and said, I am really angry. Now I'm really, really angry after hearing all of this. So I think that's the fundamental difference of his testimony before, during direct, and now in rebuttal.
All right, thank you for your perspective. You both, great analysis as always. We're gonna have to take a quick break now here on Law and Crime, but don't go anywhere, because on the other side, we'll be taking your questions as we have a live Q&A session with Law and Crime's very own Jesse Weber. So stay tuned, more from Fairfax, Virginia in a bit.
And welcome to a very special For the Record, everybody. I'm Jesse Weber. Thanks for joining us. We are live right now in Fairfax County, Virginia, outside of the Fairfax County Courthouse, where earlier today both sides officially rested in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial. We're waiting for a lunch break to finish up. We're going to hear the attorneys speak with the judge about some administrative matters, possibly some motions. The jury has been excused. They'll come back tomorrow for closing arguments. But right now in this lunch break, this is the time when we take your questions. So if you're on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, you email us, any which way you can get our questions to us in this next half hour or so. We are going to answer your questions in real time. I'm back here with Catherine Lizardo, Matthew Mangino, and Jeanette Levy. We're going to take your questions right now. And Jeanette, I start with you. Something that you and I had talked about earlier. This is a question from Facebook. Felicia Horvath says, why do you think Johnny was asked questions about Amber's team about incoming text messages? Was that a trip him up? Was that a trip to trip him up, or was it a mistake on their part? The messages he denied ever saying, and I understand you also received a message about this on Twitter.
I did, Jesse, and I received this message actually late last night, and I didn't really have a chance to look at it closely. It was one of those things I just kind of glanced at it and thought I'll get to it in the morning, but I want to show you what one of our viewers sent to us, and this is our footage. They took it directly from our YouTube channel. So remember that whole line of questioning yesterday by Ben Rottenborn about these sexual texts talking about, Molly's, you know what, is rightfully mine. Should I not just bust in and remove its hinges? And I want to change her understanding of what it's like to be thrashed. And it was like, I need, I want, I take, all this stuff. Well, I want to show this to you. It's talking really derisively about women. Well, these texts were extracted from Johnny Depp's phone, right? This is an incoming text. Johnny Depp said that he didn't write it. He said he didn't write this text. He doesn't have enough hubris in him to write something like this and to think that a woman, any woman he wants, is there for his taking. So it says direction incoming. Incoming. So these are incoming text messages. The one Johnny Depp said he wrote yesterday, the one where he said that he sent to Christian Carino and said that Amber Heard is begging for global humiliation, total global humiliation, highlighted, outgoing. He admitted to writing that text message. So we don't know if that was a mistake on Ben Rottenborn's part or a mistake or if it was intentional. We just don't know. I would love to ask Ben Rottenborn about that. But this clearly is an outgoing text that Johnny Depp said, yes, I wrote that. The ones about the really graphic sexual stuff, incoming, it's stamped. So it appears possibly that Johnny Depp did not write that.
It's a bit curious. I mean, people our loyal trial watchers were actually catching that. A few of them caught it as well. Catherine Lizardo, question that was emailed to me from Evanescence Fan. Do you actually believe that all of the jury members respected the honor system during the trial vacation? There was a week off, but also think about this. They're off now for the rest of the day. They're going to come back tomorrow. And even during the course of this whole case, do you think they're really not reading anything about this case? Do you think they're not talking to anybody about this case? This is the biggest trial that we've ever seen. I mean, what is that a realistic possibility?
I have faith in those jurors that they are following strictly what the judge mentioned. The reason is because if they got found out that they didn't, then they will be booted out as a juror here. And there are alternates to this, to the panel of jurors that we have. So I think every single juror right now are heavily invested, having listened to this for the past 6 weeks. And like you said, it's the biggest case so far that everyone is watching. So they would not want to not participate in the deliberations. So it behooves them to really follow that strictly, although it will be very difficult, especially during Memorial Day weekend, if they happen to have any parties or gathering with their family for the long weekend. So everyone just really needs to tell their family and friends to do not talk about this trial with right now.
Yeah, I hope the jury is never watching any of Law and Crime's footage. I hope they are not. I hope they're not seeing any of this. I hope they're not on the Q&A session right now and trying to get questions in. But Matthew, we have a question right now from one of our followers on Twitch, 3FM7DB3. If that is your username, I have no idea what your password is, but it's probably very well protected. The question is, Matthew, How does Amber Heard calling all of the other witnesses liars reflect on her own testimony on cross-examination? And does taking the stand again have any effect on her case, and how so?
I think it has an effect on her case. You know, we talk in the law about primacy and recency. So she is the last voice that the jurors are going to hear from the witness stand. And I think that her testimony today was powerful. She stood her ground. She made it clear that this abuse, not only abuse 5 years ago, but ongoing abuse in terms of, you know, wanting to humiliate her worldwide and those types of things. She stayed on message. She was forceful. She certainly wasn't passive. I think she did herself a service by coming back and testifying today.
Catherine, we have a question from Facebook, Reem Wael. Can TMZ sue their former reporter? I believe they're talking about Morgan Tremaine. Can TMZ sue their former reporter who testified in court yesterday, or did he not divulge any information that be considered private?
Whether or not TMZ can sue him, TMZ can sue anytime, anyone can sue, but I do not think that they will do that here. One is because TMZ has just been put in this position where everyone was watching the motion that the judge denied for other legal reasons. And second, I do not think that that reporter actually revealed his source. And the way they examined him was very strategic and very precise. They just wanted to point out to the jury that someone leaked the information about the TRO and the video of the cabinet to them, and the person who has the copyright actually gave them that ownership. And who owns that copyright other than the person who shot that video, and that would be Amber Heard. So I think they did that very well without revealing his source, because this journalist too, former employee of TMZ, would want to keep his integrity as well and not be sued or not be banned by other media as well for having a reputation of revealing sources. So I think they did that well, and he did that well as well.
Yeah, he had said on the stand that, you know, he has nothing to gain from this. TMZ is quite litigious, so it's something to think about. So we have a question, Anjanette, from Soph on YouTube. So what happens with the rest of the hours that Johnny's team still has left? Does it not matter anymore? Because remember, there were time limits on the presentation of their case.
It doesn't matter. It's over. So they budgeted their time very wisely. Who knows what they would have needed on rebuttal? They had to do that. They had to bank some minutes and some hours. So I think they did a good job of doing that. I don't know what the final count was, how much time Amber Heard's team used, but they used up quite a bit of time, as we've discussed many times.
Well, Matthew, I have a question from one of our YouTubers, Pranav Gosalia. How much does the likability and believability of the witnesses affect the jury? What are your opinions about this regarding Johnny Depp's witnesses versus Amber Heard's witnesses?
Well, they have everything to do with the success of a case. The likability, although, you know, we should be listening, or the juror should be listening, you know, to this technical evidence and how it applies in this case, and not really, you know, thinking about, well, this guy seems like a pretty decent guy who's talking right now, or this woman is really friendly and I like her. But that's the reality of it. I mean, that's the reality of jury trials. You know, jurors are looking at this from their own personal lenses as well. And you know, whether they like somebody, it might tend to let them believe that person more than someone that maybe they didn't care for. So, you know, as trial attorneys, we deal with these issues all the time. You know, we might have a great case, but we have poor witnesses, and that has everything to do with success. And I think it will have an impact on this case as well. The other issue is the two parties in this case. You know, who was likable, who wasn't likable, who did you like more, who did you dislike? I mean, that's going to have a significant impact on the outcome of this case, and it always does.
Well, speaking of the outcome of the case, I had a question emailed to me by Sean Hilgenberg. And the question is, I'll throw this to you, Catherine. What happens if Johnny Depp wins? Will there be an appeal? Will it become a long, drawn-out verdict? Can Amber Heard afford the payments?
If Johnny Depp wins the legal case of defamation against Amber Heard, yes, Amber Heard can appeal. Whether or not she will do that, we'll wait and see. And whether or not she can afford that, that's a question too, because she has testified that Johnny Depp's current lawsuit has made it difficult for her financially, specifically also in terms of complying with her pledge to ACLU. And the fees and costs relating to an appeal is also very expensive. So tack that on to the fees and costs she's already incurring with this trial. That is going to be a huge amount for her to take on. So on appeal, that is definitely something to think about when you're thinking of appealing whatever the jury decides in this case.
So, and Jeanette, we have a question over to you. This is from, actually, I should tell you, the question for you was from OC Cali Girl 49 on Twitter, and it's about you being in the courtroom, but my understanding is that we couldn't get in the courtroom today because people were actually cutting the lines. The question was, how was the jury reacting during the cross-examination between Amber and Camille? I'm dying to know this, but I won't ask you that. I'll ask you this question from Starberry on YouTube. Can something be concluded from the way Heard behaved depending on the attorney's questioning? She was so vulnerable and emotional with Rottenborn, but extremely defensive with Vasquez. What's your thoughts there, Anjanette?
Well, she was being pinned down on some pretty, I think, key points by Camille Vasquez. The TMZ stuff. The TMZ testimony is so damning for Amber Heard. Morgan Tremaine said that he was dealing with the copyright holder because it was such a quick process. So I think that was very damning. The stuff about, you know, the TMZ being there for the photographing of the bruise, and then the next day this photograph of her with Rocky Pennington without the bruise, and she said, well, I must have been wearing makeup. I think these are key points, and they're key points for the Depp team. So I think that Amber Heard, we've seen and we've heard in the audio recordings, is not somebody who backs down and doesn't back down easily. And so I think that's just going to be something the jury is going to have to look at. And the fact that she never concedes that she's made mistakes or done anything wrong. That's something I've noticed throughout her testimony. We all do things that are wrong. We all screw up. We all mess up. So none of us is perfect. So I thought that was interesting. I just do want to point out, though, as I was walking off the 5th floor of the courthouse, I walked past a gentleman who had been in the courtroom, and he said that Whitney Enriquez walked past him, and he looked at her, and she looked none too pleased. I won't use the word that he used. I tweeted it out, but he said she looked pretty angry.
All right. Well, that's an interesting, observation of what's happening with other people there. It's interesting. We're taking more of your questions. We are waiting to jump back live. We're going to see what happens next with the attorneys and the judge. Matthew, we have a first-time chat question from one of our Twitch followers, Harshad Laki. Could either party contest the verdict in a higher court, or is this decision on the case final?
Well, no, there's always available in any trial appellate review. So either party could appeal this case to a higher level. Again, don't forget, we're looking at sort of two cases in one. We have the original defamation case and we have the countersuit. So there's a lot of opportunity here, for review. Depending on what the verdict is on the original claim, depending what the verdict is on the counterclaim. So yeah, this process will probably not end here. The other issue is if there's a verdict and there's a significant award to one party or the other, that's certainly going to trigger the losing party to file an appeal. It's not as though once this case is over and the jury says you owe $10 million, that you got to pull your checkbook out and write a check for $10 million. That's not the way it works. So yes, there is going to be a review of the verdicts in this case.
Will our cameras be set up at a higher, outside of a higher court? I don't know. We'll wait and see. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick break. We are waiting to jump back live into that courtroom that you see right behind me. So we'll take a quick break. We'll take more of your questions on the other side before we have to jump live. Live right now outside of the Fairfax County Courthouse, we're covering the Q&A session where we are taking your questions on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, however you can get your questions to us on the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial. Both sides have officially rested. We're waiting to jump live with the attorneys having a meeting with the judge. We'll hear if there's going to be any motions argued. Right now, we have a question to you, Catherine Lizardo, from Roni Anaya on YouTube. Amber previously testified that she did not write the op-ed about Johnny. During cross today, she just admitted she did write it about him, and he was why she wrote it. How do you think that's going to affect things?
It will significantly affect things because the core of Johnny Depp's defamation trial and claim is about the op-ed. And in the defamation case, in a defamation claim, one of the elements you have to prove is whether or not Amber Heard wrote the op-ed. Now, we've seen a lot and heard a lot of testimony about that. We know from the ACLU's general counsel, they testified that it was written by ACLU, but at the same time, it was also approved by Amber Heard, and it was a collaborative effort between the two of them. I think there would not be any dispute that Amber Heard wrote the op-ed, so it's
to do anything about it. So I think it might just be that it's in evidence. However, it's not going to go back to the jury because it's corrupted. Okay, does everybody agree to that?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. It's
Okay.
just an Eastern Columbia building video, so that's fine.
That's just, yeah, just, it's corrupt. Okay, do you have more exhibits to give? Good, let's get Jamie here. All right. All right, so these, you want to get your list, Jamie, and make sure? All right, it's defendants 393, 821, 857, 857A, 883, 1859, 1905. Make sure that's nothing. The second page of that. 1050.
Bueno, aquí es como cuando, ay, no me puse los audífonos. Aquí es como cuando ya está al final del semestre, al final de la materia, cuando ya todos ya se hicieron los exámenes y ya nada más se están quedando para los que quieran revisar los documentos. Johnny parece ser que se fue.
Your Honor, if I may approach.
Yes,
we
you have some? Okay.
today.
Let's go ahead and get those.
No estoy segura si Johnny está, pero se fueron muchas personas del jurado, el jurado ya no está. Ahorita se van a quedar a revisar documentos.
so these were the
Muchas personas de los que estaban ahí, de los que están sentados atrás de donde están,
so we have,
ya saben, ellos ya se fueron, muchos de
I
ellos
think
ya se
I
fueron.
think this one's theirs. All right, so I have plaintiffs exhibit 1316 and 1317.
Están revisando, terminando de acreditar aquí pruebas.
1301, does anybody have 1301?
Y el público que se quedó,
Plaintiffs
pues ya están
1301.
amenazados, tienen que estar calladitos, si no los van a sacar.
We'll get it, Your Honor.
711A and 711B.
Están ahorita haciendo un repaso de cosas, es como que voluntarios los que se quieran quedar, es como que los que se quieran quedar es voluntario, como en la escuela.
And 713A.
Yes.
El repaso general
We just have
antes
712 and
de las
713A.
calificaciones del final del día.
Trying to get all the exhibits together right now, so we have them all together so we can review them.
And then the other one is 120D is not in evidence, but on their list is in evidence.
120D, as in David?
Yes.
So 120D was listed as, you had it as an evidence, but we do not have it in evidence.
Están revisando documentos. Ahorita ya el juicio, lo único que están esperando es que el martes se dé el resultado. Ahorita
That's good. Good. Okay, so we are very close to getting all of that. I don't want to leave here until we have every piece of evidence.
Dice, yo no me quiero ir hasta que cada
Everything is
pieza
reviewed, so we
de
don't
la
have to do that
evidencia pues esté
tomorrow.
ya lista. Ella tiene que revisar también todas las evidencias. Ella, como que vamos a
All right,
terminar
so
hoy temprano.
Now I think we can do jury instructions, correct?
Dice, ahora les voy a dar instrucciones. Ok.
Let me just go over the ones that we had a few issues with.
Tengo aquí algún tipo de anuncios parroquiales que les tengo que dar.
At the first one I'm going to go over
Aquí, en el primero en el que yo me voy a ir
is
aquí,
the
es que
self-defense.
la
There's
defensa,
two, that would be
tenemos
number
evidencias.
28 and 29, correct? And I took those under
El lunes es día
advisement.
festivo en Estados
You
Unidos.
still have an objection to the self-defense, all right? So what evidence
¿Qué evidencias
do we have in
tenemos
trial that would
en
allow to have
este
this-
caso
these two jury instructions?
que todavía no me han dado, por
Sure, Your
favor?
Honor. So I
¿Cuántos
think the
papeles en
evidence-
una?
There's evidence in the record showing
Alex
that,
me hizo una encuesta,
you know,
yo
Mr.
les
Waldman
hice,
was
Alex
Mr.
hizo una
Depp's
encuesta.
agent, that, you know, he was retained
Alex,
in
¿ya tienes
connection
los
with the
resultados
UV
de la
litigation
encuesta?
and with this litigation. There's evidence that he engaged with third parties in that capacity, that he met with the Daily Mail with Mr. Depp, and that he believed Mr. Depp's version of events. And so I think all of that.
Amber y
is
Deb ya
relevant
se
evidence
fueron,
to a
ellos están aquí terminando de
self-defense, that Mr.
terminar
Waldman made no
de
statements
dar
in
las
self-defense
evidencias y todo lo que tienen
on
ellos
behalf of
pues para
Mr.
que el
Depp.
caso ya quede
All right, so you're
concluido
saying
y den nada más el
if agency
veredicto.
is found.
If agency
Okay.
is found.
We believe they're inappropriate, Your Honor. First of all, we have not been able to locate case law, but
We
I would-
found one from 18, what was it, 1860?
El jurado no está, el jurado no está, ellos
We said it was
están...
reversible error if you didn't give the self-defense.
Oigan, a las personas que estén aquí viniendo a tirarme su basura, este no es basurero, vayan a darle esas indicaciones con esos modos, por favor, a otras personas, como por ejemplo a Laura, no te preocupes, Laurita, te hago la vida más difícil sacándote del
Figure
salón,
that out, I
no te
guess.
hagas
But the reason
aquí.
we don't think it should apply is these were statements that were made by Mr. Waldman in 2020.
Están revisando documentos que todavía tienen que ser como validados pues para el juicio.
It goes to the op-ed, I think.
Understood. So if he's saying that this lawsuit was a statement in response to the op-ed.
Este juicio ha sido una
Statements that were made
respuesta
a year and a half later by Mr.
al
Waldman, and it
artículo que
doesn't-
se
I mean,
pasó.
Again,
que-
Your Honor, the key words are fairly and reasonably. So obviously both sides are going to argue defamatory implications.
Los argumentos de difamación que estamos escuchando aquí, bueno, pues están diciendo,
Even under their theory, 2 years ago I became a public figure representing
hace
domestic
2 años yo fui
to
una
say that then it's
representante de una
fair
figura
for Mr.
pública.
Waldman, a year and a half later, to make public statements that Amber and her
Y
friends
1 año y
roughed
medio
up the
después,
place and
Amber y
spilled a
sus
little
amigos
wine.
hicieron
You know,
una
all the things that he
publicación.
said in those statements, that's not fairly and reasonably. This
Están
Heard
revisando documentos que ya hablaron
responded fairly
de
and
las
reasonably to
pruebas para el
Mr.
juicio.
Depp's case through her counterclaim. The parties can speak to each other in the courtroom here, but saying that if someone makes a statement in an
El
op-ed,
martes
that
es el
then you can go
veredicto
and
de
launch,
si quién es
do whatever you
culpable,
want
quién es
for
inocente.
2 years, say
Recuerden que
whatever
esto es
you
un
want.
juicio civil,
And obviously,
¿ok?
there's only 3 statements that
Aquí nadie va a ir a la
comprise the
cárcel.
counterclaim,
Aquí se va a
but as the
pagar una
evidence has shown,
multa
it was
por lo que
part of the pattern
demandaron.
by Mr.
Johnny
Waldman.
demandó por 100
It was-
millones
I mean,
y
it's the
Amber por
opposite of
50.
proportionate. It's the opposite of fair and reasonable response.
Okay.
Mr. Depp's opportunity for a fair and reasonable response, well, we don't believe it was either, but he had the opportunity to file a lawsuit in this court.
Right.
To have Mr. Waldman be his attack dog and to say anything Mr. Waldman then says as his attack dog.
Todavía
is
no van a
somehow
dar el
fair and
veredicto,
reasonable
por
and
favor,
entitled to the privilege
escuchen las
is
indicaciones. El
inappropriate. And I do
veredicto
think
se da
that
hasta el martes.
before
Ahorita
Your Honor
están
gives it,
solamente
you need to
leyendo,
confirm whether it's
son
a question of
papeles que
law.
están ahorita terminando de recolectar para
Your
llevarlos
Honor,
al expediente
Mr.
como,
Ronborn noted
como
that
las
this
pruebas
lawsuit
que
was
ya
a
están,
response to the op-ed, but I think
lo que
there could be
están
multiple
haciendo.
statements in response to the op-ed, so I think that's not dispositive of anything.
Johnny por 50 y
The
Amber por
statements were
100. Ay,
clearly
perdón,
direct
ustedes disculpen,
response
ahí
to
dispensen
Ms.
la
Heard's
dislexia
allegations
de
on
los
their
números que
face,
tengo.
and whether
Johnny por 50 y
that
Amber por
response
100,
was fair and
disculpen.
reasonable is a jury question.
I don't, what do you say is the matter of law? The privilege of self-defense is a matter of law?
I think it could be whether it applies.
Okay, I think,
Dice,
I
bueno,
don't think it's a matter of law. I think it's whether or not
yo creo que
there
es-
is any evidence that a jury could find.
aquí la jueza es la que
Protect the
tiene
speech,
que
not the weight of the
delimitar si las
evidence, but if there
evidencias
is
pasan
any
o no
evidence.
pasan
And I
la
don't think
prueba.
it's my role to
Y
weigh
ella
that
es su,
evidence as far as
ella es
how
de su
long it
trabajo,
was made
escoger cuáles son
afterwards.
evidencias que pasan la prueba y cuáles no.
I think it is, Your Honor. I mean, it
Y
can't be
él
the
está
case that
alegando de
anytime
que esa es una
there's an
evidencia,
alleged
por eso
theft,
le
this is
dice,
why this
está, yo
doesn't
creo que
come
sí es
up
evidencia, yo creo
often,
que
because
usted
this
está
isn't-
mal.
this just
Aquí
isn't given. If
el
this-
para
if
variar,
this-
el
if it
abogado
were
de Amber
appropriate
está,
here, every time there's a defamation case,
dice, cada
would
vez
be
que hay un caso de
a-
difamación
an instruction. Even the person who's the defendant in the case who said,
So-
well,
y que el
all I
caso,
said
la
was- I was
defensa, pues
responding
tiene
to something
que,
that was said before.
So all your evidence that you say goes to the jury are just the statements? That's why this should be given?
dice, sí,
That he made the statements, that's the only evidence?
dice, eso es
Well,
la
I
única
think
evidencia que tiene.
You gave me evidence of agency, but that's just
Dice, me puede dar una
agency. Do you have
evidencia de
any
una
evidence
agencia,
of
pero,
self-defense, that
pero
this was, that
para
he
la-
actually said these statements because of what she said?
Well, I think there's circumstantial evidence, at least, that so it's agency, he's an attorney who was retained in connection with this litigation in the UK.
Estas
litigation.
alegaciones
That does not have to be
en Londres
self-defense,
también,
though,
pues
privilege of
las están usando como
self-defense.
tipo de evidencia, lo que pasó con Johnny también allá que
That's-
demandó
that's-
al-
You have to make
a
them, I
la...
have to have some evidence that the statements were made in response to
Dice,
the
tengo aquí
direct
evidencias de
accusations
que
of Ms. Heard. I just, some
The-
evidence,
On their face, they appear to be a direct response.
not the statements themselves, but is there any other
Dice que no,
evidence?
¿cómo se
The
llama?
statements
El,
fairly arose in response
que
to Ms.
en
Heard's
sí,
accusation.
¿cómo se llama esto?
Did
El artículo en sí, en sí, en sí, no es
That he made
evidencia.
these statements in response to her op-ed?
No.
Not that I'm aware of, Your Honor.
All right.
Entonces aquí lo que
Your
está,
Honor, just one
lo que
small
tiene que
point there.
revisar la
There's
jueza
no
de aquí
requirement
la,
that it be
de
in
aquí el
response
martes son
to
las
the
evidencias, es lo
op-ed
que
in
están.
particular. The question for self-defense to apply is simply whether it's made in response to an allegation against against Mr. Depp. And Mr. Walden's evidence is clear, I think, that he was responding to allegations against Mr. Depp, and he believed those allegations to be false. There was extensive evidence in the record on that. In fact,
Dice que hay demasiadas evidencias que ellos pueden tomar pues en cuenta.
Then we're really in murky ground. If he says, well, I was responding to what she said in 2016, that's.
What
That's very
Mr. Munez is saying is that you take it as a separate case.
Que los está tomando como casos separados.
You take it as a separate case.
Está tomándolos
their
usted como
claim and
casos
then your
separados.
counterclaim. So your counterclaim is a separate standalone case, right?
Okay.
So the standalone case doesn't, your claim doesn't deal with the op-ed. So they're saying in defense of your case.
En defensa de su caso, ellos están diciendo que están aquí, ellos están haciendo como dos diferentes casos.
These are the basis for our case.
Estas son las bases. Y que si no es entonces el artículo, entonces, señora, su señoría, en su punto, que está o sea, que eso insulta a la defensa, como quien dice la inteligencia de la defensa, porque ella
dice it doesn't apply if we prove malice.
Que eso no aplica a la prueba que
So it's coextensive. I could bring the case up if you want, Your Honor. It's so if the malice inquiry incorporates this. This is the let's see, 200 Virginia 212 Haycox versus Wilcox Dunn, and it looks like on page 231.
Están revisando documentos y el equipo de abogados de Amber está tratando de meter más papeles que se lleve la jueza como evidencias, y la jueza le está diciendo que pues ella necesita tomar diferentes
if they are made in good faith and without malice. So the malice inquiry takes care of this.
Y la jueza, véanle la cara a la jueza. Ella dice que pues hay cosas que no puede tomar porque hay unas cosas que están, o sea que, o sea, como diciendo que aquí hay malicia, que aquí hubo malicia en.
And when I say, just looking at your case,
dice, viendo en su caso,
you're claiming these alleged
usted me está pidiendo que estas que seleccione estas tres alegaciones que tengo aquí, que son en respuesta a algo que ella dijo que tal vez no tiene que ver con el artículo. Ella fue demandada. En 2018, 2018, hace unos años. Ella respondió a la demanda legal para poderse defender. Gracias, Alejandra. Es que ya conocen, si ya saben cómo son los abogados de Amber, ¿para qué se enojan? Ellos se hacen bolas, ellos la manera en la que preguntan, tratan de envolver a la jueza, a los testigos, o sea, hacen preguntas tratando de estar siempre con la razón. Que bueno, el señor Walmart está, que las acusaciones de la señora Heard, ¿qué onda? Que ella en su defensa.
Your Honor, there has been extensive evidence of
que hay demasiadas evidencias, su señoría, de que si regresamos al apartado del 2016, ese artículo es una evidencia que realmente, pues ese artículo que salió, que incluye las palabras.
But it has to be Ms. Heard's statement.
I don't believe that's correct, Your Honor.
Dice, yo no creo que están peleando ahorita todos con la jueza tratando de pues no de manipular, pero tratando de decirle, ¿sabes qué? Nosotros tenemos estas evidencias que son efectivas, y los de Amber están diciendo, no, el artículo, no, que no sé qué.
it doesn't have to be any one particular allegation, but you have the op-ed.
Es que la están haciendo bolas, la están empelotando. Que la republicación de los artículos tienen, ella dio testimonio allá en Londres
Well, then
también.
would you agree that actual malice, you don't get the self-defense if there's actual malice in his statements?
Que si hay, que si el artículo fue
If the
malicioso,
jury
pues no te
finds
puedes,
actual malice, then you don't
If the
que no
jury
tienes,
finds
¿cómo
actual
maliciosamente?
malice,
Then it's not protected
that may
speech.
obviate the privilege, but that doesn't mean that the privilege is not applicable or a valid.
But the only way they can find in this case is if there is actual malice. This goes
Dice,
back
si la
to
única
their
forma de
defense,
encontrarlo en
slap
este
defense
caso
as well.
es que saber que hubo
The only way
malicia.
they find defamatory statements in
Si
this
no puedes
case
encontrar
is if
un
there's
acto de
actual malice.
difamación
That's
en este
unique to this
caso,
case, I understand that.
que ella
But
entiende
so if they
eso.
find actual malice and defamatory statements, you don't have protected speech privilege.
And if there's no actual malice, they win.
Yes,
So-
correct. The same with this, that's why we're not giving a jury instruction on the slap defense,
Right.
because there's no basis for it.
I mean, if the instruction is not.
Dice,
maybe
bueno, si las
understanding,
instrucciones no
it's
son claras,
essentially moot.
entonces,
Which I agree, I think was what happened with the slap defense as well. We found out, after we went down that legal road, we found out that was moot as well. Okay, so you want me to deny it or withdraw?
dice, me quiere que se lo niegue o
If you don't
qué.
deny, Your
Yeah,
Honor.
okay, that's fine.
Dice, no, está bien. Ella ya aquí está.
Instruction 28 and 29. Put that in the denies.
Ella se está llevando un montón de papeles porque va a hacer la tarea en la
All right, next one I
casa.
have is the republication
La republicación.
1. Okay. So I see both of them.
Dice, aquí veo las dos.
Paragraphs. for the
Los dos
republication.
párrafos.
Yes, sir.
Párrafos.
I understand last time we spoke.
Dice,
that
yo sé
you
que
must
entiendo que la
determine
última
whether
vez que
the content that was
hablamos,
added constitutes a republication. And you just would rather have just the 3 sentences as yours for republication. Is that correct?
Correct.
la republicación de 3
You must find that you read.
oraciones.
Or you want to add that?
Dice, ¿quiere aquí
into it?
usted
I'm not
agregar?
sure. I'm just not sure how I'm reading it.
I think, you know, I don't mean to put words in their mouth. I think we want the whole thing at the
Dice,
top.
queremos
Right.
toda esa
And they just
declaración.
want the one sentence at the bottom.
Okay, that's correct.
And Your Honor, we talk about not going backwards. We went
No,
over
I
this on
understand.
Friday. Your Honor.
Chicos,
said that,
ayúdenme por favor a bloquear a la
page
gente que
92
está
of the
aquí
transcript, I
viniendo
don't have a problem
a
with the republished
que
jury
está
instruction.
viniendo
I
a
just think it has to be
molestarme a
active
mi
added
canal,
language.
porque la verdad
That
no tengo por
language
qué, no tengo necesidad de
was on
estar
page
leyendo
89.
cosas y
You
de que
said,
me
but you
estén
also have to say that
insultando.
adding content
Estoy
to it
haciendo lo
may
que puedo, por
establish
favor, no me
republication. So
estén
that's what we
aquí
did in
viniendo
this- in
a
the sentence
tirar
that
su
starts with
basura,
merely linking.
gracias.
It did say merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, period. And then
Es
we
que
added
realmente no están,
directly
no
from the
están más que
transcript, but adding
se
content
están
to it
poniendo
may
de acuerdo para
establish
saber qué
republication.
papeles
So
la jueza se va a
now
llevar o
now
no.
they're going
O
backwards. They
sea,
just want
¿qué
you to
quieren que
strike
les
the whole thing
traduzca?
except the
Exactamente lo
first
que están
sentence. And
diciendo,
that's
les estoy
different from Your
ahorrando
Honor's ruling
ese
on Friday and
merequetengue.
also doesn't
Simplemente
fully
se
capture
están poniendo de
it doesn't
acuerdo
capture
porque
the
la
whole
jueza está
legal
desestimando
argument.
pruebas
Yeah,
que
if
ellos
I
los
may
abogados
just-
quieren que ella se lleve.
Make
O sea, no
our
es la gran
argument for the
cosa.
record here,
I
Your
agree with
Honor.
what you did on Friday, but if you
Ahorita
wanna do
ya
it
se
again,
acabó el
that's
juicio,
fine.
ahorita nada
Okay,
más
just
es
very
como
quickly.
una
So I think
retroalimentación
the
de lo
issue
que
with
están terminando
republication
de
is whether
ponerse
it
de
reaches a
acuerdo, es
new
todo.
audience, which is
What,
what we
and that's there.
what we propose, right, it's included
Y
in their
ellos, y lo que está
instruction, and
diciendo la
that
jueza es de que ellos
basically
no
the full
terminaron de
extent of our
probar
proposed
que el
instruction, and we
artículo
believe
en
it
el
should be
cual
limited to that.
Amber dice que le hizo Johnny todo eso cuando ella pues era una víctima de violencia doméstica, no pudieron probar que se escribió con malicia, pero sí hay elementos. Entonces la jueza nada más está desestimando las pruebas que los abogados de Johnny quiere que los tome en cuenta. Entonces es todo.
That's not the case here, where Ms. Heard has retweeted a Washington Post.
Que la
article,
señora
so
Heard
that,
cuando
you know, Ms.
retuiteó
Heard's
lo del
article,
Washington
Ms. Heard's
Post,
audience on Twitter
ella lo hizo en
is
Twitter
different than the
también.
Washington Post, and so
But if,
that's
but
Dice,
if she just
pero,
retweeted a hyperlink,
pero ella
that's
retuiteó un
different. But in
link.
this context, and that's why
Pero
I
en
took
ese
the motion to strike under
contexto,
advisement. Once I got it, there was more content to it, and that's why I'm putting it in the jury instruction, because it is accurate that a hyperlink alone is not enough to reach a new audience, but I'm willing to.
dice que nada más
but I
el
think
tweet por sí solo
we can
no
also
es,
add
no
to
es
it, though,
como,
after
no
you
es,
must
no es
determine whether the
agresivo, no
content
tiene
that was added
elementos, pero que
constitutes
bueno,
republication. And let's see, I would say then you must determine whether any added content republish the op-ed to a new audience. I could say it that way.
Dice, podría decir que aquí el artículo se abrió o se expuso como a audiencias que tal vez no lo habían leído a través de estos tweets que hizo.
I could say it in that term. Add that to the end of that paragraph.
I think that's fine if that's the court's inclination.
Do you have any objection to that?
¿Tiene alguna objeción acerca de esto?
I'm thinking, sorry, I'm
Okay.
slow on the, yeah, that,
Sure, okay. Let's see. All right, let me see if I can incorporate into it. Okay, so merely linking to an article does not amount to republication.
Dice que cuando ella publicó el Twitter y haber publicado el link, que la republicación del link, pues,
whether any added content was intended to
que no
reach a new
no se
audience.
añadió ningún
If you
tipo
find
de
it was
contenido
intended to reach a new
después
audience, it constitutes a republication.
de la publicación.
I think we would prefer just to say, just that first sentence, merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may establish republication, period.
Well, that's what you already had. This is
No, because we had you must determine whether any added content that was added constitutes a republication. I think it'd be better to just delete the last two sentences than to add the sentence at the end.
Your Honor, I just want to note, I don't think that adding content is
Dice su señoría, no creo que añadir contenido en el caso, en este artículo por difamación.
We're not going backwards.
Dice, no vamos para atrás, no vamos a regresarnos a lo que ya vimos. Gracias, Social, por tu super sticker que me mandas de 10 libras. ¿Libras o liras? Muchas libras. Que Dios te lo pague y te lo multiplique 70 veces 7 donde más lo necesites. Muchas gracias.
You gave them to Word format?
We did.
All right, can you do that? Here.
The only other thing I would note is I think the word retransmitted in the second line is misspelled.
Oigan, la jueza es zurda, ¿ya se dieron cuenta? La jueza es zurda. Aquí ella está realmente, no cree que lo que posteó Amber, pues es, para ella no está sustentado de que ella haya hecho eso con malicia y no hay como, no lo pudieron probar eso, esa prueba en específico como que la está desestimando, pero bueno, recordemos que este juicio es por difamación.
Defamatory meaning, consider the publication as a whole. We have
Dice la sí.
dueling answers here. And the defendant just has op-ed in it. The plaintiff just has it as plain, which I mean.
Que la defensa está diciendo que el artículo fue editado
word, phrase, or image.
Y que
So it would appear that it could apply to both of them.
Que puede aplicar en los dos lados y.
The problem, Your Honor,
el problema, su señoría, es que
we believe that because
creemos que
the counterclaim statements that the jury will be presented with are redacted, so the statements are in isolation, that there's a risk that as they're phrasing it, the jury may read the phrase, you must read the statements in context as a whole.
Que debería de releer todo el contexto,
there's no liability.
que porque no tiene como liabilidad, que no tiene como consecuencias de que
those statements in the context of the whole piece.
And
so that's number one. Number two, the op-ed was all in
el artículo fue.
So the whole thing, in her words, the counterclaim statements were Mr. Waldman's quotes in another article that we don't believe, that's not in evidence. So there's no point arguing about
que
that.
No hay evidencias aquí
en one or two sentences from Mr. Waldman.
Una o dos oraciones de parte del señor Waldman. Que no pueden ellos tomar como que todo lo que se escribió en ese artículo.
Okay, I can see your point with that. Yes, sir.
I don't think there's anything in there's a lot of instructions here. I don't think there's anything.
Dice demasiadas instrucciones aquí.
If they're not able to take statements in their proper context, in the context of the entire article. Just thought it would be more appropriately phrased to be mutual, as opposed to obviously applying only to one party.
Well, because yours says you must read the statements.
Dice, porque aquí usted dice que, bueno, el contexto del artículo, del artículo es como que todo lo demás. Dice, si usted quiere, puedo quedarme con esta parte del artículo que.
And then for your claim, we can determining whether any of the statements attributed to Mr. Waldman are false. And and defamatory, you must read the statements. I could keep that in there as the second paragraph.
que va a dejar aquí el
That way
segundo
you-
párrafo de
that way they can't just pull out,
párrafo
because it's accurate.
de
law
lo que
also, that
escribió
they just can't
el
pull out the word
señor
hoax and say,
Stedman,
okay, this whole
Waldman,
statement.
que fue el que demandó
Okay.
Johnny.
Is that okay?
Ya saben.
That's fine in concept. I guess I would ask if Your Honor does that to add a clause saying.
Gracias,
disregarding
Mercy,
any
Medici, por mi
redactions
super chat,
on-
mi super sticker de 10.
Well, it says the statements
De 10, no
themselves,
sé qué son
statements in-
esas monedas, pero muchas
statements,
gracias.
and
No
there's
sé
you
cuál es
must
esa
read the
moneda, pero
statements
gracias
in
y Dios te lo pague y te lo
context as a
multiplique
whole.
70
Right.
veces 7.
So
Muchas gracias.
I think, I mean, could we say in
Dice,
determining
podríamos
whether
decir que en
any of
términos
Mr.
de
Waldman's statements or
el
whatever are
artículo
false
del
and
señor Waldman.
defamatory, you must read the text of those statements as a whole. The text of those statements in context as a whole or something.
Que el contexto de ese artículo es como que
can we say
todo
you
uno
must
mismo,
read
todo un
those
conjunto.
statements in context
You
as a
must
whole?
read those
Because I just don't want
statements in
them to think
context.
that it's impossible for them to.
Any problem with just putting those instead of the?
I don't think we have a problem with
Okay.
that.
In
Dice,
determining
no,
whether
no
any
creo
of
que
the
tenga
statements
problemas, su
attributed to Mr.
señoría. Puede
Waldman are
poner esas
false
dos
and defamatory,
juntas.
you must read those statements in context as a whole. This means you may not seize on any one word, phrase, or image, or consider only one particular statement, phrase, or passage in isolation. Does that sound correct?
Acuérdense que ahorita ya no está el
Alright, we'll add
jurado
that as
ni
a
Johnny
second
ni Amber.
paragraph.
Ahorita están nada más
Sammy.
haciendo una revisión de documentos. Ahorita ya la jueza ya se va. Solamente les está terminando de recibir documentación que ella tiene que avalar y
Alright, the next one I have
que ella tiene que avalar y que tiene que ella
is the objections,
agregar
assertions of
al
privilege.
caso. Pero recuerden que la que decide no es ella. Ella recibe
I'm
los
sorry,
documentos
it's,
y los
32.
hace válidos, pero los que deciden al final es el jurado. Ella no. Ella no es la que
It's a
va a
new-
decidir si es inocente o
A
culpable.
new instruction.
Y aparte aquí es un juicio por
Yeah,
difamación,
right.
Yeah,
This is
yeah,
the one at the end. This is
no
the
por
new one.
violencia
Yeah,
doméstica.
We do. Yeah.
Okay.
The objection, Your Honor, is that
La objeción aquí, su señoría, es
the objections made by counsel during the course of trial, we have no problem with something on that. But instructions, what they're trying to do is to direct the jury what inference to draw from Mr. Waldman's instructions not to answer.
Well,
And
the only legal inference they can draw, they can't draw any inferences from that.
exactly, and that's my point, is
Well,
that
that's what this says. You may not
Dice que-
draw any inferences from the fact that objection was made.
Yeah, but saying sometimes attorneys state.
algunas veces los abogados. Es que saben una cosa.
Instructed a witness, no.
Right.
Yo, por ejemplo, es la primera vez en mi vida que veo un juicio así. Yo nunca lo había,
You may not consider them in reaching
no
a
me había
verdict, nor you
involucrado en
can
un
draw any-
juicio tan largo y tan entretenido,
Why do they
ni
need to
mucho
be
menos
told this? I mean, I
tan,
think this
tan
is- I think
polémico.
this risks
Entonces, para mí
confusion
también
and
todo esto es
confusion.
nuevo. Lo que yo estoy entendiendo y lo que estoy aprendiendo, lo que estoy
fair, the
escuchando
depositions
también es
you wanted
nuevo.
to keep in all
Hay
those
cosas
objections, when usually we take them
que
out,
también
you
a mí
wanted
me
to keep them in.
confunden, por eso no
So I wanna make
puedo,
sure the jury doesn't
no
have
me
any
quiero arriesgar a traducir algo que los
improper
confunda más a ustedes.
inferences
Ellos ahorita están
from
hablando
leaving those objections in.
de-
You wanted
de
to leave
las-
them in 'cause show that, hey, I asked the questions, they weren't
de
answered.
cuando
Fine.
ella
But
está
you can't
recibiendo
infer from
esto,
that,
están
oh,
hablando
well,
de,
they're hiding
de
something
lo que el
there.
señor
It's
Waldman,
attorney-client.
Understood. I mean,
el
just like
cual
you
que
can't
era
infer
el,
when
era
someone takes
el
the
Waldman
fifth in a
era
criminal
el,
case.
¿cómo se llama?
I get that.
Right, which
but-
I would give an instruction for.
Of
El que,
course, I
el que
know, I
demandó
understand that,
Johnny,
but I think that
allá en
I think
Londres,
that
¿no? El del periódico El The Sun.
the jury
Y ellos
is
están
entitled to
haciendo
draw their own
ahorita
conclusions,
le están
not
terminando como de,
inferences, not
de
to
dar
infer
toda la
anything from
información
that,
que
but I
la
just think
jueza
that this
necesita.
risks confusing the jury and
Y él
getting
está
them to-
diciendo que
getting
que ellos
the
que hay
jury
cosas
to
aquí o cosas que hablaban los
If they
testigos
stand
que
up in
confundían
closing
al
and say,
jurado,
they haven't presented any evidence
que no se les ha
that
presentado al
Mr.
jurado
Waldman was doing this,
evidencias.
then that's using this instruction as a sword. If they get up there and say they haven't, do you understand what I'm saying? They haven't
Dice, ¿entiende lo que le
proven
digo?
that Mr. Waldman was acting as his attorney. They haven't
Que
proven that
el
Mr.
abogado,
Waldman was
el
authorized to
Waldman
make
era
the
el
statements.
otro
And
abogado
then-
que tenía
and then they
Johnny,
rely
¿no?
on this to hide behind that. And we're not allowed, and I'm not saying that we will, but
Dice,
I'm
no.
not going to say, you heard him instruct him not to answer, and you should infer that he was acting as his agent. I know I'm not going to say that. but
Que
if
el
they're gonna
abogado de
argue
Johnny también
in
estaba
closing
actuando como su agente.
the converse of that, then that's prejudicial, and makes this inappropriate.
All right, yes, sir. Mr.
Your Honor,
Sí,
this is just
Amber,
an
Alan
accurate
Walmart
statement
es el
of
que
law.
defendió
They
a
chose
Johnny.
to play about 30 minutes of Mr. Baldwin being instructed not to answer. Without this instruction, that's prejudicial.
All right.
And it would also be prejudicial if they're allowed in closing to say that we haven't presented evidence of anything about the parameters of Mr. Waldman and Depp's relationship. That's
That doesn't follow from this instruction. This instruction is simply saying that the jury is not to draw any inferences from the objections and instructions inserted by counsel. They can consider the evidence. They can consider whether evidence was presented or not.
Que el jurado puede ellos determinar qué evidencias de las que se les presentaron para ellos también son válidas o no. O sea, el jurado también tiene aquí como decisión de qué también ellos toman, creo, de las evidencias que ellos reciban. Si no me equivoco, ellos lo están haciendo así.
Okay. Can you deny it over our objection?
You got it. I mean, no, I can grant it over your objection.
Sorry.
Good, Freudian
I
slip.
meant grants, yes, sorry. Can we get some direction for the arguments that they're allowed to make on closing on that, Your Honor? Because I don't think that's appropriate for them to point to a lack of evidence when they didn't allow Mr. Waldman to testify.
Pointing out that instructions are not evidence is not the same. There's no connection here between these issues, Your Honor.
Que no hay conexión entre estos dos problemas. Ellos están hablando.
Depth 32. I just need to clean up the top part of it. Okay. All right. Over objection. Be offered. All right, then I have instruction JJ, which is the model.
Right.
So why would I not give the model?
We believe you should. I think the only, looks like the only substantial difference is that they, rather than saying, as it's written, it says clear and convincing evidence that Mr. Waldman's statements, it's confusing and misleading to say that if you have found by clear and convincing evidence that Mr. Waldman's statements were made by Mr. Depp.
Dice que si el artículo que escribió el señor Walmart están pensando o se puede como malinterpretar como que lo hizo también Johnny.
First of all, Your Honor, if liability is entirely vicarious, which I think is the position of the counterclaim plaintiff in this case, I don't think there's any evidence of direct liability. If liability is entirely vicarious, then I don't think there's a basis for a punitive damages instruction at all against Mr. Depp, because vicarious liability generally doesn't result in punitive damages as to the principal. Punitive damages are only applied where the person against which punitive damages are being assessed actually engaged in conduct that was wrongful. And that's not the way they've pled and sought to prove their case. I think that's the first.
So they're correct, okay? They're saying you're not entitled to a punitive damages instruction.
Well, I disagree with that. And there's no case law that they've cited in here on that. And I think that's going backwards. That's an argument that we are. And I just think that Mr. Waldman's statements were made by Mr. Depp. I mean,
dice que el artículo que escribió el señor Walmart fue hecho por el señor Depp.
Mr. Depp made
Y el señor Johnny
I'd be okay with that.
hizo el artículo.
I think we would maintain our objection on that. On the basis previously asserted, Your Honor, and then what's the other?
Acuérdense que ahorita ya se acabó el juicio. Ahorita lo que están haciendo es terminar de recolectar documentación y ponerse de acuerdo en las cosas que la jueza se va a terminar de llevar como evidencias.
That Mr. Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp,
que el señor Walmart, al ser como el agente también del representante, el representante legal de Johnny.
I think it's so reckless. There's a typo there, sorry. We'd be okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, we do maintain the same objection, Your Honor, the principal liability, and we do have case law for that proposition.
I'll overrule that objection. We'll go ahead and, can you type that up real quick for me?
Sure.
And get that to me. If you email it to Sammy, we can print it out.
Yep.
Okay, you're in charge of that one. Okay. All right. That's fine. I think that was it, correct?
Dice, creo que ya eso es todo, ¿verdad?
Other than the verdict form.
Perfect. Let's go to
Bueno.
the verdict form. Look at this. Do you have the other ones for me, Sammy? If you can print those out.
Yeah.
All right, let me get the verdict.
Es una reunión entre colegas, exactamente, Metzi. Ellos están terminando de hacer un resumen, un repaso de lo que ya hablamos en las últimas 6 semanas. O sea, realmente estamos aquí todos por el puro chisme. por el
in the-
puro
in the punitive damages.
placer
And the,
del
well,
chisme.
punitive damage, you didn't have a response, right? Do we have?
I think there was a comment in what we got from them that we changed.
Okay. All right, well, in the.
Ya no van a regresar, no, ya no van a regresar hasta el martes. Ahorita están ya en la
All
última
right,
fase de la clase.
I think it was in 1A, the statement was about Mr. Depp. I think the plaintiff wanted that out because we already have, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp, and the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Hurd, which I think is.
If you look at the, I think it should track the finding instruction, which is jury instruction C on page 4 of the jury instructions.
Por eso
and
ya ven el
that's what
salón
the verdict
vacío,
form
ya la
does.
mayoría de los
Okay.
que estaban ahí de los chismosos, los que están ahí de mitoteros, los que están
And that
atrás de los
was
abogados,
C,
todos
okay.
ellos ya se fueron. Solamente se quedaron los que quieren
Okay.
saber más de
So
este
the way it's been
merequetengue.
written tracks the
All
finding
right,
Pero la
tracks the
mayoría de la
finding
gente ya
Yeah,
se
we
fue, ya no
don't
está
have
Johnny, ya no
strong
está Amber, ya no
objection
está el
here, Your Honor. I thought it
jurado.
was maybe cumulative,
Ahorita
but,
a la jueza ya le pican las
It
alas
does
por
match the
irse,
finding
ya quiere
instruction,
cerrar el
which would be
changarro,
clear to the jury. So
porque
we'll
el
keep
lunes
that
es día
in.
festivo en
That's
Estados
And then
Unidos.
the punitive.
And so that
So
would
on the
carry
Y como
last-
son
through
términos
to
y
all of
cosas y
it.
papeles que
withdrew all those,
tampoco
we'll withdraw
a
that, Your
nosotros,
Honor.
pues la verdad,
Their proposed language is fine.
están
So
hablando
the
de
verdict forms
detalles
as
que
written
están,
are- the
ellos
verdict form's good to go,
quieren los
correct?
abogados
No,
de ambas
well,
partes,
were you-
tienen
I'm
la
sorry,
razón en poner
did
lo
you
que
withdraw
ellos
did they withdraw the
creen que
punitive
son
damages?
evidencias válidas, ¿no?
So we're good with the verdict forms. What I have is the verdict forms, correct?
Your
Mañana hay
Honor,
juicio, sí, mañana hay
I
juicio a
think
la
yes,
misma
but
hora, a
I
las
do just want to make
6 de
sure,
la mañana,
I
8 de la
understand we don't go
mañana.
back, but I just want to make sure that for the record, we do maintain that the jury,
Lo
the
que
verdict
en
form should
pocas palabras
state
resumió
that,
la jueza es
the
de que el
defamatory
artículo no se
implication was
escribió
false
con
and not that
malicia.
the statement was false,
El
because
artículo
under
que
the
escribió
penalty
Amber
phase,
no se
that
escribió
can,
con
you know,
malicia.
a facially
O sea,
true
no lo
statement can
hicieron
still have a
para
false defamatory implication.
dañar.
And I think we had that on the record on Friday, but thanks for putting it again. It's fine. All right, so verdict forms are good. So we'll keep the verdict forms. Did you print out the other?
Mañana también, sí, sí hay, mañana hay.
No, you can print it out. That's how, yeah. So which ones are we missing then? We're missing the jury instructions. You're working on 2 of them, right?
32, I have 32 and FF.
32 and FF, and you have 1 jury instruction for me, right?
Yes, they're editing it right now.
Acuérdense que la que decide no es ella, ella presenta las pruebas. El jurado ahorita ya tiene toda la información, el jurado ahorita de aquí al martes no pueden hablar con nadie, ellos se tienen que, ellos tienen que decidir entre ellos. Yo nunca he visto, como les digo, un juicio en Estados Unidos, no sé cómo funcionan.
Could you, on depth 32, could you take off disputed and send that to us too?
Yes.
Thank you.
Pero ahorita la jueza se está terminando de llevar los últimos papeles para ella revisarlos, pero ya lo que está dentro de las evidencias, del paquete de las evidencias ya está hecho, eso ya. Dice que va a ver aquí ella las evidencias del jurado y pues lo que hizo es
put 2 files on here.
Vamos a agregar
no
dos
password for it. As soon as you open up,
archivos.
It doesn't have any internet, and there's just 2 files.
Solamente
One's plaintiff, one's defendant. They just click
que
on those 2, and then
dos
they can
archivos,
watch
uno es la
all the
defensa
audio
y otra es
and
la
the video.
que están
Okay?
aquí, ya.
So if you want to take a look and make sure it's
Si quieren, por favor,
downloaded to
checar y
everything
nada más
we put
decirme,
on our website, which is all the evidence. We didn't
están
receive
en la
any new evidence
página las
today for audio,
evidencias.
video files, so that it's everything on there. But
Todo
if you
está en
want
la
to take a look
página.
and make sure
Me
that
hagan,
everything is
tienen
there, you can do
dos
that.
archivos, uno la
Also, all
defensa
the
y otro
tangible
los de las dos partes, pues. O sea, esas evidencias parece ser que son
Jamie will
públicas
have it,
para la
except we need
gente
to
y
get those
para
other
ellos, no
ones.
sé.
So oh, you have them? Perfect.
Yes, if I may approach, I have
Okay, sure.
1301.
Okay.
And then, Your Honor, I just would like some clarification.
Sure.
Solo por
I
clarificación.
understand that
Dice, yo entiendo que
Defendants Exhibit 712.
las exhibiciones de la defensa
Were initially moved into evidence in redacted format.
Correct.
Today, we offered them and put them in an unredacted form. So
que
that's
hoy las
the
pusieron
712A
ahí, ellas,
And then
713A.
713A.
Yeah.
I believe, Your Honor.
Dice, yo creo, su señoría.
In unredacted form. I believe that's how they were provided to
Oh,
you
they're
all
not binders
by.
down here?
I believe so. I will. Yes, so I believe you should actually have those in unredacted form from defendants.
Que le están diciendo que le faltan ahí 2 papelitos que no le pusieron y que le tienen que agregar ahí.
We have a few binders down here.
Dice, tenemos
yes,
aquí
I think they
bastantes
would be in the binders,
folders
that's
aquí, dígame cuál, porque yo tengo un montón de
7,
papeles. Ella tiene
12,
muchas
and
cosas.
7,
Es que se imaginen un montón de cosas. Tantas fotos, tantos videos, tantos documentos de doctores. Son un montón de cosas. Mis
Yes.
respetos para los que trabajan en esto, de verdad. Mis respetos. Es una chamba bien pesada.
Do you want to go ahead and make a proffer now?
Yeah, but it included 712 and 713, so I can give you copies of that.
Oh, you can? Well, that would make Jamie happy since she's down here.
Dice, esas evidencias son
Checking through
públicas,
binders.
cualquiera puede entrar y ver todo, videos, escritos, audios.
Okay,
Mira, yo no
perfect.
sabía.
All right.
Gracias,
Now we
Carolina,
have those in
por
evidence. Okay,
contarnos
so are
ese
we
merequetengue.
missing any more
Entonces,
over here?
ustedes,
Or
si se
did you
meten
find
a la
out about the one
página
that we
de
thought
la
was in
Corte de
evidence?
Virginia
So, Your
y
Honor,
buscan el caso, el
defendant-
trail
I
de
believe- excuse me, it's
Johnny
plaintiff's
y Amber,
exhibit
ustedes también
120D.
pueden
I
ver ahí
believe actually
las
Sammy and I
evidencias
had
que
a
la
number of
jueza
back and forth
tomó
about
pues
this
para
exhibit.
este caso, para la
believe
resolución de este
that
caso.
Defendant's counsel provided a redacted version of that exhibit to the court, but based off of our reading of the transcript, that exhibit was not actually offered into evidence.
Okay, so it's not in evidence then.
Dice, entonces no es una evidencia. ¿Qué quiere decir Amber Third? ¿Qué quiere decir el third? Alguien que me explique.
Okay, all right, so I just want to make sure because it was checked off on somebody's list that it
Dice,
was.
solamente me quiero asegurar que ya lo hayan quitado de la lista negra, porque
not.
si no,
We're
por
good.
favor, quítenlo ahorita de la lista
And
negra.
then I heard the exhibits 711, A and B. I'm not sure.
No, I think
Is that
711
was
was
an
wrong.
error?
It was 712 and 713. So we're good.
All right.
So Jamie, are we missing anything else? Sammy, did you print out the ones that they sent you to?
Oh, ¿significa Cackenberg? ¿El third?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
The email, did you email Sammy the?
He's just double checking right now.
Oh, okay. We'll get that in a second. Let me just put these in the order.
No tengo idea si se puede apelar el veredicto. La verdad no soy abogada, no tengo la más remota idea. Yo también estoy como ustedes. Exactamente, Mima. La jueza tiene que tener tiene que ser congruente con lo que las 2 partes le están presentando. Ella, aunque tenga también su punto de vista, ella se tiene que ir lo que dice la ley. Y si la ley dice que tal cosa no es presentado, no tiene suficiente sustento para hacer una prueba, pues no la puede incluir aunque ella piense lo contrario, porque ella también pues debe de tener una cuestión ética que, como les digo, no es ella la que decide, ella escoge lo que son las pruebas, ella desestima o acredita o no las pruebas, pero los que deciden son los jurados, Dice Mima que sí se puede apelar el veredicto. Pues nos echamos otras 6 semanas, Ingesu. Nos echamos, ¿verdad? ¿Sí o no? Que lo apele y que ahora la demande por violencia doméstica. Él a ella, que ahora ella, es más, que le pida unos 200 melones, porque él la puede demandar porque tiene pruebas de que pues lo agredió verbalmente, físicamente. Entonces ahí Amber debería de checar eso, porque si pierde, o sea, ahorita puede ganar, pero puede salir con el tiempo perdiendo si se pone Johnny más perrón. Pero yo creo que Johnny ya lo que quiere es darle carpetazo también a esto, ya lo que quiere es terminar con esto, porque también se nota que no la está pasando nada bien. Pero les dan 2 meses para apelar. Pues mira, los abogados felices de seguir trabajando.
The one that Sammy printed off.
Y la abogada de
Patient, I'm
Amber
just gonna
feliz
give
de
you copies to make
hacerse
sure.
más famosa en la tele.
They're right, okay?
And you should receive in your email soon.
Dice, va a recibir un
FFJJ
correo
Okay.
de Johnny
So we can print
pronto,
those out too, Sammy.
que le va a mandar un correo Johnny.
Print those out.
Johnny todavía ahí le puede sacar más jugo a todo
Sí,
esto,
you're
porque
sending
él
FF.
tuvo físicamente agresiones de parte de ella y verbalmente también,
Did you
y
take the
lo
disputed off the
amenazó. Él ahorita nomás o sea, la demanda es nada más por difamación, pero si se pone en una cuestión más, ¿saben? Más,
All right, let me just get this printed.
o sea, yo creo que sí podría él tener más argumentos para salir, para apelar este juicio. Yo también opino como Lupis, los dos de alguna forma perdían el control, pero la más agresiva y la que siempre provocaba, la provocadora, era Amber. Él se defendía. Pero cualquiera se desespera. Si a nosotros, nomás con verla sentada ahí, nos desespera, ¿sí o no? Nomás con verla sentada ya le queremos aventar una chancla. Entonces esa mujer a cualquiera desespera. Su dedito con chavadito, Lucy, pobrecito. ¿Cómo le habrá quedado? ¿Cómo le habrán reconstruido el dedo?
Could you print me out another one of AA? There's a mark on
Lo que
this
pasa
one.
es de que Amber nunca pensó que Johnny la iba a contrademandar. O sea, nunca pensó, ahora sí que literal, nunca pensó que Johnny iba a mover un dedo para llegar a todo este merequetengue. Ella pensó que Johnny se iba a quedar callado y que como buen esposo abnegado y como buen hombre enamorado, simplemente se iba a dejar él que esta tipa le inventara una serie de cosas, o sea, que sí se peleó, que sí estaba enojado, que sí de repente aventó, hizo sus berrinches, pero de eso, a golpearla y abusarla íntimamente y todo lo que ella dijo, hay mucha diferencia. Como yo les he dicho aquí, tampoco no podemos meter las manos al fuego por Johnny, pero sí se ve que no tiene ese temperamento, pero tal vez cuando también estaba en su onda de celos, su celopatía que de repente pudo haber tenido provocado adrede para que él perdiera la paciencia, lo hacía ella pues con toda la intención de grabarlo para tener ella evidencias, porque también ella ya estaba viendo que primero su matrimonio fue un negocio. Le sacó $1 millón por cada año que estuvo casada con él, o por cada mes, perdón. $1 millón mensuales. Eso no los ganó ni en todas las películas que hizo. O sea, para ella, claro que esto fue un negocio, pero nunca pensó que se le iba a revertir la justicia a ella, porque nunca se imaginó que Johnny iba a tomar acciones contra ella, porque estaba él nada más como de agachón, como sin dignidad, como aguantándole todo. Entonces, por eso pensó que se iba a quedar callado y toma la pichón, que le salió se le cambió el chirrón por el palito. Y aparte ella ya está expuesta públicamente, internacionalmente, o sea, yo creo que no hay ningún rincón en este mundo ahorita que no sepa qué está pasando con Amber y con Johnny. Todos sabemos el merequetengue porque está en Twitter, está en Facebook, está en Instagram, está en TikTok, está en YouTube, está en todas las redes sociales, porque ella se encargó de que todo el mundo se enterara de que Johnny era un abusador y golpeador de mujeres, ¿no? Este artículo que publicaron allá en Londres, que fue lo que él demandó, y él perdió esa demanda, pero ahora lo que está diciendo Johnny es de que tiene 6 años lidiando con esta mala, pues es con esta mala fama y que ha perdido dinero, ha perdido trabajos y lo que ya quiere es que se acabe esto, pero tiene que ponerle un punto final y nadie más lo puede hacer por él más que él mismo. Nadie lo puede hacer más que él mismo. Y esto, como dice Johnny, si gana o si pierde, él al menos ya tuvo una oportunidad de que se le abrió una ventana al mundo de donde él pueda contar su verdad y ya depende de cada persona que escuche y vea este juicio, porque este juicio va a pasar a la historia, ¿eh? Esto no termina aquí y ya cada quien decide al final del día a quién le crees. Para ti, ¿quién crees que tuvo la verdad? ¿Con quién te sientes más empático, no? Entonces yo creo que aquí lo que
Your Honor,
Johnny quería ya se cumplió,
will we be
que el mundo
getting just
escuchara
a
su
paper-
versión, punto.
A paper printout or an electronic copy from the court?
All I have is a paper.
Y
Okay, so
todos
we'll
los
just
rincones del
scan
mundo
it.
saben
You
y
can
conocen
scan it.
ahora
That's
quién
fine
es
if you wanna
Amber.
do electronic, that's
Punto.
fine.
Will these be posted on the,
Not until after I
not till
get
Y
after,
próximamente Hollywood
And then
sabrá
they're
quién es
read
Patty
before.
Limón. Próximamente Hollywood sabrá de nuestro canal, de nuestro salón, aquí en este pequeño espacio desde Vancouver, Canadá. ¡Yay! Ojalá las galletas danesas se mochen con una comisión por la promoción que les hice a sus galletas, que están muy buenas. Muy buenas esas galletas danesas de mantequilla y están bien ricas. ¿A quién se les antojaron y quiénes fueron de los que están aquí ahorita viendo todo este merequetengue? Fueron a comprar sus galletas de mantequilla igual que las de la maestra. ¿Quiénes se empaquetaron unas galletas? A ver, cuéntenme. Mientras la jueza aquí está revisando todo este merequetengue.
Okay.
If you want to take a look at that instruction and make sure it looks okay before I add it to the stack.
Johnny tampoco tiene $100 millones para pagar. O sea, es demasiado dinero, es una exageración.
Michelle, you said the actual malice one.
Ay,
Yes.
estoy bromeando, Dalia, obvio. ¿no?
Oh.
Estoy bromeando con lo de
Jamie
la
already gave us.
promoción.
Sorry, Jamie.
Pero yo no creo que ni Amber ni Johnny tengan el dinero para pagar tanto dinero
Your Honor,
después
was
de
it,
que tienen que pagar el salario de tantos
is there-
abogados y de
No,
tantos
I think it's
testigos
fine.
que fueron ahí. O sea,
Does the court want to leave the,
Yo
you
creo
know,
que ahorita
heard
Johnny
C,
tiene-
Dep 7
No.
sort of things in there?
Johnny
'Cause
tiene pensado
otherwise we could-
poner la
Oh, no, well, yeah,
isla
the
en
numbers are talking
remate.
state.
Yo creo
Yeah,
que
I just
tendría que
wanna
vender
say
la isla para
disputed.
pagar esos 100
No, I
millones
don't think any of them say
de dólares que le está
No, the
pidiendo la
numbers,
loquita.
I tell the jurors to disregard the numbers. And
Okay.
Mañana hay juicio, sí, mañana hay
That's
juicio.
better for the record if we keep it that way. Okay, so are you still reading the publication?
Aparte, ella ya no creo que tenga buena
Your Honor, can we
reputación
get-
en
sorry
Hollywood. O sea,
to
le van a
bother,
sacar la vuelta.
Sammy, could we get one
O
more
esto,
for now
o la
back from
promueve
Alice's
más y
question?
la gente la
Sure,
busca
thank
más
you.
para trabajos. O sea, puede tener un
Jamie,
efecto
could we get
contrario
more
también.
actual
Que la
malice?
gente diga, wow, estás en boca de todos, te vamos a usar,
Hey,
aunque
hey,
sea
hey.
por morbo, para que te den trabajos y que la gente te vea. Podría ser también eso, podría ella sacarle provecho a este juicio, pero lo más seguro es que la gente no, porque la gente tiene las encuestas y todo el mundo lo ve, está más empática con Johnny. Entonces, no creo que Amber de aquí en adelante su carrera despunte. Pero ¿por qué me van a extrañar? Ustedes me van a poder seguir viendo. Voy a traducir me voy a aventar el juicio de Michael Jackson. Vamos a hacer el de Michael Jackson.
All right, any objection to the republication then? As typed?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Put that in there as well.
Mañana nos vamos a ver igual a las 6 de la mañana, 8 de la mañana de México.
Hold on. I
Is there
think-
a typo?
A Johnny yo creo que sí le pueden llegar más ofertas de trabajo, obvio, y la gente lo va a ver. Ojalá hagan una película de este juicio, ojalá hagan una serie y me inviten. Ay,
It's okay?
que me inviten, que me inviten.
Okay.
Your Honor, I just have a very quick question.
Dice su
regarding
señoría,
closing.
tengo una rápida
Okay,
pregunta
sure,
para
may.
usted.
Does the court have any objection to
¿La corte tiene alguna
us
objeción?
playing very small clips of?
As long as they're in evidence, you can play.
Dice, tan
anything,
pronto
show
sean
what
unas
picture you
evidencias,
want.
ustedes las pueden
That's the
usar.
question. So
Okay.
obviously, depositions were by video, many witnesses.
Dice,
especially
muchos de
Mr.
los
Heard, do you have any
videos que
objection to us
aquí los
playing video
testigos,
depositions,
este,
portions
If
of?
it's not in evidence, it doesn't get.
No, of course.
Dice, si no es
just
una
what's in
evidencia, no se
evidence.
puede.
There's no video depositions. in
Dice, no hay
evidence.
ningún video
I
de...
see what you mean. Okay.
Dice,
So
sí, entiendo lo que dice.
The only thing that can be played to them is what is in evidence.
Lo único que se puede
their
aquí poner son las
testimony, it's
son las
witness
evidencias.
Well, yeah, but depositions are witness testimony that you have during trial. That doesn't go back to the jury as evidence. And video depositions are the same. That would give more weight to video depositions.
O sea que
Well,
los...
so my question is it's a follow-up question to that. Obviously, this trial was televised. So
Dice,
there
obviamente
are, videos of witnesses
esto está siendo
testifying.
televisado.
No,
So-
none of that comes in.
Okay.
The four walls of this courtroom is what the jury decides this case in.
Dice, lo que
Okay,
ven los
period.
jueces, lo que
And
ven
just
el
so we
jurado y lo
don't
que
have a
decida es lo que pasa en las
problem
cuatro paredes de
tomorrow,
este
we
cuarto.
can't put in front of the jury written deposition or
That's
trial
correct.
testimony.
That's correct.
Understood.
Only things that are in evidence. But
Understood,
you
Your
can
Honor.
show pictures in evidence, you can show video that's in evidence.
Or audio.
Que
that's in
puedes,
evidence.
audio that's
dice,
in
puedes
evidence, all
enseñar
that's
lo que
very-
sea video,
No display
de
of
que
written
todo lo que sea
transcripts.
evidencia,
No
dice,
written transcripts.
dice,
just
no-
only
no
items in
transcripts.
evidence. And,
No, I'm on the same page.
okay, all right, just want to make sure.
Thank you, Your
And-
Honor,
and
for
you
that
have-
clarification.
Gracias,
and
su
you have 2
señoría.
hours, Right,
Right,
2 hours
each.
each, and you, 2 people over here and 2 people over there, is that what's going to happen?
Yes, Your Honor, we're going to split our closing and then only one of us will do the rebuttal.
Okay, and that has to just be on the rebuttal case, correct?
Right. Right,
We have that down, right? We've gone
Understood.
through that a few times. Mr. Chu, you have something on that?
Yes, I just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page.
Dice,
So
solamente quiero revisar que todos estemos aquí en la misma página.
Then the defendant,
Does-
counterclaim plaintiff.
Right, they do
Then-
their defense to your claim and also.
Ellos
they
hacen
do
su defensa en
their
tus
offense to their
alegaciones
claim.
And then
y
plaintiff.
Plaintiff
ellos,
gets to do their defense to their
And they
claim and
respond
rebuttal.
only
y
with
ellos
respect to
responden
the
solo
Rebuttal.
To the
To their
rebuttal.
rebuttal to their counterclaim
counterclaim.
only.
And so it goes 1, 2, 1, 2. And
Si vamos
plaintiff
1, 2,
gets
1,
2
2,
hours, they get 2 hours.
ellos tienen 2 horas y
total.
nosotros tenemos
Does
2 horas.
Is it fine if it's not exactly 1 hour
Oh,
for each.
that doesn't matter
That's
to
up
me.
to
Dice, no importa,
User
cada
time
uno va a
is just
tener
2
2
hours.
horas.
It doesn't matter how much anybody does.
Thank you,
Dice, no
Okay.
importa cuánto
You wanted
tiempo
to
haga
shorten
cada
that to
uno,
about 15
simplemente
minutes.
cubran esas
I
2
would want to
horas.
shorten it to 2 minutes, but that's not my take. I gave you 2 hours. I thought
We
that was
got
good.
pretty efficient at the
Dice,
end.
nos
you
vimos
know,
muy
it's amazing how
eficientes,
that
su señoría,
happens.
somos muy
Kinda
eficientes
like
con
the
el
physics,
tiempo.
you make a circle and if the people will fill that circle, that's what happens. I made a circle.
Dice, sí,
Okay, so let's go ahead, let me just go ahead and read into the record. the
déjame
order
leerles
that I'm
aquí
gonna
ya
give
las
the
últimas
jury
instrucciones
instructions.
para
I'll
el récord.
also read in the record the instructions
Las
that were
instrucciones ya.
denied. And I will read the instructions that were withdrawn, just so we have a complete record, okay? All right, here we go. All right, so for the jury instructions, I'll read them in the following order. Number heard I, number 3, number 10, 1, B as in boy, C as in Charlie, D as in Delta.
Está
Echo,
deletreando las
F,
hojas que tienen también los abogados
G,
y que tienen como
H,
evidencias todo lo que terminaron de
12,
grabar aquí.
13, Y, FF, AA, BB, DD, that's David, DD, TT, CCC, 20, Z as in zebra, T, U, V as in Victor, K, L, 5, 6, 7, 32, 8, 9, 16, I, 30, KK, and JJ. All right, those are the ones that will be read to the jury in that
Que
order.
eso es lo que le van a leer al
The
jurado
ones that were denied,
y los que no
was
estaban
instruction
aquí, que no fueron
22,
aceptados, son estos, esos son los
23,
que no están aceptados.
24, CC, NN, both as in Nancy, OO, PP, RR, SS, S as in Sam, SS, 28 and 29 were the ones that were denied.
Esos no
Ones
fueron,
that
esos
were
fueron
withdrawn.
rechazados.
For the record was instruction A, 2, 4, 11, 14, 15, 17, 19, 21, 25, 26, 27, X as an X-ray, 31, W, EE, GG, QQ, DDD, Q, 18, J, M, N, O,
Esta parece que está cantando la de Mr. G,
S,
A, O,
H,
X, C,
L, L,
Mr. G. ¿Cómo va esa canción? Mr.
VV,
O,
W,
G,
W,
X, C. ¿Cómo va esa canción? Acuérdenme.
YY, ZZ,
¿Sí saben esa canción donde sale
AAA,
Lin May?
and BBB.
Mr. G, A. ¿Cómo va? Yo no me acuerdo. Tienen de tarea buscar esa canción en internet. Vayan a ver esa canción. ¿Cómo se llamaban los que cantaban con esta Lin May esa canción? Mr. Posh, Posh. Ok, sí, así era. Mr. P, M, O, S, H, Mr. P. Ándale, vayan a ver esa canción terminando, por favor. Vayan a ver esa canción terminando ahorita el juicio, por favor, para que se la aprendan, porque así estaba cantando la jueza, deletreando las palabras de cada hoja.
With Sammy, just to make sure all your exhibits are there that are going to go back to the jury, okay?
Your Honor, one quick
Pretty
question
much.
Okay.
about closing to make sure
Sure.
we don't have any issues tomorrow. Understand
Plastilina Moch, yay,
jury
Plastilina
only sees
Moch, donde
evidence,
sale Lin May.
that they've seen in the trial. If that evidence is displayed through like a PowerPoint or whatever, are headings allowed? Or do you not want the jury to see any written text or anything other than just evidence?
I mean, I've seen PowerPoints in cases before, now where they have there's other items up there, but I think in this particular case, I'd rather just have no writing and just have your arguments orally.
Al artículo, Cari, al artículo pues del que estamos hablando, por lo que aquí se hizo el juicio. Todavía no perdemos ni ganamos, todavía no. Ella nada más está ahorita aceptando las evidencias que se van a subir a la página de la Corte de Virginia. Ustedes la pueden ver.
Did you want me to have the big screen up as well?
I think so. Yeah, I think that would be great.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes.
Okay,
Thank
good.
you.
Gracias, su señoría. Ella ya dice que pues
Starts at 9.
Starts at 9.
que empieza a las 9 de mañana. Ahorita ya se pueden ir, nos dejó ir temprano.
Mr. Nadel has a proffer still on some
Oh,
things.
yes,
Do
okay.
you want to do that now? before we-
Yes, sir.
As does
Yeah,
Ms.
everybody
Myers.
wants to hear your proffer.
As does Ms. Myers at the end of Mr. Nadelhoff's.
Yeah, okay. All right, they have one too.
Oigan, estamos súper cerquitita de llegar a los 32,400. Estamos como a 15 o algo así. No, no 15.
Oh, good.
Bueno, menos de 20. Échenle ganitas, suscríbanse para llegar a los 13,400 el día de hoy. Digo, 32,400. Mr. P.
That included metadata on the photographs. Ms. Heard testified that the metadata was included on the photos by pressing a button on the
Regálenme
phone.
por favor su suscripción y su like. Ya casi terminamos, la cuesta ya se va.
2016, along with the times they were taken. The exhibits were defendants exhibits 700 through 726, and our exhibits A through AA of the proper.
Ay, si son bien, si saben, están en todo. Ustedes se saben de todo, todo.
As defendants 712 and 713 were admitted with the metadata on May 26, 2022. Mr. Depp objected to the metadata on the document stating that the metadata was hearsay. And
Este es el que dice, ruega por ella, ruega por ella,
the objection on the
ruega
ground
por
that it was
ella,
hearsay and that there was no foundation.
ruega
and
por
admitted the
ella,
exhibits, but redacted the metadata.
ruega por ella.
And then separately, we have a proffer for Stephen Duders. On May 20th, 2022, Ms. Heard moved to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Stephen Duders, who was Mr. Depp's personal assistant. Mr. Duders testified that he was on the Boston flight and sat in a seat facing Ms. Heard.
Están leyendo los testimonios,
That the day after the flight,
que
Mr. Depp
están
told him
leyendo
he
como un
wanted to,
resumen de los
smooth
testimonios de
whatever
aquí, de
issue,
allá,
end quote,
del avión de
existed with Ms.
Boston,
Heard.
o sea, no se
Mr.
preocupen.
Depp asked Mr. Duders to,
Mejor
quote, write a
cantemos,
text,
Mr. P,
end quote, to Ms. Heard and to say, quote, whatever she
Mr.
needs to
P.
hear,
Much.
end quote. Mr. Duders then sent
Vayan a ver el
text
video, por favor,
message to Ms. Heard
cuando
about
terminen de
Mr.
aquí.
Depp stating, quote, "When I
Están,
told him he
están
kicked you, he
repasando,
cried."
para quien me pregunta,
End quote. The
Natalia,
testimony is
están
contained in
repasando
Exhibit A, Mr. Duders' deposition.
como el
Ms.
resumen
Heard
de los
moved
que
to
fueron a
admit the
testimoniar
text
ahí,
message
así
as
como
evidence,
diciendo,
arguing
fulanito de
it was
tal
not
dijo que
hearsay
esto y
under
esto y
Rule
esto.
2:803, which provides for the admission of statements of a party opponent and his agents. Ms. Heard argued Mr. Duders was acting as Mr. Depp's agent when he sent the text, and the text message was therefore not hearsay. The text message is
Está leyendo lo que declaró.
Mr. Depp objected to the text message as hearsay, arguing that although Mr. Duders was Mr.
Es un
Depp's
resumen, no
employee,
se
sending
preocupen.
text messages to Ms. Heard was not within the scope of the employment. The court denied the motion to admit the text message.
Quédense conmigo, aunque esto
finding
termine,
that Mr.
claro.
Duders was not acting as Mr. Depp's agent when he sent
Recuerden que yo
the
tengo un canal de YouTube que también
copies.
transmito en vivos en la noche, así que pueden venirse a ver mis en vivos en la noche, o si viven en Europa los ven en la mañana.
All right, we will add that.
¿Es todo?
Oh, sorry, Eric.
I think he has more.
Tenemos aquí más papeles, más papeles.
All right, we'll make them part of the record. Thank you, sir.
Dice, vámonos
All
a ponerlos
right.
aquí
Yes,
también
Ms.
para el
Myers.
récord, claro que
Thank you,
sí.
Your Honor. On May 25th, 2022, plaintiff intended to call Dr. Kim Collins as an expert witness in forensics
Que también
pathology. Defendants objected.
la
on the basis
defensa
that Dr.
objeción,
Collins
están,
had not
están
been
como haciendo un repaso de
designated as a
cuando la
defensive
defensa
witness
decía
and was
objeción,
designated
cuando,
only to
cuando un
rebut,
o sea, lo que ya se habló.
Dr. Jordan, which was a defendant's forensic pathologist who had not been.
El
put up
veredicto lo
at
dan
this
Gustavo el
trial.
martes.
Dr. Collins intended to testify as to whether Ms. Heard's descriptions of violence and injuries allegedly sustained by Mr. Depp were consistent with the photographic evidence at
Que
issue in
con
this trial.
fotografías y evidencias,
She
el
also,
otro
for
doctor vino
incidents
aquí a
where there
decir
was
pues
no
que no era
photographic
sustentable
evidence, she would
lo
have
que estaba
testified as to what
diciendo
injuries she would have expected to see based off of the violence
las
that Ms. Heard
acusaciones que le hizo
testified to.
Amber
And finally, she would
a
have
Johnny,
testified
acorde a lo que el
as to
doctor
her
aquí
opinion as
testificó.
to the cause or as to Mr. Depp's finger injury.
Y que eso le causó
what she
pues lo que el
observed
dedito conchavadito
which
de...
was similar to what Dr. Gilbert testified
Está
to
viendo qué
today.
evidencia el jurado
All right,
puede
thank
usar
you.
para
Any other
llegar a una
proffers?
decisión. Exactamente,
Okay.
Alex. Gracias.
All right, so just don't leave here until you check the laptop.
Dice,
and
por
you check
favor,
all
no
your
se vayan
evidence
aquí,
and
no
make
se vayan a
sure
ir del cuarto hasta
you
que
get your
chequen que
checkbox
todos sus
on that and
documentos
everybody's happy
están
with
en
it,
la
okay?
computadora,
Anything
en el
else
lado
for the
derecho la
court?
defensa y en el otro la ofensiva. Por
Really?
favor,
No,
¿recuerdan
thank
algo
you.
más?
Thank you. Okay.
Gracias.
Thank you,
Ya me
Your Honor.
voy. Hasta mañana. Si Dios quiere, que descansen bien. La jueza ya se va. Se tienen que parar. Todos porque se va la jueza. Ya no, el jurado ya no está, pero la jueza ya se va. Ellos se van a quedar ahí a hacer como un repaso general. O sea, realmente se van a poner ahí a... Ya ahorita ellos están en la última fase del juicio. O sea, el juicio ya, los testigos ya se acabaron. La última fue Amber. Nos dimos cuenta de qué forma Amber estaba volviendo a hacer la mismita manera en la que Johnny ayer se defendió. Repitió las mismas palabras, pero sin lágrimas. Johnny no lloró, pero la forma en la que ella dice que Camila se ve triste, pues es que yo creo que puede que ande en sus días, aparte la hizo enojar esta y anda en ayuno, pero yo creo que más que nada porque también no ha tenido mucho tiempo de tener contacto más cercano con Johnny, porque Johnny sí se ve medio frillón. Johnny sí se ve medio frillón, entonces yo creo que ahí algo le han de haber tal vez llamado la atención a Johnny, puede que. Entonces, si le llamaron la atención a Johnny tal vez de que a lo mejor no es ético que se vea que la abogada, porque pues estaban haciendo como muchos rumores acá en la prensa, como esto está siendo televisado, como les estoy contando, se está viendo en todas partes, pues obviamente tienen que cuidar también eso, a lo mejor aunque Johnny quiera, pues tienen que tener ahorita prudencia, ¿no? Porque tampoco vayan a pensar que alguien, ¿saben? Yo creo que si la justicia es justa, va a ganar Johnny, tiene que ganar Johnny, tiene todo para ganar. Aquí la onda es que no están queriendo como tomar como pruebas lo que los abogados de Johnny están ofreciendo de que ella hizo ese artículo o participó en ese artículo con malicia. Pero tú, ¿cómo puedes saber que es con malicia si tú no estás dentro del corazón de las personas? ¿No? Pero el hecho de que ella llamó a los paparazzis, ella posó para que le tomaran la foto, o sea, ella hizo muchas cosas que eso sí es malicia. Entonces, tú no puedes desacreditar una acción que según tú no está hecha con malicia, solamente porque no puedes probarlo, pero las otras cosas que sí hay testigos y sí hay pruebas de que lo hizo con malicia, pues ahí se me hace que la jueza ahí sí no está usando su sentido común, pero por otro lado también ella nada más puede recibir las pruebas que legalmente, bajo la ley, las puede ella presentar como evidencias, o sea, tampoco ella puede irse por su instinto, o sea, no es una decisión de instinto, ¿no? Es de pruebas, de papelito habla, entonces, pues, ¿qué les digo? El jurado no está, el jurado ya lo mandaron a descansar. Johnny tiene que ir al instante. Fíjense que aquí Johnny va a necesitar unas buenas vacaciones y va a necesitar terapia porque tiene que sanar muchas cosas también cuando termine este juicio porque quieran o no, esto te desgasta en todos los aspectos. Yo no entiendo de dónde van a sacar el dineral los dos para pagarse mutuamente, porque los abogados ya les tienen ahí una factura bien grande. Es un juicio demasiado caro, demasiado caro. Oigan, chicos y chicas, no puedo creerlo, ya llegamos estamos a ¿cuántos? Para llegar a los 32,400. ¿Ya me pueden apoyar con eso? Nos faltan creo que como 15 personas que se suscriban y llegamos a los 32,400 el día de hoy. Así que les encargo, les pido, les comento que si lo hacen, bueno, pues les voy a agradecer bastante. Saludos a Barcelona, Mar Milser.
Began to present evidence to the jury to prove she is not guilty of a first-degree murder, conspiracy, and solicitation to commit murder of FSU law professor
Bueno, déjenme, vamos a... Yo creo que ahorita no sé si están en break o ya acabaron, pero yo creo que, o sea, los abogados se quedan ahí. Déjenme la bajo aquí. Los abogados ya acabaron. Ellos están ahorita terminando, como les dije, están terminando de hacer aquí su merequetengue, sus papeles. Todo va a estar en público. Todo va a estar en público. Todo va a estar ahí en el público, pues para que la gente lo pueda ver. Yo creo que las cadenas de televisión, los programas de chismes y todo el que quiera puede ir a ver a esa carpeta y pueden tomar o bajar esos documentos, porque pues ahí ya va a estar todo, que todo quedó para la historia. Este juicio quedó para la historia. Estos videos se quedaron para la historia. Como les dije, este juicio no termina aquí. Vamos a seguir hablando de estos personajes, pues de todo esto que está pasando por mucho más tiempo, no nada más ahorita. Entonces, pues, vamos a ver lo que dijo la testigo aquí, ya saben, la doctora Curry. Ella no está de acuerdo en que la señora Amber tiene post-traumatic stress disorder. Ella lo que dijo es que ella quiere que ella lo que le diagnosticó a Amber es trastorno de la personalidad. Ah, ya llegamos a los 32,000 32,000. Ah, no, dice Alex que nos faltan dos suscripciones para llegar a los 32,400. No manches, qué rápido. Wow. Dice que no hay ninguna evidencia, ningún documento que pueda ella avalar para que vean que la señora Amber está con ese trastorno que le diagnosticó la otra señora. Oigan, no tengo cómo agradecerles, ya somos 32,400 suscriptores aquí en este canal. Muchísimas gracias, llegamos a la meta. In the way the person engaged in their world, were they able to keep a job? PTSD is an extreme. Dice que el trastorno de la persona, el trastorno de estrés te hace tan vulnerable que ni siquiera puedes trabajar, o sea, no puedes funcionar, no puedes hacer realmente muchas cosas. Y dice que Amber iba a hacer ejercicio, seguía trabajando, ella seguía haciendo muchísimas cosas, entonces que también ¿cómo se llama? Este testimonio ya lo habíamos visto, que no puedes ni salir a la tienda porque estás realmente sumamente depresivo. Dice, las personas que están así no pueden ni siquiera ir a trabajar todos los días, no pueden hacer ejercicio todos los días porque estás depresivo, estás mal. No puedes salir al público. Gracias a todos los que se suscribieron en mi canal. Espero que se queden y les guste también el contenido que voy a poder platicar con ustedes. A las personas que quieren conocer qué pasó también. Este juicio todavía no termina aquí. Yo creo que vamos a seguir hablando mucho de esto todavía unas semanas más. Pero cuando termine esto, creo que voy a traducir el juicio de Michael Jackson para que se queden aquí y se estén conectando, ¿vale? Ahorita vengo. Regreso.
Analyst Lisa Lockwood, and we also have psychiatrist for Women's Health, Dr. Yalda Safai, joining us too. Yalda, let's start with you. Do you think Dr. Hughes did well here? She pointed out that in contrast to what Dr. Curry said, those with PTSD can function in society.
Of course. In fact, they function for years before they even recognize they have PTSD, before they even recognize it and seek treatment for it. So it's very much possible to have for someone to have something called high functioning PTSD. So yes, it's possible.
Lisa, both doctors did not evaluate Amber Heard in the same way. So are different approaches fine? Do you have to nitpick rules and regulations about psychological tests?
Well, I think the guest you have right now would be better equipped to answer that question because she's probably done that. So there are an array of ways of coming up with a diagnosis, and both of them talked about their methods and what they use. Some of them were similar, and then some went beyond the other person's method. But what I do find interesting about PTSD and what we're discovering right now is it's on a scale. Can it be completely debilitating? Are you depressed? Do you have a complete change in your function? Or do you show up courageous, resilient, as Amber Heard's doctor had said? So knowing that there's a scale, I thought that there was a scale with depression, and knowing people in the military and police and people who have had incidents in their life and veterans that suffer through PTSD, a lot of them, I guess, are higher on the scale because they do turn to drugs. They do end up changing their complete function. They're not able to work. And these are the only PTSD victims that I have had to deal with, and knowing that they fit that criteria. So this is new information for me.
And Yalda, so I want to get your take on that because obviously you're the professional here.
Right. So I agree with what she said about there is spectrum for PTSD. You can have mild symptoms and you can have severe debilitating symptoms. And sometimes it's a progressive thing. You might start out with mild symptoms that just become more and more debilitating. And it's only when you have those debilitating symptoms that you seek out help and treatment. Now, in terms of approaches to treating PTSD or diagnosing PTSD, yes, there's a general guideline, but not every single person meets the criteria for PTSD. And it's really, every psychologist and psychiatrist has different ways of exploring this to determine whether someone really has PTSD or not. There's no blood test to say you definitely have PTSD or not. It's very subjective. So people have different methods and different ways to come to the conclusion that a person has PTSD. There is a diagnostic criteria we follow, but every psychologist or psychiatrist has their own way of coming up with an answer.
Now, we can't forget to discuss testimony of psychiatrist Dr. David Spiegel. During cross-examination on the stand, he made reference to the Goldwater rule when asked if he examined Johnny Depp. Let's listen and discuss on the other side.
You were asked about whether you were able to examine Mr. Depp. Do you recall those questions back and forth?
Yes.
And so if I understand your testimony, you asked twice for Mr. Depp to be interviewed by you, correct?
Yes. Objection leading.
And overruled. And then in addition to that, Ms. Heard requested twice of the court for Mr. Depp to be submitting to an examination of you, correct?
Yes.
And those were denied, correct?
Yes.
And now Mr. Depp is contending that it's unethical for you to provide an opinion in this case because you didn't get an opportunity to interview him. Do you think that makes sense?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding of it. Yes.
Okay. Now, when counsel for Mr. Depp was reading to you the Goldwater rule, there were two words that he kind of went over pretty quickly, and I'm going to go over them again with you a little bit slower. And that was that the Goldwater rule was that you cannot make an armchair diagnosis, right?
Objection.
Based on, quote,
okay,
publicly available records. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the records that you reviewed in this case were private, were they not?
Yes.
And in fact, Dr. Blaustein's records were marked confidential, correct?
Yes.
And his deposition was marked confidential?
Yes.
Okay. And Dr. Kipper's records were all marked confidential?
Yes. Objection leading.
I'll sustain.
Okay, what if any labeling was there on Dr. Kipper's deposition?
All the documents I reviewed were confidential, and I also signed the confidentiality agreement, so everything I looked at was confidential.
Okay, so that in fact does not even comport, that doesn't meet the restrictions that were put.
Objection leading.
I mean, so would it be fair to say that you have not, or have you rendered any opinions in this case as an expert witness based on publicly available records?
I have not rendered any opinion based on any publicly available records.
Dr. Yalda Safai, what could you tell us about the Goldwater rule here? How much weight should the jury take in Dr. Spiegel's testimony?
Very much. It's very unethical and it's very unethical and forbidden for a psychiatrist to pass comments or make a diagnosis without evaluating a patient, specifically if that is a public figure. So I am completely in agreement with the psychiatrist that he avoided answering this because, like he said, the Goldwater rule states that we are not allowed to pass a diagnosis or comment on the mental state of anybody, especially a celebrity, without evaluating them ourselves.
Let's not forget Dr. David Spiegel had quite the circus testimony as well when he took the stand. All right, we're going to take a quick break here on Law and Crime. When we come back, so much more to cover on day 23 of Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back to For the Record. I'm Michelle Yu, and thanks again for joining us. We are now in day 23 of the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation trial out in Fairfax County, Virginia, and both sides have rested. As you might recall, the 58-year-old Pirates of the Caribbean star is suing his ex-wife Amber Heard for $50 million. The 35-year-old actress published an op-ed in the Washington Post 2 years after her divorce from Johnny Depp, dubbing herself a domestic abuse victim. Heard is countersuing for $100 million as they both battle it out who caused the other more reputation-related turmoil. Now that court is taking a recess, that gives us time to recap what you might have missed so far. One of the most contentious topics in this trial is the truth of what really happened to Depp's finger in Australia. In Johnny Depp and Amber Heard's rebuttal case, they both called orthopedic surgeons to the stand to try to provide insight on how Depp could have sustained that type of injury. They were also asked which of their stories seemed most consistent with Depp's injury. But first, let's listen to both Depp and Heard's version of the truth.
Mr. Depp, when Dr. Kipper was treating your finger, what did you tell him about how your finger became injured?
I told him that there was obviously, when you saw the damage in the house and everything, the blood everywhere, obviously there was serious damage done. There would be no point in lying to the man. He'd been through it with me and Ms. Heard before. I told him that she had thrown a bottle of vodka and smashed and cut my finger off, the tip of my finger, but a good chunk. I miss it.
Is that your signature?
Yes, it is.
And your signature appears right under the statement, quote, "I declare under penalty of perjury, under the laws of the state of Virginia, that the foregoing is true and correct."
That is correct.
And this is dated April 10th, 2019.
Correct.
Now let's look at paragraph 16, which is on page 5. Specifically line 10. Quote, you write, testify under oath, "While he was smashing the phone, Johnny severely injured his finger, cutting off the top of it," end quote. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
So you testified in this courtroom that after Mr. Depp smashed the phone, he held you down on the countertop by the neck. Do you remember that?
I'm not quite sure of the exact sequence of things, but yes, both of those things happened.
We'll get to the sequence. And this is when Mr. Depp supposedly assaulted you with a bottle, right?
On the countertop, he assaulted me.
So Mr. Depp was able to get you on the counter, right?
He held me down by my neck.
And hold you down by your neck.
That is correct.
And he grabbed a bottle, according to you, while holding you down by the neck, correct?
I'm sorry, can you clarify what you're asking me?
While Mr. Depp is holding you by the neck against the countertop, he grabs a bottle. That's your testimony.
No, those two things didn't happen at the exact same time, no.
So he's holding the bottle, is that your testimony? While
was holding
you down by the neck?
Sorry, what was your question?
So, Dr. Safai, what do you see from their responses in this testimony? Is one more believable than the other?
I can't comment on that because people have different ways of dealing with their trauma and explaining their trauma. A lot of people haven't developed the emotional vocabulary to be able to explain the trauma that they went to very well. So just because someone seems like they're hesitating to explain exactly what happened, or they're even sometimes giving inconsistent information, it doesn't mean that they're outright lying. So people have just different ways of explaining what happened to them.
Lisa, we don't know exactly what happened in this finger story, and we'll likely never know the truth. So how much weight does this Australia incident have on this case? Because everyone still seems to bring it up and we talk about it a lot.
Yes, and Johnny's team was there. So afterward, we had security there, we had doctors there. There was audio recording with Amber crying in the background, and they were talking about what happened, and she was remorseful. So, you know, the words are not matching up with the audio that had taken place in that house soon after, where they were searching for the finger. The nurse was there. So yes, later on, you can create stories of what happened in defense of yourself. And I've seen that in the criminal cases because they have time to think about what other thing could have happened. What could I say to dispel what's being said against me right now? So how do we prove it? We pull those audios from there. We find out what was said in the aftermath. And we also look at sometimes people protect the person who hurt them. And Johnny, in one text message to somebody, he says, I cut my finger off. So didn't want Amber to know, didn't want people to know Amber did it, didn't want it in the news. It's really challenging, but we know that it had to take quite a bit of force to do the damage that it did. So I would imagine if we looked at projectiles and we try to recreate certain things, as we often do in criminal cases, where we're looking at projection, bullets, fragments, and that sort of thing, and if we got that deep into that, we'd be able to get a better solution. But obviously, police were not called to that scene, so we will never know.
Each side called an orthopedic surgeon to the stand, though. I want to take the chance now to recap what they both said to try to get a medical explanation on how Johnny Depp's fingertip could have been severed there in Australia.
In your view, what types of mechanisms can cause this sort of injury?
So this is a mechanism of injury that has high velocity or force, generally a crush type injury. A simple fall would not result in a comminuted fracture such as is seen in these x-rays.
And we're using the term comminuted fracture. Can we just define that quickly for us?
So again, comminuted, and it's not particular to a finger, is a medical term for a fracture that has multiple fragments.
In your opinion, could this injury have been sustained in the manner Mr. Depp described?
I do believe so.
And how might that work? How might a thrown vodka bottle produce an injury like this?
So vodka bottle, which is a hard object, would have crushed the tip of the finger, resulting in the comminuted fracture. And in addition, as the vodka bottle broke, the glass would have lacerated the finger, resulting in the soft tissue loss that was also seen with this injury.
What's your assessment of the description of the cause of the injury offered by Ms. Heard?
I think that's highly unlikely.
And why is that?
Because one, in general, when an injury is caused by punching against a wall or a hard object, it is extremely rare to see an injury to the tips of the fingers, which is seen with Mr. Depp's injury. Generally, you're holding something with a fist, and that in general leads to injuries most commonly of the knuckles here, or fractures of the metacarpals. We call these boxer fractures. Second most common after those would be injuries to these, but as you can see, if you're holding something and hitting against something, it is very unlikely that the tips of the fingers will be injured. In addition, just taking into account the radiographs and the pictures of the injury, I would not believe that a blunt force, solely a blunt force against a wall would result in the soft tissue loss.
And with that in mind, let's now take a look at the testimony of the orthopedic surgeon that Heard side called, Dr. Richard Moore, and then discuss with my guests afterwards.
So back to the glass. In the records that you reviewed, Dr. Moore, did you see any adjacent injuries? In other words, injuries to any other part of Mr. Depp's hand other than the tip of his middle finger?
No.
And is that observation consistent with the explosion of glass type phenomenon that Mr. Depp alleges?
Well, I think in the setting of a glass explosion like that, where there's multiple fragments, the tip of the fingers cut off, you would anticipate that there would be other lacerations.
Records from the hospital in Australia?
Yes.
Did any of those providers report retrieving glass from the wound?
No.
What about any glass near the site of the injury?
No.
What about any glass in other parts of the hand?
No.
What about any glass in any of the other fingers?
No.
Is there any reference at all, Dr. Moore, that you've seen to any glass in the records that you've reviewed?
No.
And Dr. Moore, in your decades of practice, have you ever seen an injury associated with a glass explosion that was focused on the end of a single finger in the way Mr. Depp describes?
Well, not consistent with the clinical images and the findings in this case, no.
Have you ever seen an injury associated with an alleged glass explosion where no other glass was found on any part of the patient's body or clothing or anything?
No.
So Lisa, as most people are not in the medical field, can we make a true determination of which doctor is correct here? Or do you think people will just lean towards the doctor who they want to believe?
Yes, you're right, because either side is going to be dependent on who's being paid for what side and what they're going to figure out. You would hope that they'd be as honest as possible using their expertise and their skill set. But high velocity makes sense, and that's my language in the police department. High velocity bullets, things that are thrown and projectiles and that sort of thing. What would cause the most amount of damage? So looking at that perspective, I would tend to agree with that. But again, we don't have a crime scene. We don't know how the bottle exploded. Did it explode? Were there multiple pieces? Did it crack in half once it hit the island and hit his finger? And then on the other side, on Amber's side, saying that because they didn't find any shards of glass anywhere else on his body, were they looking for the shards of glass, you know, en route to the hospital? Did they fall off of his clothes? There are so many things that you can look at as far as what's missing to come up with a conclusion. But I would tend to, and I think any layman would tend to say, regarding a high velocity object, because of the multiple fractures that had happened, it'd be pretty challenging for him to do it to himself.
Well, the jury will certainly be talking about that and so much more because both cases have rested. We are waiting now for tomorrow to see what happens in the courtroom. We're going to take a short break here on Long Crime. When we come back, more recapping of day 23 of Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. Stay with us. everyone, I'm Michelle Yu, and welcome to For the Record here. Thanks for joining us for day 23 of the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial. And the end is near because closing arguments are scheduled for tomorrow. Each side was given 61 hours and 15 minutes to present their case by the judge at the start of the case about 6 weeks ago. Today, both sides rested, and tomorrow we will hear final arguments before the case is handed over to 7 jurors to deliberate over Depp and Heard's defamation claims. Since we are not live in Virginia until tomorrow at 9 a.m., that gives us the chance to discuss more important testimony. If you recall, while Heard was on the stand, she mentioned Kate Moss. During a rebuttal, Kate Moss appeared via video to tell the jury what really happened. Before we recap that testimony of Kate Moss, let's remember the moment Heard opened the door on the stand. She explains how a rumor prompted her to act in defense of her sister Whitney on March 2016.
Whitney, my sister, all of a sudden put herself in between Johnny and I. She just threw herself like in the line of fire or whatever. She just all of a sudden was there and was trying to get Johnny to stop. Her back was to the staircase and Johnny swings at her. And I just see my little sister with her back her back to the staircase. And Johnny swings at her and I don't even wait for any other, I don't hesitate, I don't wait. I just in my head instantly think of Kate Moss and the stairs and I swung at him.
Now, the highly anticipated Kate Moss appearance was pretty brief. Let's see what she said about the incident that Heard referenced. Then we'll watch a clip of Johnny Depp clarifying even further.
Ms. Moss, did there come a time when you, while you and Mr. Depp were a couple, that the two of you took a vacation together to the Golden Eye Resort in Jamaica?
Yes.
What, if anything, happened when you were in Jamaica with Mr. Depp?
We were leaving the room and Johnny left the room before I did, and there had been a rainstorm, and as I left the room I slid down the stairs and I hurt my back.
How did you... And I apologize, Ms. Moss, please continue.
And I screamed because I was because I didn't know what had happened to me and I was in pain. And he came running back to help me and carried me to my room and got me medical attention.
Did Mr. Depp push you in any way down the stairs?
No.
During the course of your relationship, did he ever push you down any stairs?
No, he never pushed me, kicked me, or threw me down any stairs.
Please continue, Mr. Depp. What did you tell Ms. Heard about the staircase, or Kate Moss?
I'll make it easy for Mr. Rottenborn. Ms. Heard took the story and turned it into a very ugly incident, all in her mind. There was never a moment where I pushed Kate down any set of stairs, yet she's spewed this 3 times before.
Objection, Your Honor. Ms. Heard simply testified that she had heard a rumor, and that's
What's a rumor?
non-responsive to the question.
Sir, hold on. This
Sorry.
objection. I'll overrule the objection.
Misstates the facts and evidence.
I'll overrule the objection.
Sorry, I was drawn by Mr. Rottenborn's voice.
Certainly.
What was you looking? Was it?
So what specifically had you actually told Ms. Heard about the incident with Ms. Moss and the stairs?
Very simply that we were in about 3 minutes prior to her, I was standing outside and suddenly rain starts just coming down like it's, monsoon. And then I remember looking and seeing Kate coming out the door, and there were 3 little wooden stairs, and she slipped, her legs went up, and she landed directly on her coccyx and her lower back. So, and she was obviously physically in pain, and she was hurt, she was crying. So I ran over and grabbed her to make sure she was all right. That's it. That's all I ever, that's the whole story. But then the rumor of it, I'd never heard a rumor of that before Miss Heard grabbed hold of it.
So Kay Moss was brought up very briefly in Amber Heard's testimony, which allowed for Moss to be questioned in rebuttal. But was it necessary to call her to testify? What do you think, Yelda?
Well, yes, we need to hear it from her mouth. I know it's extremely difficult for victims of abuse to have to come into a courtroom, stand in front of their abusers and testify. That is extremely overwhelming for anybody who's been through any sort of abuse. So calling in is another way to protect them from actually having to be in the same room with their abuser. I think calling in a person into the courtroom is a better idea, just to shield them from additional trauma of having to see their abuser.
So another contentious topic is the stairwell incident with Amber Heard's sister, Whitney Henriquez. This March 2016 incident in Penthouse 5 is a key fight because this is one of the only physical altercations between Depp and Heard that anyone witnessed. Let's hear the story from Whitney's perspective first.
But I'm standing up there talking, or I'm standing up there, I'm at the top of the stairs with my back to the stairs. And that's when Johnny runs up the stairs. And again, I'm facing Amber. He comes up behind me, strikes me in the back, kind of just somewhere over here. He strikes me in the back. I hear Amber shout, "Don't hit my fucking sister." She smacks him, lands one. And then he grabs, at that point, that's when Travis runs up the stairs after Amber landed one. But by that time, Johnny had already grabbed Amber by the hair with one hand and was whacking her repeatedly in the face with the other as I was standing there. Travis pulls them apart. I get Amber into mine. I close the doors behind me and lock them. I then hear Johnny's voice shouting.
Never mind, withdraw. Okay, sorry.
I hear Johnny's voice shouting, "You hate you. I hate you both. You fucking whores." And I hear crashing. I hear crashing and banging and smashing, and he starts screaming like an animal. And I then just moved Amber into the next room, and I just kept her there all night.
Now, meanwhile, Jennifer Howell was one of Whitney's best friends. Whitney confided in Howell after the incident and lived with her after she moved out of Penthouse 5. Howell was called as a rebuttal witness in Depp's case. Let's hear what she had to say.
This is an email, Ms. Howell, that you sent to Whitney Henriquez on or about Tuesday, July 28th, 2020 at 11:02 a.m.
It is.
This is a true and accurate copy of an email exchange that you sent to Ms. Henriquez?
Yes, I believe I'm the one who gave that. Yes, it is.
And then did you forward this email exchange and the attachments to Marcelo Parasal?
Yeah, I asked him to keep it for me.
Why did you send this email and letter to Ms. Henriquez?
Because I've struggled very much with what to do in a situation that I love someone who I know is doing something very wrong, and I know that they're doing it because they're trying to protect their sister, and I'm trying to protect her, and I'm just trying to get her to wake up and do the right thing, which is tell the truth. It's the only thing that can help everybody involved in this case.
Lisa, sisters don't get along sometimes, but is Johnny Depp making it seem like Whitney and Amber's relationship was much worse than your typical sibling argument? What do you think?
I don't know if he's trying to make it worse or if it's authentic. I have 5 sisters, so arguments do happen all the time. You're right about that, Michelle. Fortunately, nothing physical happens. We were raised better than that. But here's the thing that I find very interesting. If you looked at Whitney when she was on the stand and she said, Amber hit him, she put her hand into a fist form. Then she said Amber slapped him and clocked him. And then there was a fist again. And both times they've used the slap interchangeable when it was an actual fist or a punch. Even Amber did that on the stand at one point when she said, I clocked him and I hit him and I never punched him. And we have audio of her saying, well, I hit you and you punched me. It was a closed fist. So we know that Amber has been an aggressor in several scenarios, and even with an ex-girlfriend or ex-wife that was brought up and somebody else had testified to.
All right. Well, thank you, Lisa, for that insight. Always great stuff. We're going to have to take a quick break here on Long Crime, but when we come back, so much more to cover on Johnny Depp and Amber Heard's defamation trial. We'll be right back. Hi, everyone. Both sides have officially rested in day 23 of the civil defamation trial of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. All the evidence has now been presented to the jury, and the parties will return to address the jury one last time in their closing arguments tomorrow at 9 a.m. Judge Ascarati has allowed 2 hours for each side, and after she reads the jury their final instructions, the case will then be handed over to them to deliberate. Law and Crime is, of course, all over this case in Fairfax, Virginia. So tune in tomorrow and we will keep you up to speed with any movement in that courtroom as we approach verdict watch. Since we are not live in the Virginia courtroom, that gives us some time now to discuss testimony from earlier. And that's right, Amber Heard got back on the stand today. Let's watch a little bit of her direct examination.
Amber, how did Mr. Depp's statements and threats to you that you were discussing, how do those continue to manifest themselves today?
In the harassment, in the humiliation, the campaign against me that's echoed every single day on social media and now in front of cameras in this room. Every single day, I have to relive the trauma. My hands shake. I wake up screaming. I have to live with the trauma and the damage done to me. My friends have to live with a set of unspoken rules about how to not scare me.
Objection, hearsay.
Yes, sir. Unspoken rules.
Overruled.
Go ahead. About how to not touch me, not to surprise me. My intimate partners have rules about how they can deal with me, how they can touch me. I have rules for doctors and medical professionals I see, gynecologists I see. I live my life with these sets of rules that I have to follow, my friends have to follow for me not to have a panic attack or a triggering event where I relive the trauma. Even if I'm training to do my movie, for instance, if I'm training for Aquaman, a combat scene and a trigger happens, I have a meltdown and have to deal with that. The crew I work with have to deal with that because of the damage I walk around with every single day from what I've lived through, from what I've survived. I'm not sitting in this courtroom snickering. I'm not sitting in this courtroom laughing, smiling, and making snide jokes. I'm not. This is horrible. This is painful. And this is humiliating for any human being to go through. And perhaps it's easy to forget that, but I'm a human being. And even though Johnny promised that I deserve this and promised he'd do this, I don't deserve this. I want to move on.
Now, let's watch some of the highly anticipated cross-examination conducted by Johnny Depp's lawyer, Camille Vasquez.
Ms. Heard, at the beginning of your cross-examination last week, I showed you an audio where you told Mr. Depp to tell the jury, tell the judge, tell the world that he is a victim of domestic abuse. Do you remember that?
That's correct.
And you testified you found it hard to believe that Mr. Depp would tell the world that he's a victim of domestic abuse, didn't you?
I said I find it hard to believe that he would do that knowing that he himself had beat me up for 5 years.
But he has told the world that he's your victim of domestic abuse, hasn't he?
Well, he started to say that only recently. He didn't make that claim up until very recently. So when we signed our divorce agreement and we signed a statement saying that neither party had ever said false claims for financial gain, it was
Hola chicos, ¿cómo están? Bueno, pues yo estaba esperando que regresara, pero el trail ya se terminó. Lo que vamos a hacer es nada más pues despedirnos. Mañana nos vamos a ver aquí a la misma hora, a las 7 de la mañana. No, perdón, 6 de la mañana, hora de aquí de Canadá, dependiendo de dónde se conecten ustedes. Mañana vamos a tener todos, pues aquí una cita en la corte, pero mañana ya no va a estar el jurado va a estar hasta el martes, porque el lunes es día festivo. Entonces, después de mañana hasta el martes es cuando vamos a tener pues esta continuación para recibir el veredicto del jurado. Y lo que puedo hacer es que el lunes puedo meterme a más o menos a las 8 de la mañana, hora de Canadá, tal vez, o sea, temprano, para que no sea muy tarde por allá en Europa, donde se encuentran los que se conectan. y, y hacerles un resumen de los testimonios más importantes que vimos, por ejemplo, en en esta semana. ¿Les parece? ¿Estamos de acuerdo? Mañana a la misma hora, los que se quieran quedar aquí escuchando, no hay ningún problema. Yo puedo quedarme aquí otro ratito, tengo que salir a hacer unos mandados ahorita.
All right,
Pero
ladies, we
pues
have
como
about
quiera
90
que
seconds
sea, aquí
before we go.
estamos,
So,
muchachos
Lisa,
y
I'm going to
muchachas.
start with
Estoy
you.
muy
Was it a good
contenta porque
idea to have
todo
Amber
esto
Heard
que está
back on the
pasando,
stand?
pues
I
nos
think they were
nos
looking
está
for
poniendo la
their
adrenalina
final
a todo
Hail
lo que
Mary
da.
to allow
Este
her to
juicio,
rebut certain
esperemos
things.
que lo gane
I
Johnny,
think it was important
prendan
to
sus
bring her forward
veladoras,
and all of
pídanle a
that. And I could
Dios,
say
vamos a
just from that
ponernos
statement
en modo
alone, I
positivo,
already saw
en
her
modo de que
perjure
lo que
herself
estamos
because she said she had
escuchando
not been laughing
es
and snickering
este,
during court. And we've seen the
que
side-by-side
lo que estamos
cameras throughout
escuchando,
all
pues
of it.
sí, es
And we've
la
seen her
verdad, ¿no?
laughing and snickering in court.
Entonces,
And Yalda, how effective was Camille Vasquez's cross-examination today?
Not so much. I mean, Amber got pretty emotional, so the cross-examination.
¿les parece?
Emotions come into play. It's really
Ahorita
hard to
los que se
get
quieran quedar, se
to
pueden quedar. Voy a estar
the
aquí unos
truth,
5
the
minutos más en
because
el chat
the jury is
abierto
looking at someone who's crying
y
on a stand.
pueden
So
quedarse para
when emotions
platicar.
are in
Vayan
play,
y
it's really
síganme
hard
si
to
quieren
come
en la página
to a
de,
conclusion
bueno, en
about
el
the truth.
Telegram.
So
Tenemos un
no,
grupo
very
de
much.
Telegram. Déjenme por aquí les paso
Ladies,
el
thank
link
you
para
so
si quieren
much for
ustedes ahí
joining
pueden
us. You
meterse.
have
Con
great
mucho gusto
insight,
pueden
as
ahí cotorrear
always.
con todos los que
Day
estamos en el chat.
23 of Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. Now
Déjenme
we're going
ver.
to hear closing arguments. Again, thank you so much for joining us. We hope to do it again sometime soon. I'm Michelle Yu. That will do it for me here.
Les voy a pasar aquí el link para que por favor ustedes se conecten, se suscriban al canal para que les avise tempranito cuando yo esté aquí pues en vivo, para que no se lo vayan a perder, ¿ok? Entonces aquí se les voy a poner el link para que me sigan en el grupo que se llama Johnny. La gente está muy loca y se dice Forever Johnny. Aquí está, ya les puse aquí el link del Telegram por si se quieren meter al salón del Telegram, con mucho gusto. Son bienvenidos todos. Es un grupo que se hizo pues para que ustedes se desahoguen y ahí cuenten. Ahí ya tenemos unos memes. Déjenme, les mando los memes que me mandaron ahorita porque están chistosos. De la gente que está de hecho afuera del juicio y de lo que se está quejando Amber. Dice que la gente la está bulleando feo, según ella, pues ella es inocente, ¿verdad? Entonces, pues, estas fotos son tomadas afuera de la corte. Ustedes se encargan de mandármelo. Entonces, dice, ojalá y en el salón haya un abogadito para platicar con él. Claro que sí, Lena. Yo puedo hacer la invitación si tenemos algún abogado en el grupo que quisiera venirnos a dar su opinión. Me encantaría mañana, no mañana, podría ser para el lunes, que nos pongamos de acuerdo y con mucho gusto, ¿les parece? Ah, mira, también ya me mandaron aquí les voy a mandar a Catherine, me mandó la liga donde están aquí las pruebas por si lo quieren ver. Acuérdense que las pruebas de este juicio son, ¿cómo les dije? Que son públicas y si ustedes quieren ver, aquí se las puse ya el link donde están las pruebas por si ustedes quieren ver las pruebas que la jueza, pues ahora sí que la jueza, ¿cómo se dice? Que ella probó que fueran las evidencias que sí pasaron. Entonces ahí les encargo que si quieren verlas, por favor, ahí ustedes vayan al grupo de Telegram, ahí les pasé el link para que se entretengan en ver ahí cuáles son las pruebas y pues ahí me dicen qué piensan. Y si hay un abogado en el salón que quisiera platicar con nosotros el lunes, que no tenemos juicio, pero que podemos hacer un resumen, me mandan por favor un mensajito privado a mi Instagram o a cualquiera de mis redes sociales, puede ser en Facebook, puede ser en Instagram, si no tienes Instagram, o puede ser en, ¿dónde más? Pues en el grupo de Telegram, mándenme un mensajito privado y con mucho gusto nos ponemos de acuerdo para que nos vengan a platicar aquí ustedes como abogados su opinión, ¿les parece? ¿Les parece? Y bueno, estoy muy agradecida porque hoy estuvimos con el salón lleno, la abogada ahorita está revisando un montón de cosas, de papeles. Johnny, pues seguramente ahorita está acostado en su sillón descansando. Ahorita lo que estamos viendo solamente en la televisión, pues son las opiniones de los mismos que trabajan ahí. Yo ya me comí mi lonche, me comí lo que me sobró de ayer. Ayer me compré una comida hindú. Tenía arrocito, butter chicken, arrocito, pero ya terminando este juicio, me tengo que poner juiciosa y tengo que ponerme a hacer ejercicio porque estando aquí estas semanas en sentada todo el tiempo, pues también uno se necesita salir a ejercitarse, entonces estoy esperando que pronto también ya me pueda reincorporar a mis actividades de hacer ejercicio, porque necesito ir a despejar mis músculos, porque tanta presión por un lado, por el otro, por la casa de los famosos, por el juicio, uno también, no se vaya uno pues también aquí a enfermar, como el otro día que me dolía el estómago horrible, pues sí tenía que cortar, eso fue en la noche, ¿no? Que me dolió el estómago, pero ya estoy bien, gracias a todas las personas que me preguntaron. Así que bueno, pues aquí estamos, me encantó saludarlos a todos y a todos los que estuvieron y comentaron. ¿Quieren quedarse aquí un ratito más? ¿Quieren que los deje? Yo los puedo dejar aquí si ustedes quieren, pero si no, si tienen cosas también que hacer, ustedes por favor se pueden ir al Telegram. Ahí en el Telegram ahorita está todo lo que da, a todo lo que da el chisme, porque ya les puse ahí el link donde pueden encontrar las pruebas del juicio y no se les olviden los hashtags. No se les olviden los hashtags, por favor, hashtag. No se les olvide los hashtags de Amber, para que también eso también ustedes lo hagan, ¿cómo se dice? Para que también los hashtags ustedes los utilicen, porque ya nos dimos cuenta que todo suma, todito suma, los hashtags y todo. Entonces vayan por favor a los hashtags. También ahí les encargo mi hashtag, no se olviden de su maestra, para que nos lleven a todos a platicar allá, a cotorrear el chisme a Hollywood a nuestra manera, como lo hacemos y de la forma en que a ustedes también les interesa. En la noche, para los que se quieran conectar, voy a estar en mi canal de YouTube a las 9 de la noche para hablar de la nominación que tenemos el día de hoy de la Casa de los Famosos. Faltan las almendras. Ah, faltaba más. Ahorita voy por las almendras. Ahí voy. Si no me las he comido. Espérense. Falta de almendras. Ay, estoy bien. Yes. Miren, se tienen que comer. Miren, se tienen que comer 10 almendras diario. 10. Aquí están las almendras. Mira, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Ah, bueno, se me fue una, son 11. Pero te comes 10 almendras todos los días y te da energía y es la parte de grasita que necesitas. Pero ahorita que como estoy aquí sentada, no he tenido tiempo realmente de cocinar. No tengo tiempo de nada, ni de lavar. O sea, me va a tocar lavar el sábado. Pues claro que como les digo, uno ya se siente que ya va ganando los kilitos extras, ¿verdad? Pero bueno, para eso estamos, para hacer aquí mi trabajo lo mejor que puedo con todos ustedes. Así que si disfrutaron esta traducción, les agradezco mucho su permanencia, sus comentarios, sus likes, a los que me mandaron super stickers. Dios se los bendiga, Dios se los multiplique. Espero que no les haya estorbado mi micrófono esta vez pero es que yo necesito algo que me haga no estar todo el tiempo tan encima de la computadora porque me canso mucho de la espalda, entonces esto al menos me ayuda un ratito para no estar tan encurvada así, ¿no? Espero que hayan aprendido algo del juicio, estuvo muy interesante el día de hoy. No nos esperábamos a Amber declarando lo mismo que dijo ayer Johnny, pero bueno, le tiene que hacer la pobre la luchita porque ya está dando patadas de ahogado a la mujer. Bueno, así que bueno, ¿qué les parece si nos vemos en la noche? A las 9 los espero en mi canal de YouTube y los que son de Europa, de Timbuktu, de Bielorrusia, de Alemania, de Suiza, vean mis videos en la mañana, mientras están ustedes de camino al trabajo, mientras están cenando, lo que estén haciendo, vean mis programas en la mañana y pues ahí ustedes me dejan saber qué piensan, me dejan saber en sus comentarios sus bonitas opiniones. Muchísimas gracias a todos, porque todos vamos, que Johnny se organice una pachanga allá en la isla y que nos invite a todos. ¡Yay! Que nos invite y nosotros ponemos los hielos y que él ponga lo demás. ¡Yay! Vamos a proponerlo. Pero para eso, váyanse por favor aquí al grupo de Telegram donde los voy a estar esperando, ¿sale? Bueno, pues ahora sí que se pueden ir en paz, que el chisme ha terminado y ya me voy a otra cosa mariposa. Ahora sí que aquí se rompió una taza y cada quien, ¿a dónde? ¿A dónde? Pues para su casa, ¿a dónde más? Cuídense mucho, nos vemos en la mañana, muchachos y muchachas. Gracias a todos por estar aquí, muchas gracias. Bye.